ship hit hard and broke apart. The entire crew perished in the crash or drowned. Only 3 bodies were recovered. After flying 3 big missions in succession, the 303rd, along with the rest of the 8th Air Force, was grounded by weather on February 23rd. However, the group was at it again the next day, when it hit Schweinfurt, and then again on February 25th, the last day of argument, when it was sent against Stuttgart. The conclusion of argument marked a turning point in the U.S. AAF's air war against the Luftwaffe. Whereas the American air campaign grew gradually stronger through 1943 and into 1944, argument, or Big Week, as it came to be known, proved that the U.S. AAF could go wherever it wanted, whenever it wanted. And from that point, it did. The operation achieved a number of milestones, including, on February 20th, a mission exceeding 1,000 bombers. The massive effort hit 12 different targets. Throughout the week, operations were coordinated with the smaller 15th Air Force, which was already hard-pressed to provide tactical support to ground operations in Italy, and with the RAF's Bomber Command. The emphasis was against industrial targets, particularly various aircraft assembly and component manufacturing complexes. Of particular note was the fact that the U.S. AAF not only flew more sorties and dropped more bombs than the RAF's Bomber Command, but it sustained a lower loss rate than its night-flying British counterpart. And it was more accurate. The American daylight precision bombing doctrine was vindicated. Additionally compelling is the fact that the 8th Air Force, built by Acre but commanded by Doolittle, dropped nearly as much tonnage during Big Week as it had during its entire first year of operations combined. The U.S. AAF had finally become the force originally envisioned by American planners. Still, the effort was not a cakewalk by any stretch of the imagination. Rather, it was a fiercely fought series of air battles during which the Allies sustained significant losses. The U.S. AAF lost more than 250 bombers in their crews. Indeed, during the month of February, including Big Week, the 8th Air Force alone lost 299 bombers, 20% of its force. The 303rd's losses, 12 aircraft, were consistent with the 8th's loss rate. On the other hand, aside from the damage sustained by German industry, the entire German Air Force lost 1/3 of its fighters and nearly 18% of its pilots during that same month. The loss rate among the units defending against the U.S. AAF was much higher. The Luftwaffe, under assault from many fronts and failed by its leadership, was dealt a body blow by argument. Although it would score occasional successes during the following year, its decline continued, and it never again gained the upper hand. German reports indicate that they understood how dire the situation was. In number as well as in technical performance, the daytime fighter units assigned to German air defense activity are inferior to the American fighter aircraft forces. In spite of their demonstrated courage and their willingness to make every sacrifice for their country, in the long run, our forces are fighting a hopeless battle. The tactics presently employed by the German fighter units, that is, going after the enemy bombers, should be revised and modified, since they are leading to heavy losses. Knowing that they need not fear an attack by the German fighter aircraft, American fighters are able to move into range and attack the German fighters from above. Because of our heavy personnel losses and the lack of sufficiently well-trained replacements, our daytime fighter forces are unable to maintain any degree of effectiveness in a lengthy combat. Continuation of the present system is tantamount to the deliberate destruction of valuable personnel and materiel, without hope of tangible results. Of course, as noted by the Germans, much of the credit for the success of the effort went to the American fighter escorts. Although there were often planned and unplanned gaps in protection, they made it difficult for the Luftwaffe's fighters to concentrate on the bombers. The P-47 was still the dominant fighter in the 8th, and the increased range provided by extra internal fuel, external tanks, and better tactics made a significant difference. 2. The long-range P-51 was increasing in numbers. The P-38 also had long legs and provided good protection, although it was trouble-plagued through much of its career in Northern Europe. Ultimately, though, the American fighters dominated the Luftwaffe from argument until the end of the war. Forrest Vossler was recommended for the Medal of Honor for his heroic actions during the mission to Bremen on December 20th, 1943. As the recommendation wound its way through the USAAF's bureaucratic machinations, Vossler, still crippled by his wounds and missing an eye, was released from the hospital. However, George Buskey barely clung to life. He was the critically injured tail gunner that Vossler saved from drowning after Jersey Bounce Jr. went into the North Sea. Shortly after he was evacuated to the Army Hospital at Boasdale, Buskey was put on the operating table again. His abdominal wound was hideously infected, and much of the surrounding tissue was dead. It exuded a foul mix of digestive liquids and gas. The Army doctors cut away the rotten bits, cleaned the wound, and additionally drained a large pocket of pus that had formed above the liver. The other 2 wounds had likewise turned empyemic and were cleared and cleaned. Still, there was little hope that the massive infections could be stemmed. It was likely that Buskey would die. Our fighter support was splendid. No city in the world boasted air defenses as powerful as Berlin's. Its approaches were guarded by an array of day and night fighter bases, and the city itself was ringed and embedded with closely coordinated layers and pockets of heavy anti-aircraft guns. As the seat of the Third Reich, the heart of Hitler's power, it was considered the ultimate target, almost unassailable. Most air crews from the early part of the 303rd's combat career never came close to reaching the city. But although it had never been attacked by day, the RAF had been bombing Berlin since 1940. Those attacks, like most the RAF mounted, were area raids intended to dehouse and demoralize the population. The British raids continued for the next couple of years, but Berlin was much too big and well defended to be rubbled by the relatively small efforts. However, by late 1943, Arthur Bomber Harris, the head of RAF Bomber Command, believed that his force was big enough to bring Berlin to its knees, and with it, Germany. He ordered a series of raids that ultimately numbered 16 from November 1943 to March 1944. His ambitions were grand. It will cost us between 400 and 500 aircraft. It will cost Germany the war. Actually, the tally Harris offered for his own aircraft losses was accurate. Bomber Command lost more than 500 aircraft and suffered a loss rate of nearly 6%. Harris's other prediction was not as accurate. Berlin and Germany were very much in the war during early March 1944, as the USAAF readied to make the first-ever large daytime air attack against the German capital. An air raid against Berlin would tick a lot of boxes for the USAAF. Firstly, it would be good for morale back home. It would demonstrate that the sacrifices made in sons and brothers and husbands and material were not just hurting Germany, but were striking the very heart of the Third Reich. And just as it would be good for American morale, it would help to undermine German confidence. That the German leadership and military were unable to stop the USAAF would be obvious. Moreover, Berlin encompassed a number of important target sets, including transportation, manufacturing, government, and power generation. And perhaps just as critical, especially as the time for the invasion of Europe approached, was the fact that the Luftwaffe would be forced to defend Germany's most important city. And, just as with argument, if the German pilots came to fight, they could be killed. Dead men did not oppose invasions. Everyone in the 8th Air Force recognized that the first USAAF attack on Berlin would mark another turning point in the air war. In fact, Doolittle, the head of the 8th Air Force, planned a stunt that was little more than stupid self-aggrandizement. I wanted to be in on this first effort and have the honor of being the first air commander to lead a raid over all 3 Axis capitals. I planned to fly a P-51 with one wingman ahead of the bomber stream over the capital city. As the head of the world's most powerful strategic air force, it was a notion that bordered on theatric spectacle. Doolittle met with his boss, Carl Spaatz, the head of the USSTAF. I had my argument all prepared mentally and launched into it with gusto. Toohey finally gave in and reluctantly said I could go. However, just a day or so before departure, Toohey changed his mind and said he couldn't afford to risk the capture of a senior officer who had knowledge of invasion plans. Doolittle guessed that his scheme might have actually been spiked by Eisenhower, who recognized that there was little upside to the stunt. The first daytime mission to Berlin was scheduled to be flown by Doolittle's 8th Air Force on March 3, 1944. That the U.S. AAF was ready so soon after the losses sustained during argument underscored the vast human and industrial underpinnings of the American war effort. However, notwithstanding the fact that the 8th was materially prepared for a great climactic air battle, and that it had the trained crews it needed, it exercised no control over the weather. And the weather forced the first American attack on Berlin into a series of stuttering false starts. Vern Monker was the pilot of the 359th Bomb Squadron's Thunderbird. The target was the Big B. The weather was so bad that we were forced to climb to 27,000 feet over the North Sea and were unable to get completely out of the clouds and poor visibility. This excessive altitude took a lot of extra gasoline, since we had been briefed to go in at 20,000 feet. Therefore, because of the weather and shortage of gasoline, we were unable to get to the target. After bombers crossed the North Frisian Islands, the decision was made to return to England. The 303rd, together with the other groups that comprised the huge formation, started a great arcing turn. Monker recalled, "On our turn around in the haze, 2 forts, B-17s from the 91st and 94th bomb groups, collided and exploded in midair. It was quite a spectacular sight. The bombs in these 2 planes went off like a 4th of July fireworks display. None of the crew had a chance of getting out of either ship because it happened so quickly. Even had they gotten out, they would have been no better off because they were out over the water when the accident took place." None of the 8's bombers made it to Berlin that day. The results were scarcely better the following day, March 4th, when the 8th sortied 502 bombers. Vern Monker was at the controls of Thunderbird once more. Again our target was Berlin, and again the weather forced us to go to 27,000 feet. Therefore, our briefed route was too long to allow for this added climb because of the possibility of running short of gasoline. Our combat commander decided to bomb a target of opportunity somewhere in Germany. We flew over the southern part of Happy Valley and bombed Bonn, Germany. The flak was quite thick over the target, as it always was over the Ruhr Valley, and we were lucky to be flying as high as we were. We picked up a few flak holes, but all of them were small. There was no injury to any of the crew. Although 29 bombers did find their way through the weather to dump their bombs on a Berlin suburb, the tremendous and decisive air battle that American planners had hoped to provoke failed to develop. Doolittle waited 2 days before sending 660 bombers against Berlin on March 6th. The Luftwaffe rose up in force, and the sort of air combat for which Doolittle and his staff had hoped was finally precipitated. Again, the 359th Vern Monker was airborne in his trusty Thunderbird. Our fighter support was splendid, and even though the Krauts kept ripping through other wings, our combat wing was rather lucky in not getting too many direct fighter attacks that seriously threatened us. We had a few passes made at us, but no one in our group was hurt much. Although their escort kept the enemy fighters away, it could do nothing about the flak that exploded all around the 303rd's formation. It impressed Monker. Over the target, it looked like the 4th of July, flak bursting in red flashes and billowing out black smoke all around us. It seemed almost thick enough to drop your wheels and taxi around on it. The Krauts were practically able to name the engine they were shooting at. We received hits in the number 1 engine, the number 2 engine, and the number 4 engine. The horizontal stabilizer had a big hole shot through it, and the vertical stabilizer received a jagged hole in the top of it. We also picked up another hole in the right side of the fuselage near the tail wheel. A piece of flak came through the cockpit and cut the left sleeve of my leather flying jacket, but didn't touch me. But for all their intensity, the air defenses around Berlin failed to knock down any of the 303rd's bombers. Of this, Monker was proud. Our group established a record on this mission. We put up 27 ships, and every one of them went across the target, and every one of them came back. In light of what happened elsewhere in the bomber stream that day, the 303rd's achievement, or luck, was remarkable. In fact, the losses the 8th sustained on March 6, 1944, were the worst in the U.S. AAF's history. When the last aircraft returned to base and the final count was made, it was determined that 69 bombers had been shot down, mostly by enemy fighters. It was a loss rate that exceeded 10%. Other bomb groups were as unlucky as the 303rd had been fortunate. The 100th lost 15 bombers, the 95th lost 8, and 7 bombers of the 388th were shot down. Doolittle got the fight he wanted, but the best result he could claim, and then only with some qualifications, was a draw. Bombing results through broken and scattered decks of clouds were poor, and although American fighter escorts claimed 82 enemy aircraft shot down, and the bomber gunners tallied an additional and certainly inflated figure of 97, these weren't the breaking point numbers that had been hoped for. This is especially true since the claims, as usual, were overstated. Even if it is generously assumed that half of the claimed 179 German aircraft were actually shot down, approximately 90 aircraft, it was typical that it took 3 shoot-downs before a German pilot was killed. Consequently, it is apparent that the 8th Air Force paid 69 heavy bombers and their crews to kill approximately 30 German pilots. Notwithstanding the boost to stateside morale, the battle was a Luftwaffe victory. Both the Allies and the Axis exaggerated the number of aircraft they shot down. This was sometimes done on purpose, but mostly it was due to the fact that air combat was a swirling maelstrom in which machines were destroyed and men were killed in mere seconds. And then more machines were destroyed and more men were killed in the following seconds. During fights that sometimes lasted tens of minutes, or in some cases for an hour or more, it was difficult to track everything that happened. This difficulty was exacerbated by rushes of adrenaline and by the fact that the fighting sometimes covered every quarter of the sky. And of course, each individual took away his own version of what actually occurred. This can be seen to have caused particular problems when it is considered that the U.S. AAF's bombers carried crews of up to 10 men, and every man but the pilot and co-pilot had guns for which he was responsible. When an enemy fighter attacked a heavy bomber formation and was shot down, there might be a dozen or more men who reasonably believed it was they, personally, who destroyed it. Further, there were times when attacking fighters caught fire or shed parts and dived away, but managed to land safely. And the Me-109 belched clots of black smoke when the pilot advanced the throttle swiftly. This was sometimes mistaken by the gunners for mortal damage. It was for these reasons, and more, that the heavy bomber crews grossly overestimated the numbers of aircraft they downed. Debriefing officers did their best to untangle conflicting and overlapping claims, but it was an impossible task. Everyone, even the gunners, knew and acknowledged that the numbers were inflated, but it was difficult to apply against the claims a metric that produced a realistic number. It was a problem that persisted throughout the war. Howard Hernan was a flight engineer and top turret gunner with the 359th Bomb Squadron, and he remembered the frustration felt by all. "I know that gunners made many claims, and probably a lot of us got credit for planes that were not actually shot down. In order to claim a fighter, you had to have 2 other witnesses. Heaven knows how many men were shooting at the same plane. Intelligence would ask for the exact location, and it would sometimes take up to 45 minutes in interrogation if you were claiming an aircraft. By this time you were absolutely worn out, hungry, and trying to get warm, and it just wasn't worth the effort. Eventually, intelligence told us we were claiming too many fighters. From then on, I never claimed another fighter, even if I knew I'd got it." Anxious to keep the pressure on Germany, Doolittle sent the 8th back to Berlin 2 days later, on March 8th. The weather was clear, and for the first time since trying for the city on March 3rd, the target, the Erkner Baring Works, was utterly smashed. The Americans put nearly 600 bombers over the city and sortied more than 1,000 fighters to escort them, including 174 of the newly arrived P-51s. Losses at 37 bombers were heavy, but not nearly as considerable as the previous mission. Doolittle's destroyer, piloted by Leo McGrath, was downed by flak, but otherwise the mission was unremarkable for the 303rd. This is borne out by the comments of Kirk Mitchell, who led the mission that day. "I know it's hard to believe, but we had absolutely no opposition at all. We saw 20 to 25 enemy fighters, but our P-38s and P-51s took care of them. The flak wasn't worth mentioning, except to the McGrath crew. When we got to the target, it was completely covered with smoke and fire, so we dropped our bombs right in the middle of it. I doubt if there was even an outhouse left there." Leon Witherwax, Mitchell's ball turret gunner, made a similar observation. "The only time I saw fighters was in dogfights. One FW-190 came in out of the sun on a P-38 and shot out his left engine. About that time, 2 P-38s jumped the FW-190 and blew him to pieces. The other P-38 feathered his prop and flew home with us as far as the Dutch coast." The last of this particular series of raids to Berlin was flown the following day, March 9th. Clouds obscured most of the assigned targets, and the 8th aircraft scattered their bombs all over the region. The 303rd dropped its bombs through clouds and into the city generally. The Luftwaffe appeared disinterested, as only about 20 fighters were spotted. The 8th lost 8 bombers. The 303rd sustained no losses. It was an anticlimactic finish that neatly bookended the anticlimactic start of the missions on March 3rd. For the 303rd, the much-anticipated series of attacks against the Reich's most feared target was wholly unexceptional. The group lost 1 aircraft in 5 missions. Ironically, to that point, Berlin was one of the least lethal targets the 303rd had hit. Ultimately, at some level, the Germans had a good grasp of their situation. Wartime reports correctly noted that their fighters, when employed in overwhelming numbers, were able to inflict real losses on the American formations. Whenever weather conditions permitted the concentrated employment of all available forces in close combat formation in a single area, noteworthy success was achieved in bringing down enemy aircraft and in keeping our own losses down to a reasonable limit. The success of our defensive operations over Berlin on 6 and 8 March gave ample evidence of the fighting morale of our fighter crews and of their ability to carry on effective combat despite the technical inferiority of their aircraft, but such successes were not frequent enough to represent any threat to the American offensive forces. Eddie Deerfield had asked to be removed from flight status during October 1943, pending the recovery of his injured pilot, Robert Cogswell. However, by the end of the year, it was apparent that Cogswell would not be returning to combat duty. Consequently, in early January 1944, Deerfield asked to be returned to combat operations. After 2 months of administrative processing, the March 6th raid to Berlin marked his return. "We didn't get so much as a scratch," Deerfield said. "I subsequently flew 17 more missions with 4 different crews until my tally reached the magic number of 30. The other crews were just fine, but I never felt as comfortable as when I had flown with Cogswell." Hurry up and jump. The British started bombing with ground mapping radar, using the H-2S system, during January 1943. The new technology gave them the capability for dramatically improved accuracy when they hit targets such as Berlin that were beyond the range of radio beam bombing systems, and certainly it was more accurate than bombing blindly. The Americans needed the same sort of accuracy when clouds over their targets made visual bombing impossible. This was much of the time. The U.S. AAF's leadership, especially Arnold, was much vexed by the notion that many hundreds of ready bombers and crews stood prepared to visit destruction on Nazi Germany, but were grounded by an inability to put bombs on cloud-shrouded targets. Consequently, with British assistance, the Americans fielded their own radar bombing capability. Their first mission was against Emden on September 27, 1943, using the British H-2S system. The system the US AAF eventually developed was the AN/APS-15 H-2X ground mapping radar. Early versions were mounted below the nose, but later variants were installed in the belly of the aircraft in place of the ball turret. The H-2X was a derivative of the British H-2S, but had a shorter wavelength, which produced sharper images and better accuracy. The radar transmitted pulses of energy that were reflected by features on the surface, to include rivers, cities, and other significant anomalies. Using this information, specially trained crews could set up bombing runs that, theoretically, could achieve accuracies nearly as good as visual bombing. In practice, the systems were not nearly so accurate. The US AAF later observed, "It cannot be said that this equipment was in any sense a precision bombing instrument." Nevertheless, radar bombing equipment did allow the US AAF to launch more, albeit less precise, raids. Aside from the value of the damage that these poor weather missions caused, they also forced the Germans to defend at the cost of additional resources, which were increasingly difficult to replace. Indeed, the extra burden placed on the Luftwaffe to defend more frequently and in bad weather was very real. In fact, the green pilots that Germany was rushing into combat were poorly trained for bad weather operations, and crashes were not uncommon. The impact was immediate and, together with actual combat, boosted the attrition rate of the Luftwaffe. The aircraft that used the radar bombing systems were called Pathfinder Force, or PFF, aircraft. It was a term borrowed from the RAF. Another term commonly used was Mickey, which was a code word. Radar operators were called Mickey operators, or simply Mickeys. Their combat careers were somewhat lonely or detached. Rather than being assigned to a specific crew, they usually were scheduled individually to whatever crew was flying an H-2X-equipped aircraft. The 303rd's standard operating procedures for its bombardiers described in plain words the duties of the PFF, or Mickey operator. PFF is navigation and bombing by means of radar. The radar navigator, or Mickey operator, operates the radar set over the continent, or beyond G range, in order to obtain fixes, by which to aid the DR, Dead Reckoning, navigator. PFF is most useful when weather conditions are 10 out of 10, complete undercast, 10/10 cloud cover, and the DR navigator can get no visual pinpoints, but it can also be useful in visual bomb runs, since the Mickey operator can set up the bombardier on the right course miles away from his target and before the bombardier can get the target in his sight. The Mickey operator can pick up any city of 25,000 population and over, and can thus avoid almost all heavy flak defended areas. His fixes should be accurate within 2 miles. The pilots who flew the aircraft equipped with this specialized gear arrived at Molesworth long after most of the 303rd's original cadre of airmen had been shot down or sent back to the States. One flyer from this later generation was Don Stoolil, who grew up in Olivia, Minnesota. "I'd always wanted to fly," he said. "Growing up, I hoped and dreamed and prayed that I would be a pilot, and I wanted to fly in the Navy. I loved that summer white uniform with those gold wings. At that time, the Navy required its pilots to have at least a couple of years of college, and I had none at all, and my parents couldn't afford to send me. So I joined the National Guard and was assigned to the 215th Coast Artillery anti-aircraft. We got a buck for each day we drilled." At that point, early 1941, the United States was racing to get on a war footing, and Stoolil's unit was activated. "They shipped us to Camp Hahn near Riverside, California," he said. "I realized at that point that the odds of me getting out of the Army and going into the Navy to become a pilot were pretty slim." After training at Camp Hahn, the 215th was sent to Kodiak, Alaska during the late summer of 1941. By that point, Stoolil was hard at work studying for his aviation cadet examinations. "I sent a letter to the superintendent at my high school, and he sent me a box of books. And I got permission from my first sergeant to stay up past taps in order to study. I spent a couple of hours each night reading under a blue light bulb so that I wouldn't disturb the other guys." Stoolil was sent from Kodiak to Fort Richardson, near Anchorage, Alaska, for his aviation cadet examinations. It was then that the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. "I was standing in line at the mess hall on December 7, 1941, when someone said that we were at war." It was several months later when Stoolil, who wanted nothing more than to be a pilot, learned the results of his examinations. "I was really nervous. The officer called me up in front of his desk and said, "Stoolil, you passed the medical portion of the exams." Stoolil nearly panicked when the officer lowered his voice. And then he said, "And you also passed the academics. Congratulations." "I was so happy I could have kissed him," Stoolil said. He left Kodiak for training as an aviation cadet during June 1942 and arrived at Molesworth at the end of 1943. His first mission was to Bremen on December 20th. Several days later, on Christmas, he was sent to scour the North Sea to look for RAF crewmen downed the previous night. "We didn't find any of them," he said. From that point, he continued to build his mission count, as well as his reputation. Once he completed 15 missions, Stoolil was designated as a PFF pilot during March 1944. He was among the first U.S. AAF pilots so qualified. The assignment was actually an acknowledgement of his competence. PFF aircraft were put at the heads of formations, where fools didn't belong. Still, he didn't like it. I'd flown 15 missions with the 303rd when I was selected to fly as a PFF pilot, so my heart was always with the 303rd, but they reassigned us to the 305th at Chelveston, where they kept all the PFF aircraft for the 1st Bomb Division. It was easier to secure and maintain the radar sets in one location. But I didn't really feel like part of the 305th either, Stoolil said. They maintained our aircraft and personnel records and such, but we flew long-range penetration missions with a variety of different groups, sometimes with the 303rd. The bottom line was that no one really took ownership of us after we were made a PFF crew. I felt like the man without a country. It was also a wearying assignment. When we got notice the night before a mission, said Stoolil, I rounded up my crew and made sure the aircraft was ready. Then we flew to the base of whatever group we were assigned to lead. But they usually didn't have any billeting arrangements for us, so we typically slept wherever we could find a place that was warm and dry. And then we got up early to get chow and go to the briefing. When the other crews saw us show up at a briefing, they often catcalled and booed us. It was done mostly in fun, but they understood that if we were there, the mission was usually going to be a long and tough one. Anyway, we were pretty much worn out before we ever took off. Because there had been accidents taking off from Chelveston at night with fully fueled and loaded bombers, our aircraft were fueled, serviced, and loaded with bombs by whichever unit hosted us, Stoolil said. So we always had strangers working on our airplanes, and that was a little bit unnerving. And to add to the pressure, the group commander, or even the wing commander, usually sat next to me in the co-pilot seat. Aside from all those considerations was the fact that leading a formation of bombers required a good deal of skill. Getting the formation joined and to the right point, at the proper altitude and at the mandated time, on the correct heading, required the lead pilot to plan his actions well ahead. It was critical for him to consider how the other aircraft in the formation were affected by what he did. For instance, if he turned too tightly, the aircraft on the inside of the turn might have to slow down so much that they were in danger of stalling and falling out of control. On the other hand, the bombers on the outside of the turn might not be able to fly fast enough to stay in position. Or if they could, they would burn too much fuel in the process. Power control was also critical. All the aircraft performed slightly differently depending on the conditions of their engines, their drag, and their trim, that is, how bent they were. Moreover, the bombers were not always of the same model or configuration. For instance, except for very late models, the B-17F was not equipped with chin turrets, as was the later B-17G, and PFF aircraft had a radar installed rather than a ball turret. 2. Aircraft weights varied widely, as some crews carried extra ammunition or armor, or even additional crew members in the form of observers, photographers, or radar operators. Accordingly, the lead pilot could never use anything close to full power, lest he leave the poorer-performing aircraft in his formation behind. And when he adjusted his power, it was imperative that he do so only when necessary, and even then he had to be very smooth, slow, and deliberate. Otherwise, the rest of the pilots were forced to jockey their throttles radically to stay in position. Doing so burned extra fuel and caused undue wear and tear on the engines, not to mention the fact that the pilots were quickly exhausted as they tried to keep position in a formation that compressed and expanded like an airborne accordion. Indeed, keeping formation, so critical to maximizing the effects of the bombs and concentrating defensive firepower, was a special skill. It was impossible to simply fly an aircraft into position, set the power, and leave it. Firstly, lead pilots were rarely able to fly perfectly straight flight paths at constant airspeeds. Instead, large and small heading changes were nearly constant, as were deviations in airspeed. Consequently, to stay in position, wingmen were compelled to continuously manipulate their flight controls and power settings, and each adjustment required a counter-adjustment such that pilots flying as wingmen could never rest. It should be additionally appreciated that the difficulties of staying in position were magnified for pilots at the edge of the formation. They made their adjustments on aircraft that were already making their own adjustments on the lead aircraft. Essentially, keeping formation demanded continuous, precise, and grueling flying. Over many hours, it was absolutely exhausting. There was a final downside to flying PFF missions. German fighters commonly made head-on attacks against the American heavy bomber formations. The bombers at the front, among them the PFF aircraft, were obviously in greater danger than those further back. Accordingly, crews who flew in the lead position were given extra mission credits so that their combat tours were abbreviated to a small degree. For instance, a pilot who led 3 missions had his required mission count reduced by 1. As only a few aircraft carried PFF equipment in each group formation, it was imperative that the rest of the crews drop their bombs using the PFF aircraft as a reference. Accordingly, sky marker devices were created by filling 100-pound bomb casings with a mildly acidic dye. The PFF aircraft usually carried 1 or 2 of these specialized markers along with their normal bomb loads. When released, together with the other bombs, they vented a brightly colored smoke that created long vertical streaks in the sky. Dick Johnson had a bad experience with a sky marker when he was forced out of his position by another bomber. This put us directly behind the lead plane, so that when he dropped his bombs, his sky marker bomb enveloped our plane with a white acid fog which ruined all the plexiglass in our plane. Flying home was difficult due to the milky-looking windshield. The formations the 303rd flew evolved during the group's combat career, but the common theme was that they were large, unwieldy, and demanding to fly. As the war progressed, they grew even more so. On the other hand, training and procedures also improved, which, together with more experience, somewhat mitigated the difficulties. The basic element was a 3-aircraft flight with 2 wingmen, 1 on each side and slightly back of the leader, such that the formation resembled a flat triangle. A squadron was made up of 4 of these 3-aircraft flights arranged, again, in a flattened triangle, with one side having an extra flight of 3. Each flight of 3 flew slightly stepped up or down from the squadron leader in order to clear fields of fire for the gunners and to ease the workload for the pilots. Separation from the various flights was approximately 75 feet, while the wingmen within flights flew as close as was reasonably safe and sustainable over long periods. Generally, except for maximum efforts, only 3 of the group's 4 squadrons flew on a given mission. This rotation allowed the crews to get a certain amount of rest. Accordingly, the group generally flew a 3-squadron formation. First was the lead squadron, next was the low squadron, which flew offset to the left and slightly behind and below the lead squadron. Finally, the high squadron flew offset to the right, slightly behind, and stepped up from the lead squadron. The 303rd's Standard Operating Procedures, or SOP, directed its pilots. To be effective, both offensively and defensively, this formation must be flown as close as safety will permit. When properly flown, the best possible bomb pattern can be obtained. One flight leader, or one wingman out of position, can disrupt the effectiveness of the entire pattern. The size of the pattern is also proportionate to the depth of the formation, so it will pay dividends on target hits to keep the formation as shallow as possible. In case an aircraft becomes disabled on the bomb run, the pilot should not disrupt his own formation or formations in trail. The 303rd was one of 3 bomb groups that made up the 41st Combat Bombardment Wing. The wing formation of 3 groups was simply a larger version of the 3-squadron group formation. A lead, high, and low group comprised the wing formation. Finally, the 41st, as one of 4 wings of the 1st Bombardment Division, took its place within the stream of this larger organization. It should be noted that, in order to tighten the dispersion of the bombs and ensure maximum effects on the target, the various formations fell into a compact line as much as possible en route from the IP to the target. Changes to formations, both planned and ad hoc, were constant. For instance, the 303rd grew as the war progressed and was able to launch many more aircraft than was possible when it first started operations. Indeed, whereas the group struggled to get 18 B-17s airborne during its early operations, missions of 40 or more aircraft were not unusual during 1944. In fact, the group put 58 aircraft up for the mission to Osnabrück on November 26, 1944. Accordingly, the group sometimes went out as 2 separate multi-squadron formations, typically designated Group A and Group B. Formations also changed when aircraft went missing during botched assemblies or when extra aircraft joined during those same botched assemblies. And under the fire of combat, when aircraft were damaged and lagged or were blasted out of the sky, the remaining pilots adjusted their positions to keep the overall formation as tight as possible. Ultimately, although formations were prescribed for virtually every situation, it wasn't always possible to achieve and maintain them. The pilots did the best they could. Bomber crews sometimes took mortally stricken ships into neutral Sweden or Switzerland, where they were typically interned. It was markedly more preferable to be interned in Switzerland or Sweden than to be a POW in Germany, and the men knew it. They also knew when their routes took them close to one of the neutral nations. It was something they noted during their briefings. That they considered recovering into Sweden or Switzerland, if in extremis, was only natural. The route for the mission against the airfield at Oberpfaffenhofen on April 24, 1944, was one that took the bombers within about 50 miles of Switzerland. It was also one that saw the 303rd hit hard by enemy fighters. The area around Munich, Oberpfaffenhofen was about 20 miles west, was typically defended fiercely. This day was no different. Nearly 200 Luftwaffe aircraft rose to challenge the raid. The bomber captained by Paul C. Stewart was badly damaged by anti-aircraft fire over the target, and he dropped the ship out of the 303rd's formation and turned south for Switzerland. The wounded B-17 was set upon by fighters almost immediately. A frontal attack killed Stewart as well as the co-pilot, the bombardier, the navigator, the flight engineer, and the radio operator. The gunners in the rear of the aircraft were unable to make contact with anyone in the forward section. It was apparent that no one was flying the big bomber. The ball turret gunner, Joseph Jasinski, climbed up into the fuselage, but inadvertently deployed his parachute. Yards of white nylon billowed about his legs. He dropped the tangled, fluttering mess and grabbed a spare parachute. The 2 waist gunners, James Cast and Raymond Cadlolo, hesitated as they watched him struggle to snap it onto his harness. He looked up and told them to hurry up and jump. They did. The tail gunner, Roy Sable, escaped from the rear hatch. Almost immediately, the bomber fell off to the left and started into a sharp downward spiral. Jasinski was likely pinned against the inside of the fuselage by the resultant centrifugal force. Still alive, he spun to earth with his dead crewmates and perished in the crash. 2 other bombers were badly damaged and made for Switzerland, but unlike Stewart's crew, they made it. The aircraft piloted by Thomas McClure was hit by fighters en route to the target. One engine was essentially destroyed, and McClure feathered its propeller. He ordered the bombs jettisoned and made a right turn to the south. Once again attacked by fighters, the right inboard engine was set afire, and the chin turret stopped working. Cannon fire ripped the fuselage and seriously wounded one of the waist gunners and further crippled the big ship. Notwithstanding the ferocity of the German attacks, McClure wrestled the aircraft into Switzerland and landed in Geneva. Like McClure's aircraft, Raymond Hoffman's bomber, Shoo Shoo Baby, lost an engine to fighter attacks before reaching the target. More damage over Oberpfaffenhofen knocked out another. Hoffman's aircraft streamed fuel from its damaged tanks as the rest of the formation left it behind. With no good options, he turned the bomber toward Switzerland. Perhaps because they were occupied elsewhere, the defending German fighters failed to intercept Shoo Shoo Baby, and Hoffman put it safely down in Zurich. Don Stulil, a veteran of 15 sorties with the 303rd, was flying a PFF ship at the head of the 384th Bomb Group. "The German fighter pilots were really aggressive that day," he said. "Coming into the target, we were hit, and they blew a hole in the fuel tank in our left wing. It was really streaming out. At the same time, our tail gunner, Calvin Turkington, was hit by cannon fire from one of the fighters. It hit the protective armor plate in front of his chest and splattered his arms with shrapnel. I had the crew drag him out of there and up to radio room, where they could give him first aid." After the formation dropped its bombs, Stulil faced a difficult decision. England was nearly 600 miles away. Switzerland was only a tenth as far. "I didn't know if we could make it back," he said. "We were predicted to have a headwind of 100 miles an hour on the return trip, and we had lost a lot of fuel, and Turkington was wounded. So I turned toward Switzerland. Immediately after I made that turn, the first thing that crossed my mind was that my parents were going to get a telegram saying that I was missing in action." But aside from telegrams, Stulil had other concerns. He was still understandably worried about the German fighters. "I asked our navigator, Harold Susskind, if there were any German fighter fields between us and Switzerland. He said, 'Oh yeah, there are.'" Stulil weighed the odds again. "I turned back and caught up with the formation. I didn't want to give those fighters another chance at us. In the end, we made it back to England, but only barely. Calvin Turkington went into the hospital for a while, but then later went back to flying combat missions with other crews, long after we were finished. He was hit by cannon fire from an FW-190 on September 28, 1944, on a mission to Magdeburg. He crawled out of the tail position and died. He had been the only one of our crew who was married and had a kid." Of the 754 bombers the U.S. AAF sent into Germany on April 24, 1944, the day of the 303rd's mission to Oberpfaffenhofen, 12 went into Switzerland. During the next few months, the number of U.S. AAF bombers that recovered into Switzerland and Sweden rose at a rate that caused anxiety at the highest levels of leadership. During May, June, and July 1944, there were 18, 38, and 41 diversions, respectively. Rumors that many of the ships were barely damaged, or not damaged at all, greatly alarmed Arnold, the U.S. AAF's chief. He wrote to Spots that reports indicated the attitudes of the bomber crewmen were lacking in many instances, and characterized by lack of respect, amounting to near hatred, for certain very senior leaders, disgust with the influence of political expedients on tactical and strategical, employment, lack of desire to kill Germans, lack of understanding as to the political necessity for fighting the war, general personal lassitude with consequent lack of patriotic enthusiasm for their jobs. Of particular concern was the need to maintain the tempo of the strategic bombing effort without utterly breaking the crews. Arnold urged Spots to get green crews into action as soon as possible to relieve some of the pressure on hard-used veterans. There also followed various investigations and reports by Arnold's hand-picked officers. It was concluded that although the numbers of aircraft landing in the neutral countries had increased, so had the number of aircraft that had been sent on operations. Moreover, it was determined that the accusations of cowardice had been greatly exaggerated, and that the vast majority of landings in the neutral countries were justified. Ultimately, the issue was resolved to a great degree after D-Day, as the Allies penetrated into France and advanced landing grounds became available on the continent. In the end, 3 crews from the 303rd diverted into Switzerland during the war, while none recovered into Sweden, although a handful of damaged ships fell short while making the attempt. As a PFF pilot, Don Stulil often flew with squadron and group commanders. Indeed, he flew several times with Travis, the commander of the 41st Combat Bombardment Wing. He sat in the co-pilot seat and took constant notes during the missions, Stulil said. He was all business, but he was a pretty good pilot, too. I was flying as his pilot when he was hit, Stoolil said. It was the mission to Berlin on April 29, 1944. We were on our way back, and we ran into a little bit of flak near Magdeburg. There came a burst, and a little piece of shrapnel came through the windscreen and nicked him above the left eye. And he immediately slumped over. It wasn't a big wound, but it was bleeding. Stoolil watched blood seep down Travis's left cheek and considered what happened to young officers who got their wing commander killed. And then he started to regain consciousness, Stoolil said. He finally sat up. I called the waist gunner, George Green, up to the cockpit. He was pretty good with bandages, and had him fix the general up. He wound a big white bandage around Travis's head so that it almost looked like he was wearing a turban. Anyway, he was fine, and was so proud of that bandage that he showed up that night at the officers' club with it still on. He got the Purple Heart for that cut above his eye. Meanwhile, George Buskey, the tail gunner aboard the Jersey Bounce Jr., who had been so horrifically wounded during the mission to Bremen on December 20th, 1943, struggled to stay alive. He still fought infections, and his abdominal cavity was afflicted with abscesses that refused to heal. Moreover, wounds on his legs that had initially seemed minor when compared to the massive trauma to his chest and abdomen became infected. Buskey's weight fell to 88 pounds. His doctors, in an experiment to increase his weight and ward off malnutrition, administered reconstituted dried human plasma. Despite the intensive medical care, his condition deteriorated further. He fell into periodic comas, and his breathing grew irregular. It was apparent that he was going to die. I was finally finished. Although the required mission count, that is, opportunities to die, had been increased from 25 to 30 since he had stopped flying in combat, Eddie Deerfield returned to flight status on March 6, 1944, and flew 16 more missions during the next 2 months. In that time, a shot-out tailwheel on April 11th nearly ended in a catastrophic crash landing, and on April 24th, during the Oberpfaffenhofen mission, the aircraft he was aboard was shot up so badly it nearly went into the North Sea. Deerfield had gone into the drink with the Cogswell crew several months earlier. When the pilot told me to start sending SOS signals so that air-sea rescue could fix our location, I thought to myself that there was no way I was going to be lucky enough to survive 2 ditchings. Fortunately, we made it back to England. The mission scheduled against Saarbrücken on May 11, 1944, was to be Deerfield's 30th and final combat sortie. It was not the 303rd's finest hour. Of the 40 aircraft the group scheduled for the effort, 3 were badly damaged when the brakes on one failed and it collided with 2 others. The 303rd's remaining bombers made it to Saarbrücken, where enemy fighters were kept away by American escorts. But the escorts could do nothing about the flak, which was exceedingly accurate. That accuracy tested and broke Deerfield's string of luck. Shrapnel blew a hole through the radio compartment wall, and metal splinters from the skin of the B-17 lacerated the left side of his face. The 303rd made 2 abortive runs against the marshalling yards at Saarbrücken, but haze obscured the target, and the radar equipment aboard the radar-equipped ships was shot up. Only a portion of the aircraft released their bombs, and the results were poor. Rather than make a 3rd run through devastating anti-aircraft defenses that had already hit every one of the group's ships and sent one of them tumbling earthward in flames, the formation diverted to a target of opportunity, the marshalling yards at Völklingen, where the remaining aircraft dropped their bombs. It wasn't until we were back over the North Sea and descending that I realized I had been hit, Deerfield said. My face was gashed just below my left eye, but at high altitude the wound froze almost immediately, and there was no pain. It wasn't until we got into warmer air that the cuts opened up and started bleeding. I called the pilot on the interphone to tell him I'd been hit. An ambulance waited for Deerfield when his ship touched down. I celebrated the completion of my 30th mission that night in the hospital, he said. I was finally finished. Milo Schultz remembered how the second run at Saarbrücken cost the lives of several of his 303rd comrades. We turned at the IP and started our bomb run through very heavy flak. We ended by not dropping our bombs because the group bombardier, George Orbis, couldn't see the target for late afternoon haze and smoke blowing down from the Ruhr. The group made a 180-degree turn and came back without changing altitude into that horrendous anti-aircraft fire. We were flying alongside Captain Johnny Long. One of our waist gunners saw his plane get a direct hit and go down. Johnny was killed, along with several of his crew. I always remembered him, because he slept at the far end of our barracks, and he had a nude picture of a beautiful gal at his bedside. The bomber crews hated to make more than one pass over a target, as they did that day over Saarbrücken. Doing so was virtually equivalent to flying 2 missions. Arguably, it was worse, as the anti-aircraft gunners had time to fine-tune their firing solutions during the time between the first run and the second or third or later runs. The formation leaders were often compelled to make more than one pass when weather temporarily obscured the target or when the lead bombardier experienced equipment failures or self-induced targeting miscues. And, as described by Warren Kotz, a navigator with the 427th, bomb runs were occasionally aborted when other bomb groups mistakenly flew into the way. This was the case during the mission to Abbeville, France, on July 10, 1943. No bombs dropped from our group. Groups 379, 381, and 384 cut underneath our group, so lead bombardiers didn't drop bombs. Snafu. We all saw target in our ship and could have bombed. As effective as the German anti-aircraft fire was, it would have been more so had the U.S. AAF's flyers not developed tactics intended to foil it. Those tactics were built upon an understanding of how the flak guns worked and how they were employed. A training film solicited the men, "Let's have a look at this flak business." It subsequently described in very basic terms how a typical German anti-aircraft gun worked. The heavy gun destroys aircraft by using a time-fused shell to put a large explosive burst in the near vicinity of the target aircraft. The men learned that it took approximately 1 second for an anti-aircraft round to climb 1,000 feet. For instance, if a shell was fired directly at a formation at an altitude of 27,000 feet flying at 200 miles per hour, the formation would have traveled nearly 2 miles before the shell reached the point at which it was originally aimed. Accordingly, the German gunners were compelled to lead, or aim ahead of, their targets. This was explained by the training film. First, the aircraft is picked up in an optical sight and held on the crosshairs. The sight keeps tracking it continuously, obtaining its direction and angular height, while the stereoscopic rangefinder determines the altitude. At night or in bad weather, the aircraft may be tracked solely by radar. Whether tracked by optical sight or by radar, the information is fed by electric cable to a director. This mechanical quiz kid digests the data and automatically computes the right lead, setting the guns so that they will fire not at where the target is now, but at where it will be at the end of the shell's time of flight. Exploiting this considerable time of flight was the key to survival for the American bomber crews. The Germans practiced a technique called continuously pointed fire, wherein one or more batteries fired at a formation until it passed out of range. In heavily defended areas, the formations often came into firing range of another set of guns, which received updated firing solutions. However, those updated firing solutions, accounting for altitude and course, took at least 5 seconds. The director subsequently pushed the new data to the batteries which set the individual guns. This required at least another 5 seconds. The shells, once fired, were on an irreversible course, and it took 25 seconds or so to reach the bombers, assuming they were flying at an altitude of 25,000 feet. The training film urged the bombermen to take advantage of the physical and temporal constraints to which the Germans were shackled. Never fly one flight path for longer than the number of seconds you are up in thousands of feet. Maneuvering every 25 seconds causes the flak to burst on a course you're no longer flying. The gunner must reconfigure a firing solution for the new course you just took up before he can fire again. Of course, so long as the bomber pilots made regularly timed yet unpredictable heading and altitude changes, It was impossible for the Germans to obtain a perfect firing solution. "Keep those gunners guessing," the film urged. Certainly, the Germans understood this and adapted. One technique they used was to shadow the American formations with an aircraft whose crew radioed exact airspeeds and altitudes to anti-aircraft direction centers. Charles Ziesch of the 427th Bomb Squadron was aboard Miss Lace during the August 24, 1944 mission to Merseburg. He recalled the Germans doing exactly this, with a twist. "Looking out to the rear of our formation, I saw a B-17 quite a distance behind, and I called to our tail gunner to check and see if he could make out the markings and whether she might be in trouble. As far as he could tell, she seemed to be flying at the same speed and altitude. However, as we approached the IP, he called back to say she was peeling off. This confirmed our suspicions that the Germans had captured one of our B-17s, repaired it, and used it to fly behind our formation and call in our airspeed and altitude to the anti-aircraft batteries on the ground, thus providing perfect accuracy." Whether or not the aircraft was a captured B-17 is uncertain. However, the Germans did indeed reconstitute and fly damaged B-17s that came down on the continent. In fact, the first B-17 the Germans returned to flying condition was from the 303rd. Wolfhound was downed on the mission to Rouen on December 6, 1942. Shot up and harried by Me-109s and FW-190s, the pilot, Paul Flickinger, crash-landed it near Melun. The crew destroyed the ship's sensitive equipment and fled. Of the 10 men making up the crew, 4, including Flickinger, were captured and 6 evaded and returned to Molesworth. Wolfhound was repaired and flown by the Germans 3 months later, during March 1943. Another German adaptation made up with volume of fire what it lacked in finesse. Defending batteries were directed to simply saturate a portion of the sky, a barrage box, through which it was anticipated the bomber formations had to fly to reach the target. Maneuvering did no good, as the anti-aircraft fire wasn't aimed, and there was a good chance that changes in altitude or heading would get a formation into more trouble than not. Caught in a barrage box, it was better to simply hold a steady course that got the formation through the flak as quickly as possible. Indeed, because the barrage boxes were often close to the target, the aircraft were in their bomb runs anyway, and the crews had no other choice than to hold a steady course. Robert Butcher's diary entry for the attack on Hamburg on June 18, 1944, describes what must certainly have been a barrage box. It was his 6th mission. "I never prayed so hard in all my life. It is just the good Lord that brings us through. Low overcast over target, bombed by PFF. The flak was a solid black wall just a little to our left. I wonder now if I will make it." The primary German heavy anti-aircraft gun was the 8.8 centimeter or 88 millimeter series of guns that were first prototyped in 1928. They were universally called 88s by the Americans, or simply flak guns. The word flak was an abbreviation of the German word for an air defense gun, Fliegerabwehrkanone. The weapons were improved through the 1930s and into the war years, and were produced in prodigious numbers. Indeed, more than 20,000 examples of 3 variants, mostly Flak 18s, Flak 36s, and Flak 37s, were produced, of which more than 10,000 were in service as anti-aircraft guns by late 1944. They were also used effectively as anti-tank weapons throughout the war. The rounds weighed approximately 20 pounds and were fired at a rate of about 18 per minute. Although the maximum firing altitude exceeded 35,000 feet, effectiveness dropped off above 25,000 feet. Ideally, each gun was serviced by a crew of 10 men. In practice, as manpower grew short, the crew sizes shrank and were increasingly made up of old men, teenage boys, and women. Indeed, one of those boys was Josef Ratzinger, who eventually became Pope Benedict XVI. As terrifying and effective as the German flak defenses were, it still required approximately 4,500 anti-aircraft rounds, on average, to knock down a bomber. Such defenses obviously consumed a staggering amount of resources. Had the Germans developed proximity fuses, as did the British and Americans, their guns would have been much more effective. Instead, they waited too long to field any significant improvements. It wasn't until April 1945 that an experimental round, a Doppelzünder, was trialed with both a contact fuse and a traditional timed fuse. On April 9, 1945, flak defenses in Munich used the new round to knock down 13 bombers at an average expenditure of only 370 rounds per aircraft. New radar promised to enhance the effectiveness of the guns even more. Such improvements, had they been fielded only a year or so earlier, might have grounded the Allied strategic bombing offensive. The damage the 303rd's bombers sustained was not always caused by the Germans. Shell casings from other bombers' spent .50 caliber machine gun rounds sometimes lodged in engines or dented the aircraft. However, the Fluss was hit by a more unusual object. Donald Berkenseer, the navigator, was surprised by a loud pop and the rush of air through a hole in the very tip of the ship's plexiglass nose. He looked down at his feet and picked up a perfectly round piece of plexiglass and a frozen peanut butter sandwich made from a hamburger bun. It had been tossed from one of the ships at the front of the formation. In fact, the guilty party could have been the 360th James Geiger crew. He remembered the food that the crews were given. They sent up peanut butter sandwiches, but they froze solid so we couldn't eat them. We threw them out and hoped they'd hit a German on the head and shorten the war up a little. You'll be sorry. Richard Dick Johnson was born on March 10, 1922, in Piqua, Ohio. At this time, Dad was working at a pool hall restaurant owned by Dick Shepherd. He told Dad that if I was a boy and they named me after him, he would buy me my first pair of long pants. So my first name became Richard. Unfortunately for Dick Shepherd, he never got to buy me those long pants, as his girlfriend did him in with a handgun when I was about 4 years old. Johnson and his older brother went to an integrated grade school with a family of boys who later became famous as the Mills Brothers. They were the first black singing group to have a regular radio show. Don Gentili, who grew up to become one of the nation's greatest fighter aces, was a year older than Johnson and also attended the school. Johnson was surrounded by family at Piqua and, despite losing a younger brother to rheumatic fever, had many happy memories there. Sometimes the children picked up fallen apples from a nearby orchard. Grandma Bert fussed about us gathering apples without being invited, but she made apple pies out of them anyhow. We were one big happy family in those days, but it didn't last. The Johnsons hit the road as the Great Depression choked the nation. The family moved to Detroit for a short time and then headed to Houston, where they squatted in an abandoned house. There followed several more moves. The family sharecropped a derelict farm in the piney woods where much of what they ate, including armadillos, was scavenged. There followed another move to another abandoned homestead in Arkansas. One night, Dad and the neighbor caught a groundhog that was so big that I thought it was a small bear. It was so tough that we couldn't eat it, and Dad later joked it was so tough that you couldn't even cut the gravy. Following a stint on a strawberry farm, the Johnsons moved to Naylor, Missouri, where Johnson's paternal grandfather lived. Their lives stabilized somewhat, and Johnson attended Pig Ankle Grammar School, while the family sharecropped cotton and sorghum. When the cotton crop matured, Johnson, his parents, and his brother picked about 600 pounds each day. This made us about $6 a day, which was better money than we had ever made as a family. But we still envied the black family that lived near us. They were so good at their job that they could pick 400 pounds each. They told us that we too could pick that much if we didn't stop to straighten the kinks from our backs so often. The family eventually moved to Illinois, and Johnson's life became more normal. He graduated high school in 1940 and at the end of the year moved to Norfolk, Virginia to find work. He eventually landed a job with the Prestolite Company, which produced acetylene welding gas. He was there when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. After more time at Prestolite, he entered the aviation cadet program, earned his wings, was made a B-17 co-pilot, and arrived at Molesworth during early May 1944. As a B-17 co-pilot, Johnson was a great deal of time and a great deal of geography removed from his past as the cotton-picking child of a struggling sharecropper. Although he was fully qualified on the B-17, he was still awed at the sight of the great flying war machine that was the 303rd. There were so many B-17s that they couldn't be easily counted. After we got settled, and after hearing "You'll be sorry" a few times, we did the latest schooling. We learned that we had a 40% chance of finishing our tour of duty without being shot down or wounded, and if shot down, there was a 50% chance of survival from that, giving us an 80% chance of surviving the war. Indeed, those numbers were very much on the mark. The 8th Air Force put just more than 100,000 men into combat during the period from 1942 to 1945. Of that number, approximately 41,000 men were shot down. Of those who went down, nearly 20,000 were killed. When it is considered that these numbers included fighter pilots, who enjoyed better survivability rates, it is apparent that the information given to Johnson was quite accurate. The United States recognized the increasingly sophisticated nature of Germany's anti-aircraft defenses even before becoming a combatant and took steps to mitigate their effectiveness. The concept for one of these efforts was a glide bomb, the GB-1, which was a winged, gyroscopically stabilized bomb intended to be dropped from distances well outside the ranges of defending anti-aircraft guns. The GB-1's glide performance was such that it flew 1 mile for each 1,000 feet it descended. For instance, released from 20,000 feet, it had a range of 20 miles. It was considered that a weapon of this sort, with a large enough warhead, and accurately guided, might be capable of breaking up strongly fortified submarine pens or other hardened targets. Rather than a purpose-built winged bomb, the GB-1 was a primitive twin-boom glider made of wood and steel and fitted to a standard 2,000-pound M34 bomb. It had a 12-foot wingspan and was designed to be suspended from the B-17, 2 per bomber, via shackles fixed to each wing between the inboard engines and the fuselage. It was a bulky arrangement that flew for the first time during November 1941. Despite its crude appearance and rudimentary technology, the GB-1 and everything about it was highly classified under the name of Grapefruit. The secrecy surrounding the weapon had nothing to do with its effectiveness, as U.S. AAF staffers were unimpressed with its poor accuracy long before it was sent overseas. When released from 20,000 feet, the GB-1 could only be reasonably expected to hit targets the size of Dayton, Ohio. Valuable work was in fact being done to develop an accurate radio guidance system during 1942, but Henry Arnold, ever impatient, ordered the GB-1 into production without it. Instead, the bomb was equipped with a crude autopilot that was readily available but could do nothing more than hold a heading as the bomb descended. The bomb could not be guided while in flight. Arnold's decision made little sense and guaranteed the GB-1's failure. Ground crewmen were trained to assemble, check, and load the GB-1s during late 1942 at Eglin Airfield in Florida before being sent overseas to one of the 3 bomb groups that made up the 41st Combat Bombardment Wing, the 303rd at Molesworth, the 379th at Kimbolton, and the 384th at Grafton Underwood. The 303rd received 19 of these specially trained men. That the program was poorly organized and executed is indicated by the fact that air crews didn't train with the GB-1 until nearly a year later, during October 1943, at Brooksville, Florida. Following the specialized training, the air crews were sent to England. GB-1 components started to arrive at Molesworth during mid-October 1943, despite the fact that the 8th Air Force had earlier declared that it was not interested in the weapon. The specially trained ground crews, who had spent most of the year performing routine maintenance tasks on the 303rd's aircraft, went to work putting the secret weapons together. Robert Brassel was one of those men. Our immediate job was an expedited effort to unload, assemble, and prepare the glide bombs. Each assembled glide bomb had to be hoisted and delicately balanced prior to a final tightening of the 2 steel bands that attached the glider wing section to the 2,000-pound explosive. About 50 glide bombs were assembled, placed on steel cradles, and stored in an outdoor area of the bomb dump. A practice sortie was flown over the North Sea on November 11, 1943, during which a number of malfunctions were experienced. Not surprisingly, a consensus was reached that additional training and more practice missions were needed. And then nothing happened. One reason that the weapons weren't used immediately was that fine weather with almost unlimited visibility was required. The target had to be visible from well outside the ideal launch range of approximately 20 miles, and the weather during late 1943 and into early 1944 was typically foul. Moreover, at that time, German fighters were a greater threat than anti-aircraft guns, and the B-17s were especially slow, unwieldy, and vulnerable when burdened with two of the cumbersome glide bombs. Without any sort of guidance system other than the autopilot that held a specific heading, they were aimed visually from long range. As directed by the bombardier, at about 25 miles from the target, the pilot nosed the aircraft into a shallow dive and descended at approximately 1,500 feet per minute, while accelerating to an indicated airspeed of between 190 and 200 miles per hour. After leveling off at roughly 20,000 feet, he held the aircraft steady for 20 seconds in order to give the bomb's gyroscopes time to stabilize. At that point, at about 18 miles from the target, both GB-1s were released. The rudimentary autopilot, if it worked, kept the bombs on course. The GB-1s, because they were area weapons, were distinctly unsuited for the sort of precision bombing that the 8th Air Force endeavored to practice. Because of that fact, and because the weapons were difficult to use, and additionally, in light of the reality that they weren't available in large numbers, they were little more than the strategic bombing equivalent of a party trick. No one seriously believed that they were capable of making a meaningful contribution to the war effort. An attempt was finally made to use the GB-1s on April 26, 1944. However, the weather deteriorated and the mission was recalled before the continent was reached. The horse that followed that cart was a practice mission the next day. Dick Johnson arrived at Molesworth during that time and recalled the odd-looking weapons. When our crew arrived at the 303rd Bomb Group in early May, a strange sight greeted us. The barracks for the 427th Squadron, to which we were assigned, were on the airdrome, and all along the armament roads were stacked row upon row of some strange flying machines. Little did Johnson know that he would be taking a pair of those strange flying machines into combat a short time later. Johnson, like most of the men making up the crews for the upcoming mission, was a relative neophyte in the context of the GB-1. Most of the men who had been so carefully trained on the secret weapon back in the States had already finished their tours or been shot down. Specially trained or not, a group of pilots was selected to take the GB-1 into combat on May 28, 1944. The target was the Eiffeltor marshalling yard at Cologne. The 41st Combat Bombardment Wing's 3 groups were tasked with putting up 20 GB-1 loaded bombers each, along with another 20 aircraft to participate in conventional bombing operations that same day. The GB-1 armed aircraft made up only a small fraction of the 1,341 heavy bombers that the 8th sent against targets in Germany on that date. The 303rd's ground crews worked through the night of May 27th and into the morning of May 28th to get 2 of the crude weapons loaded onto each of the 20 bombers. Although one of the 303rd's aircraft aborted, the briefing and takeoff went well, and the formations from the 303rd, the 379th, and the 384th joined and started for the North Sea as they struggled to haul their GB-1s to altitude. Brigadier General Robert Travis, the commander of the 41st, led the mission from aboard the 303rd's Tiny Angel. Gordon Bale was the ball turret gunner aboard Thunderbird with the 303rd's 359th Bomb Squadron. At the North Sea, our fighter escort met us. It would have been difficult for any bandits to have challenged us this day. Fighter escort was below us and above us. In fact, the 58 aircraft making up the unique formation were unmolested by the Luftwaffe's fighters as they made their way across France and into Germany. The weather over Cologne, as forecast, was spectacularly clear, and the formation took up a northeasterly heading preparatory to releasing the GB-1s. About 20 miles from the city was a road running north and south, said Gordon Bale. This was to be our dropping point. Spotting the road at a distance, we started a shallow dive. Airspeed built up quickly. The old lady began vibrating. Noise increased as George Sereny eased her up to the speed required for releasing the grapefruit. My ball turret was whistling. Hank Prussman, our bombardier, called bombs away. Away they went. Dick Johnson was the co-pilot aboard Betty Jane, and his recollections were similar to Bale's. We were to bomb by groups, and our squadron, the 427th, went in first. Starting at 140 miles per hour, indicated airspeed, we started a shallow dive until we reached 208 miles per hour. At this point, we leveled off for a few seconds and released the bombs nearly 18 miles from the target while flying at 195 miles per hour. Unfortunately, our bombs, as well as those of the other two groups following, mostly spun in and exploded in fields 15 miles from the target. Bale remarked on the errant GB-1s, "They dropped about 300 to 400 feet straight down, straightened up, and began gliding in a zigzag course. Some of the bombs must have gotten their gyros dumped. Some went into tight nose-down spins, some went into flat spins, and some did acrobatics. It was quite a show. We made a turn to the right and headed back to England." Black flak bursts appeared in the distance over Cologne, but the anti-aircraft gunners were firing into empty skies. None of the GB-1 bombers came close to the city, and for the most part, neither did most of the GB-1s. It is estimated that less than a third of the 109 weapons that were released, 38 from the 303rd, actually made it to Cologne. "From the ball turret," Gordon Bale said, "I kept my eyes on the city of Cologne. We had been headed homeward for almost 5 minutes when I saw the first explosion. A giant burst of flame and smoke leaped skyward from one section of the city. A geyser of water leaped from the river running through the city. It must have been a half-mile high to have been seen from such a distance at such clarity. We probably killed a few fish with that one. I counted 18 explosions before the city passed from view." The effects of the raid on the Eiffelturm marshalling yard were essentially nil. The mission, for all the effort and money that was spent on the GB-1, not to mention the secrecy and special training, was a failure. The 8th's staff was unimpressed, and the GB-1s were never used again. When it is considered that the very real shortcomings of the GB-1 were understood beforehand, it is difficult to believe that there was a compelling operational reason for the May 28th mission against Cologne. Certainly it was encouraging that no aircraft were lost, but neither did the GB-1s inflict any meaningful hurt on the Germans. The GB-1 bombers would have done just as well had they never left their bases. It is likely that pressure from Arnold or his staff is what induced the 8th to at least try the weapons on which so many resources had been spent. It was speculated that the failure of most of the GB-1s to hold a steady course after being released was because the batteries that drove the gyroscopes were exhausted. Johnson recalled, "The stacks of bombs sat on the ground for so long that many of the batteries failed to hold charge, and so the 41st Combat Bombardment Wing ordered 100 new ones from the States. The Exide Battery Company said that they no longer made this type of battery, and that they would have to set up a complete assembly line, and therefore could produce no less than several thousand batteries. After all the hassle back and forth, the batteries arrived at Molesworth after the mission was over. After it was decided to not fly any more glide bomb missions, the mechanics of the 427th Squadron used these batteries in an innovative lighting system for the barracks." Aside from the batteries, the crates in which the GB-1 components were shipped to Molesworth were another windfall. They were constructed of furniture-grade black walnut. With the nation fully mobilized for a war in which expediency often took precedence over thrift, such waste was not uncommon. Happily, though, the wood was salvaged, cut and finished into an exceptional bar at one of Molesworth's enlisted clubs. It was arguably the best thing to come out of the GB-1 project. I sure do get homesick at times. The nature of air combat created scenarios and circumstances that could never have been foreseen. The reactions of the men to these situations generated unintended consequences. Such was the case on the May 19, 1944 mission to Berlin. Milo Schultz, the navigator aboard Eyes Available 2, recalled, As we approached the target area of the city with the bomb bay doors open and prepared to drop on the lead bombardier's bombs away, Ralph Sutterth, our bombardier, leaned back on his seat in front of me to kick the switch to drop bombs in train, one after another at pre-planned intervals. All of a sudden, he fell off his seat and onto me. While he was on me, the lead plane's bombs went away, and the group started to turn away. With his crewmate flailing atop him and the 303rd turning away from the target, Schultz had precious little time to react. I figured there was not time to let the bombs go in train, so I reached over and kicked the salvo switch, releasing all the bombs at once. Letting 2.5 tons of bombs drop all at once makes the plane jump very quickly. Don Johnston had to react fast to keep us from colliding with another plane in our squadron. I always wondered what damage I did, or how many people I killed, maybe women and children, because those 500-pound bombs dropping in one spot was like a blockbuster. Only God knows. Allied air commanders were growing increasingly frustrated that raids against the German aircraft industry were failing to achieve the desired effects. In fact, the Germans were in the process of dispersing their aircraft manufacturing centers to smaller plants that were less appropriate for aerial bombardment. Indeed, aircraft production increased through the spring and summer of 1944. On the other hand, those same Allied leaders began to appreciate that oil was a much more critical resource for the German war machine than they had previously supposed. Fuel was necessary to power trucks, tanks, ships, and aircraft. Without it, the Third Reich would be crippled. Karl Spaatz, in particular, lobbied with some success during the early spring of 1944 for a hard-hitting campaign against oil targets. That campaign gained momentum slowly. As part of that effort, the 8th sent more than 1,000 aircraft against a set of synthetic oil plants on May 28, 1944. The raid was duly covered in the press, just as most missions were. The Lincoln Evening Journal of Lincoln, Nebraska, reported, "The main force of flying fortresses and liberators concentrated its firebombs and explosives on synthetic oil plants at Merseburg, Zeitz, and Lützgendorf, Laugstedt, all within a 20-mile radius of Leipzig in central Germany. 93 German planes were shot down, 32 by bombers and 61 by escorting fighters, against a loss of 34 bombers and 13 fighters." The article did not dwell on the loss of the 34 bombers and the approximately 340 men who manned them, but went on to discuss other aspects of the raids. That lives were lost in the raid is implicit in the article, as well as others that covered similar missions throughout the war. Nevertheless, those lost lives are listed as numbers, not names. Consequently, it is worthwhile to examine the official and personal details of the loss of an individual within a crew, as it was men, rather than numbers, that died on the great bombing raids over Europe. Asa Livingston was a B-17 crewman, a waist gunner from Salt Lake City, Utah. During early 1944, he was the product of an American training machine that was in full stride, and he was one of many thousands of American flyers readying for overseas duty. The nation's plans to prepare virtually an entire generation for war had seemed overly ambitious even a couple of years earlier. But by mid-war, those plans were being fully realized. Livingston, part of the Albin Dieterman crew, arrived at Kearney Army Airfield, Nebraska, on March 18, 1944. The crew's training was essentially complete by that date, and the men had already been given a new aircraft, a B-17G, to ferry to England. They stayed at Kearney only long enough to receive a clothing issue and a final flight physical before being ordered overseas. Livingston outlined what he believed was before him in a letter home. "We won't go to combat for a while yet. First we will go to Scotland, probably, for some more training. After we get through with that, we should be pretty well trained. Then all I have to do is to complete 25 missions, and then I can come back to the States again. That shouldn't take so very long, and from the reports, they aren't losing very many planes on those raids anymore." Asa Livingston and the rest of the Dieterman crew were assigned to the 303rd's 358th Bomb Squadron, and they flew their first combat mission on April 30th, 1944. Livingston was at the right waist gunner position. The target was the Lyon-Bron Airdrome in France, and although the Luftwaffe made a showing, The only hurt the group sustained was a self-inflicted one. It occurred after the mission, when one of the group's ball turret gunners injured himself as he unloaded his guns. The crew flew their second mission, a short hop to Sottevas in the Pas-de-Calais region of France, on May 8, 1944. The group's bombs fell wide of the target, which was a V-1 installation. Livingston wrote to his parents the following day, May 9, 1944. As yet, I haven't heard from any of you yet, but my mail isn't catching up with me very fast. I did receive a letter from Gloria, his new wife, last night, and she wasn't feeling any too well. I sure do worry about her. Well, I went to London on a pass and looked over the city. There were plenty of women there, but I didn't bother with any of them, because I already have one that I think too much of to go out with any others. The Dieterman crew flew their next missions on May 11th, May 12th, and May 15th, but Asa Livingston did not fly with them. Instead, a substitute, Edward Barteau, flew at the right waist gun, Livingston's normal position. Livingston did not mention these missed missions in his letters home, and it is possible that he was ill. He rejoined his crew on May 19th, when the group hit Berlin. He wrote home 3 days later, on May 22nd. Sick, a letter from Gloria 3 days ago, and she says that she would probably be down to visit with you soon. I sure do wish that I was where she could come to visit me every once in a while, but I guess that I will just have to wait until this is all over and we can all be back home together. I sure do hope that it isn't too far off, because I sure do get homesick at times. As long as they keep me busy, I am all right, but when they don't, I get thinking about home, and I sure do get lonesome. Livingston was indeed kept busy during the next several days. He flew the mission to Saarbrücken on May 23rd, the mission to Berlin on May 24th, the mission to Blainville, France on May 25th, and the mission to Mannheim on May 27th. On May 26th, he sent another letter home. Oh yes, she, his wife Gloria, told me that she told you about the new addition we are going to have to our little family. I am proud and happy, but I do worry about her health so much. I know that it is going to be hard on her, but with the help of our Heavenly Father, I know she will be all right. Lately, I have thought about being grounded, but that would never do, because I would never live it down, and if my time comes to go, well, it will happen whether I am in the air or on the ground. Livingston's mention of coming off combat duty leads to speculation that similar thoughts might have compelled him to miss the missions earlier in the month. Yet there is no evidence to support such conjecture. On May 28th, the 303rd mounted 2 missions, one to Cologne and a second to Leipzig. The Dieterman crew was part of the mission to Leipzig, where the target was the Mulbus thermal electric power station. It was the crew's 5th mission in 6 days, and it was marked by aggressive German fighter attacks. While the group made for an alternate target at Ruta because the primary target was obscured, a group of approximately 20 FW-190s hit the 15 aircraft of the 303rd, heavily damaging 3 of them. But it was anti-aircraft fire that hit Dieterman's ship while the formation was turning toward the target. Francis Stender, a tail gunner in a nearby aircraft, described what happened in a statement for the Missing Aircrew report. The missing aircraft, Dieterman's, received a direct hit close to number 4 engine from anti-aircraft gunfire about 14:35 hours in the vicinity of Leipzig, Germany. The right wing immediately caught fire. The aircraft then slid under our aircraft on out to the right, past number 2 position. The right wing came off, and the missing aircraft then rolled over on its back and went down. As it did so, the tail came off about the entrance door. Personally, I saw no parachutes, but some of the others on the mission report seeing one. The Missing Aircrew Report, or MACR, for which Stender made his statement, was an official U.S. AAF document that described the circumstances associated with the loss of an aircraft, the personnel involved, eyewitness statements, and serial numbers of important equipment, such as the engines and machine guns, among other information. The AFPPA-11 was the individual casualty questionnaire and was completed by a witness for each casualty. The closely related AFPPA-12 was the casualty questionnaire and was filled out by survivors. Robert Assman, the Dieterman crew's radio operator, completed these questionnaires post-war. When possible, as in the case of the Dietermann crew, German records supplemented the original report post-war. In fact, the MACR shows that 3 men, possibly 4, parachuted from the stricken ship. The pilot, Albin Dietermann, was thrown from the aircraft with only one of his parachute snaps connected to his harness. Still, he made it safely to the ground and was captured at Pomsen by a German soldier who told him, "If you were English, I would have shot you." It is possible that the German was upset by the indiscriminate night bombing practiced by the RAF's Bomber Command. Wayne Cope, who was flying as the right waist gunner, Livingston's normal position, was actually on the flight deck with Dietermann and co-pilot Irvin Fowler after the aircraft was hit. Like Dietermann, he parachuted to safety. Robert Assmann was blown out of the aircraft at some point and was the 3rd and last survivor. He recalled that a large section of the fuselage, from the radio room back, fell past him as he descended. Upon being made prisoner, he was told that 3 bodies were found in that particular piece of the bomber. Those bodies were of the engineer, Mervyn Hendrickson, the tail gunner, Albert Caracha, and Asa Livingston, the newly married father-to-be, who had manned the left waist gun position. In the front of the aircraft, the navigator, Jackson Palmer, and the bombardier, James McCamey, also perished. It was McCamey's first mission with the Dietermann crew. The crew's normally assigned bombardier, Lamar Ledbetter, obviously missed the mission. He flew the following day and finished his combat tour on September 5, 1944. The co-pilot, Irvin Fowler, was later reported by Cope to have been shot by civilians. The body of the crew's ball turret gunner, Manuel Vasquez, was not found with the wreckage. The Germans tallied the crewmen they captured and the men they knew to be dead and realized that one of the flyers was still missing, as they noted in one of several reports included with the MACR. According to state police and local police, 1 enemy flyer was presumed to be still at large and was being looked for by Army personnel and firemen. But Vasquez was not alive. Rather, he and the ball turret had been blasted away from the bomber. Even had he survived the initial explosion, he would have been doomed. There simply was not enough room in the ball turret for a gunner to wear a parachute, or even to keep one close at hand. A later German report, included in the MACR, described the eventual recovery of his body. On August 11, 1944, the corpse of the American flyer Manuel Vasquez, serial number 39693071T43-44B, was found in the fields near Boyka, about 12 kilometers east of Leipzig, in the process of decomposition. The report further detailed Vasquez's interment. The dead flyer was buried on August 12, 1944, 11 o'clock, on the Neuen Friedhof, New Cemetery, of Boyka, near Leipzig, western corner, in the presence of Police Chief John of Brandis and soldiers of Air Base Headquarters A-37-3. There is no compelling evidence to support Cope's report of Fowler's murder by German civilians. However, included in the MACR package is the German salvage report of the aircraft, which keeps the question open. It notes, at the place of crash, west of Albrechtshain, 4 kilometers southwest of Brandis, 5 dead crew members, whose identification was taken in hand at once, were found. Identification tags were found on 4 bodies. McCamey's was without. This meant that 1 body, aside from Vasquez's, was not found with the wreckage. Yet 6 bodies were reported buried by the Germans on May 31, 1944. It is possible that Fowler was captured and shot, and that his body was subsequently brought together with the bodies from the wreckage. In fact, German records of the incident were quite extensive. Another document recorded the burial arrangements for the dead crew members. The American aircraft, markings not to be found out because they had been cut out by the salvage detachment, was downed May 28, 1944, 14:30 English time, shown by the wristwatch of a crew member, above Boyka, and crashed near Boyka west of Wolfshain. There the 6 dead, Vasquez's body had not yet been recovered, had been recovered by state police. The report continued in detail. The bodies were undressed in the morgue of the old cemetery of Boyka. Salvage detachment Oschatz furnished the coffins and took all military equipment and private property along. Coffining and burial was accomplished by the detachment of the Execution Platoon 2, Brandis. The funeral took place in the presence of Master of State Police Jon from Brandis. The mayor of Boyka was not present. The report concluded with a description of the grave locations. The Germans salvaged the bomber as outlined in a report dated June 1, 1944. The aircraft, Boeing B-17G Fortress II, equipped with 4 radial engines Wright Cyclone 9, had crashed at 2 different places situated about 1,200 meters apart from one another. All secured implements, partly damaged very much, guns and ammunition are being shipped to the competent authorities. Wreckage of craft, saved to Airbase Brandis, is 90% destruction. Sick. Among the other related documents that Livingston's kin later received was his Purple Heart citation and, post-war, a letter notifying them of the location of his grave. These translated German records also indicated that he was buried in the new cemetery of Boyka, grave number 5, on 31 May 1944 at 5 o'clock p.m. Boyka is located just north of Albrechtshain. Livingston's mother received a Gold Star citation from the Salt Lake County chapter of the Service Star Legion, as visible evidence of its respect and lasting gratitude. It was the last citation in the world that a soldier's mother ever wanted to receive. Finally, Livingston's mother received a letter of solace from Scotty Bergstrom, the 19-year-old wife of one of his friends from his time in training. "We received your letter yesterday and have been feeling very badly about it ever since. It just doesn't seem possible anything could happen to Ace. He and my husband were together in Mississippi and were good buddies there and slept next to each other. Ace was a great guy, Mrs. Livingston. He used to talk about his family a lot. Bergie, her husband, and I got a room in a hotel, and Ace came up every night. He seemed to know everybody and was happy. I know you all miss him terribly. Ace knows that, and he doesn't want you to grieve for him. Yes, he does know, I'm sure, and I know that where he is, he's very happy. Let's be happy for him. He's better off than the rest of us. There's no night there." Ultimately, the families of 846 men of the 303rd Bomb Group received similar documents and expressions of sympathy and shared grief. These were the baby boys of 846 mothers and 846 fathers. Sex was a ubiquitous part of wartime life in England, especially London, the capital, and the locus of the Allied war effort in Europe. The urgency and danger of the war and the posting into the region of more than 1 million young, horny Americans, not to mention tremendous numbers of other Allied troops, created a sexually volatile dynamic. Dick Johnson recalled an experience. While walking with a girl on Piccadilly Circus one evening, a newsboy hawking the London Times yelled, "Hey, get your paper here." Then, in a Soto voice, he said to me, "Rubbers, I got 'em for sale." When I didn't pay any attention to him, he yelled, "Give her a go, Yank. She's 14. It was very embarrassing to me, Johnson said, and nearly every newsboy or street urchin would yell the same thing. I think that they meant that the age of consent in England was 14 at that time. I really didn't know. And prostitution was very much a part of wartime England. This was especially so in London, where many Americans, sexually charged and with money to spend, were stationed, and where many more spent their time off. Van White remembered walking a girlfriend home from Rainbow Corner near Piccadilly Circus. There was a little chapel on the way home. They kept a sign up front that said, "If you're tired of sin, please come in." On this particular day, there was a card tucked into the edge of the sign that said, "And if you're not, call me at Mayfair 7345. Dick Johnson recalled meeting a nice-looking young lady at Piccadilly Circus during his first pass to London. The two of them went into a pub and chatted amicably. The conversation took an awkward turn when Johnson's companion guessed he was a virgin and declared that she could relieve you of this burden for the bargain price of £3. It finally dawned on me that this gal was a mercenary, a Piccadilly commando, Johnson said. I wouldn't have believed it when we first started talking. Caught off guard, a bit self-conscious and embarrassed, and mindful of the risks of venereal disease, Johnson declined her thoughtful offer. So I lied that I had to catch the next bus back to base. She seemed miffed that I had wasted her time. Ben Smith, one of the 360th's radio operators, discovered during a walk through St. James Park near Buckingham Palace that sex was oftentimes very public. I was unprepared for what I saw, a plethora of ruttish couples gamboling and lying about the greensward, quite impervious to the passers-by. They simply spread newspapers over themselves to conceal their tender ministrations to each other. I was told something big was going on. The 303rd was in action, as was every Allied aviation unit in the European theater, to support the defeat of Nazi Germany. However, notwithstanding the proselytizing of the most ardent air power advocates, a second front in the West was imperative to victory. Eisenhower was determined that the Allied armies have every advantage possible when the time came to seize a foothold on the continent, and he made that clear to the leaders of the Allied air forces. Accordingly, the focus of the 8th Air Force was on tactical rather than strategic missions during the period immediately prior. The 8th, including the 303rd, was sent out to break anything and everything the Germans could use to resist the D-Day invasion. On June 2, 1944, the 303rd attacked gun emplacements at Daun, France. A second raid on the same day hit railroad marshalling yards at Juvisy. During the next 3 days, the group continued to hit gun emplacements all over northwest France, even though B-17s, as strategic bombers, were not particularly well suited to hit targets of this sort. Those tactically oriented missions aside, the effectiveness of the strategic bombing effort to which the Allied leadership had committed so many men and resources was validated. That leadership was overjoyed, even stunned, when the German Air Force offered no meaningful resistance whatsoever to the D-Day landings. Spaatz was particularly pleased and noted, "The concentrated attacks on the Luftwaffe, production and product, has paid the dividends that we have always envisioned, the dividend being beyond expectation." The 303rd's missions on the actual day of the invasion, June 6, 1944, were, like those of the 8th's other heavy bomb groups, intended to break up lines of communication and to confuse and terrorize German ground troops. Accordingly, the thick clouds that blanketed the landing beaches and the areas beyond did not stop all the bombers from dropping their loads. Aim points were moved away from friendly positions as required, or the aircraft went to alternate targets. Don Stulil, the PFF pilot, flew to Molesworth from Chelveston the night before D-Day. I was told something big was going on, and that we were flying with the 303rd. I gathered my crew and got over there okay, but couldn't find anywhere to sleep, so I spent the night in an easy chair in the pilot lounge. Stulil flew the lead aircraft on the 303rd's 2 effective D-Day missions. General Travis flew with me on the second. It went well, but when I landed, I bounced the plane a couple of times, and he gave me a look. That bothered me a little bit, because I had been up since the previous night, and had already flown the lead aircraft on one mission that day. I was exhausted. Still, Stulil wasn't too exhausted to appreciate the history he not only witnessed through breaks in the clouds, but also helped to create. The stream of ships running across to France was incredible. There were so many, and they were so well organized that it's impossible to explain the sight of it. During the first mission, the battleships and cruisers and destroyers were still shooting beyond the beach, and that was something to see. By and large, the D-Day missions, of which the 303rd flew 3, were anticlimactic. Thousands of Allied fighter sorties kept the Luftwaffe away, and there was little anti-aircraft fire. Perhaps the biggest danger of the day for the 303rd's crews was the takeoff, as many of the aircraft were carrying not only full internal bomb loads, but also a 1,000-pound bomb under each wing. Indeed, after takeoff, the 303rd's Bonnie B clawed through the air just a few feet above the ground and actually flew through a haystack before gaining altitude. UPI reporter Walter Cronkite was aboard the 303rd's Shoo Shoo Baby, piloted by Robert Sheets. Like most of the 303rd's crewmen, Cronkite was dismayed that clouds obscured the formation's target. Our bomb bay doors were open, our bombs were armed to go off on contact, but we couldn't see the target, and we couldn't see our own planes flying in close formation on either side. Any collision would probably set off a chain explosion, wiping out the squadron. Cronkite was not a crewman, and he overdramatized the potential effects of a collision. Still, his hyperbole, considering the historic event, his avocation, and his ignorance, is understandable. Normally, bombs would be jettisoned over enemy country, but our orders forbade that. No one knew in that first hour where our airborne troops had landed, or even how far ashore the landing troops might have gotten. Ultimately, Shoo Shoo Baby returned to Molesworth with its bombs, as did about a third of the 303rd's aircraft that day. The post-invasion period vexed Spots and Doolittle and their prosecution of the strategic bombing campaign. Firstly, the 8th's priority, until released by Eisenhower, was to support Allied ground forces in France. This didn't mean that the entirety of the 8th's operations were completely suborned to the ground commander's needs, but the 8th was obligated to provide bomber support on the battlefield if the requirement was considered great enough. Indeed, the requirement was constantly considered great enough, as the 303rd flew 21 more missions during the rest of June, of which only 5 were to Germany. Additionally, the Germans began launching V-1 flying bombs against England on June 12th. The Allies had known of the V-1 and the more advanced V-2 ballistic missiles for some time. In fact, crossbow operations had targeted the sites related to these two programs since late 1943. But when more than 300 V-1s hit England on June 15th, the general outcry was such that Churchill approached Eisenhower, and Eisenhower subsequently told Spots that crossbow targets took precedence over all others. The problem was that V-1 targets, especially the launch sites, were widely dispersed, and heavy bombers were essentially incapable of hitting them. Consequently, masses of bombers bombed areas in which V-1 launch sites were believed to be hidden. The results were worse than dismal. The problem with these other priorities was that they detracted from the 8th's ability to pressure German industry. Bomber sorties that were wasted trying to hit unhittable V-1 sites were not available to strike oil or transportation targets. This was especially frustrating because summer was the bombing season, during which longer daylight hours made very long-range bombing missions deep into Germany easier. 2. The weather was best during this time. It galled Spots to order Doolittle and the 8th to chase after V-1 sites in the French countryside when those bombers might be better used against industrial targets in the heart of Germany. Another use of the 8th's heavy bombers during the summer of 1944 was their employment in support of Operation Cobra, the First Army's breakout from the Bocage countryside of Normandy. The concept was for American troops to advance immediately after a massive air and artillery bombardment that included more than 1,000 heavy bombers. It was a mission for which the B-24 and B-17 were not well suited. During 2 days, characterized by sketchy weather, beginning on July 24, 1944, the big bombers mistakenly killed 136 American troops. A soldier on the ground remembered, "The first waves of bombers were on target, but the heavy cloud of smoke started drifting back over the infantry, and then the bombers started dropping their bombs on our own troops. Many of our infantry were killed, wounded, and stunned by this terrible error, but the attack went on as planned. Of course, so too were many of the German defenders." While the rest of his 303rd friends quickly padded their mission counts with short missions that were mostly unopposed by German fighters during the period immediately after D-Day, Don Stoolil was idled. That was another downside to being a PFF pilot. Everyone I knew was racking up easy missions really quickly, but most of those targets weren't appropriate for PFF operations, which were meant for long-range penetration missions against factories and such. So, after D-Day, I sat around doing mostly nothing for a couple of weeks. It was a near miracle. George Buskey, the grievously injured tail gunner aboard the Jersey Bounce Jr. during the December 20th, 1943 mission to Bremen, stopped dying during the spring of 1944. The abscesses on his legs and inside his abdomen began to heal, and he gradually grew able to eat. He regained weight, in part due to fresh eggnog made possible by a sympathetic Anglican vicar who provided the eggs. Additional operations closed Buskey's wounds with skin grafts. Although his caregivers were awed at his recovery, they still worried that he might relapse, as abdominal infections could be quick and deadly. Consequently, it was with real reservations that they evacuated him to the States during late June 1944. To most of the 303rd's men, the 8th Air Force's strategic air war against Germany seemed, understandably, to be a long grind of deadly sameness. But that wasn't so. Being so close to it, or perhaps being exposed to it for only months rather than years, they didn't see that it was a war made up of several phases, and of specific campaigns occasionally punctuated by exceptionally brutal battles such as Schweinfurt and Oschersleben. For instance, many of the 303rd's early missions were small, relatively short-range efforts that took off and landed during daylight. They were frequently sent against U-boat-related targets typically defended by aggressive fighter pilots as well as anti-aircraft guns. However, the U-boat war was being won at sea rather than ashore by late 1943. Consequently, the raids were biased toward the more distant industrial targets. Moreover, per point blank, the Luftwaffe was increasingly targeted. It had to be neutralized prior to D-Day. This part of the air war reached a crescendo, with fighter escorts planned all the way to the targets during argument, although it continued through the invasion and beyond. And then there was the crush of tactical missions that were flown in support of the ground war during the summer of 1944. These were short missions flown in quick succession, during which there often was little opposition whatsoever. These didn't resemble the missions of 1942 and 1943 at all. Although long-range strategic efforts were still flown, they were not so numerous, and crews consequently tallied large numbers of missions during a relatively short period. The character of the air campaign changed again during the latter part of the summer of 1944 and into 1945, as the weight of the 8th Air Force, and the 15th Air Force in Italy, was thrown against oil, industrial, and transportation targets located deep inside Germany and even beyond. The strategic forces were at full strength, and massive raids were mounted on an almost daily basis. Although German fighters were less numerous and regularly harried by the U.S. AAF's fighter escorts, the Luftwaffe was still capable of deadly strikes. 2 anti-aircraft defenses were more concentrated and deadly. These were long, cold, bone-numbing missions that required the men to rise only hours after midnight. They often finished their debriefings and other duties just barely in time to get a few hours of sleep before rising and doing it all over again. Indeed, it is reasonably argued that if the air war was made up of a series of phases and campaigns, it can also, from a historical perspective, be divided into 2 parts. The first was that period from the time of the first missions up until D-Day, and the second was from D-Day until the close of the war. Although this is not a crisp delineation, the series of tactical missions performed after June 6, 1944, in support of the invasion forces, represent the transitional period. Certainly, the 303rd men who flew during this latter part were, by and large, not the men who flew during the group's initial combat operations. In fact, many of them were still in high school when the 303rd's original crews flew their first missions. They were, in effect, another generation who knew little or nothing of the men who preceded them. Frank Boyle was one of them. "I was born in Montpelier, Vermont in 1925, he said. "My father worked in the lumber business and abandoned us when I was 9 and my brother was 5. All that my mother wanted was to be a good wife, a good mother, and a good housekeeper. Instead, alone, she moved us to Nashua, New Hampshire, where she had grown up working in shoe mills and textile factories. There she raised us boys by cleaning other people's houses and doing their laundry 7 days a week. She never received any child support, not a dime. I know it was hard for her when we asked why we couldn't have bikes and the other sorts of things that our neighborhood friends had. But my mother had 8 sisters and a brother in Nashua," Boyle said, "and I had 40 cousins. We were a typical French-Canadian family and tight as ticks. We yelled and argued and fought with each other all the time, but we always closed ranks around family. Woe to the outsider who tried to do harm to any one of us. Keeping the family together and safe was very important, and we always had help when we needed it. My priority wasn't schoolwork, and I know that I wasn't always the best son. There was no father to take a belt to me when I needed it. but I worked various jobs and helped however I could. I set pins at a bowling alley where a horse and dog booking business was run in the back room, and I worked in various department and shoe stores. Although I didn't study as hard as I could have, I did pretty well in school, Boyle said. I had the lead in the senior play, and I won the senior essay writing contest. I skipped 4th grade and was only 16 when I graduated in the upper quarter from Nashua High School. But I was too young to join anything but the Boy Scouts, while all my friends had either been drafted into the service or enlisted. So I took a job working the night shift at Nashua Textile Company. I folded army blankets on an assembly line and was paid based on the number of blankets I folded. All through 1942 and into 1943, a time during which the 303rd's first generation of crews were pioneering daytime precision bombing operations, Boyle considered how he might do his part in the war. I didn't want to get eaten by sharks or get stabbed with a Jap or German bayonet. I got a call one morning from the mother of one of my closest high school friends. She asked if I wanted to go with their family to see her oldest son, Lieutenant Dick Messier, fly into Bois Field. He was flying fighters in the Navy. Well, I sure wasn't going to miss that. He came in with his cockpit open and a white scarf blowing in the wind. I'll never forget that picture and how he looked with his leather helmet and goggles. After we visited with him, he took off and waved to us. I knew that's what I wanted to do. But Boyle was still too young. I went to City Hall to enlist in the Navy the very next day. They laughed at me when I gave them my high school records and birth certificate. The sailor I talked with said I had to wait until I was 18. He told me that I might want to go next door to see the Army. He said the Army cheated on that sort of thing. The Army recruiter was happy to see Boyle and enlisted him immediately. I was going to be a fighter pilot. But his dream was short-lived. Early during processing and classification, on little more than pretense, Boyle was caught up in an unofficial draft for gunners. He was sent to aerial gunnery school and subsequently joined a B-17 crew. He arrived at Molesworth just after D-Day. The war became very real very quickly to Boyle. After supper, we enlisted men went out to our Nissen hut. They typically put 2 crews in one hut. As the new crew, we were assigned to the upper bunks, while the crew that had been there longer used the lower bunks. For a welcome, we were each given a bottle of English beer. It was much stronger than what we were used to. There were boards ripped from the bottoms of bomb crates nailed to the ceiling above our bunks. The boards listed the mission numbers, dates, and targets of the men who had slept in our bunks before us. None of the 5 boards above mine had more than 14 missions. The guys who had been there a while just shrugged and said that maybe I would be the first one to pass the 14 mission mark. Beds to which their owners would not return, and everything they signified, was a recurring and sobering theme in the 303rd. Indeed, it was a reality shared by every 8th Air Force flying unit. Eddie Deerfield recalled that the empty bunks were as solemn as grave markers at a cemetery. I became a sort of orphan within the bomb group. There were incidents during which men were lost or killed for reasons that were never determined. An example occurred during the mission of June 10, 1944, which hit the airfield at Bougnay, just southwest of Nantes. While the group formed after takeoff, the ship flown by Sam Oliver and his crew fell off to the left and into a dive. Oliver recovered the ship, Bam Bam, and climbed back to rejoin the 303rd's formation. Nevertheless, the aircraft once more dropped into a dive and subsequently started to spin. A short time later, an explosion blew the aircraft in half. Oliver, his co-pilot, and 4 others were killed, while 4 crewmen parachuted to safety. No cause was found for the mishap, although it was speculated that flight control problems were the culprit, that the controls might have been jammed somehow. Such a notion is plausible, but it seems unlikely that a pilot would choose to continue the mission after recovering from the first unplanned dive unless he believed that the problem was resolved. It is possible that the aircraft's automatic flight control equipment was somehow engaged and that it caused the aberrant maneuvers, but again, the pilot would likely have elected to return to base, and neither explanation accounted for the mid-air explosion. The ship was a veteran of 44 missions and had given good service to that point, although crewmen had earlier complained of strong gasoline fumes. It might be conjectured that fuel vapors doped the pilots stupid or unconscious. However, the B-17 was not a pressurized aircraft, and it was drafty. Consequently, it is questionable that the fumes could have become concentrated enough to cause such disorientation or to ignite and blow the aircraft apart. Ultimately, regardless of the cause, 6 men were dead, and not due to enemy action. Nothing could bring them back. That same mission provided an example that underscored another point. That is, when men were wounded badly enough to need extensive hospitalization, their association with the 303rd was abruptly terminated, usually for good. They went from their aircraft to the ambulance to a hospital and back to the States. Seldom were there opportunities for farewells. Men they had trained and lived and fought with were suddenly out of their lives forever. Such was the case with Milo Schultz, the navigator aboard Idoliza, on the June 10th mission to Bougnay. He was fairly relaxed. The D-Day invasion was proving successful and losses had been light. Enemy fighters failed to show on the way to the target, and there was little flak, but heavy anti-aircraft fire rose to meet them as they approached Bougnay. Over the target, as the bombs went away, a blast below the nose kicked my left leg. Schultz said, "I looked down and saw blood oozing out of my flying boot and running down the floor to the bulkhead. I called Don Johnston, the pilot, on the interphone to tell him I'd been hit." "There never was any pain, only numbness," said Schultz. "Don sent Abraham Barnum, the engineer, down to aid me. He gave me a shot of morphine and put a tourniquet on to stem the blood flow, which was freezing on the floor at 26,000 feet and 20 below zero. I don't recall the Toglier doing anything. Maybe he was in shock at seeing all the blood. We had to ease up on the tourniquet about every 20 minutes so that I'd have some blood in my veins," said Schultz. "With the morphine kicking in, I was a pretty happy flyer back to base. As we approached the field, Don fired off a red flare, signaling wounded on board. This procedure gave the pilot priority for landing. I don't recall if they took me out the front hatch door or whatever. The last I remember, I was in the operating room with the doctors taking my boots and shoes and cutting my pants." On the operating table, the doctors laid Schultz's leg open and scraped out all the bits of clothing, boots, and shrapnel that threatened to infect the wound. Because his fibula was shattered, there was no clean way to close the jagged gash. A wheeled razor sliced and peeled a neat 2-inch-wide strip of skin from another section of his leg. This unblemished skin was transplanted over Schultz's wound, medicated, and bandaged. I awoke sometime during the night at the station hospital to see a beautiful blonde nurse next to my bed. I think I drifted back to sleep and awoke the next morning to finally realize I had a cast on my left leg up to my thigh. Schultz spent several weeks recovering while the war went on and his comrades at the 303rd continued to fly, fight, and sometimes die. During the whirl of combat operations, there was little opportunity to visit recovering comrades. Don Johnston was the only member of our crew to visit me, Schultz said. Except for Johnston, the last time Schultz saw his crewmates was the day they pulled his bloody body from Idoliza. He was sent back to the States during October 1944 and was medically discharged almost a year later, following the surrender of Japan. There were other variations on the same theme. Because squadron rosters changed almost daily, as veteran crews departed, new crews arrived, and crews were shot down, there was no way for every man to know every other man in his own squadron. Consequently, men pulled from their own crews and assigned as substitutes to other crews for a particular mission often found themselves flying with strangers. Indeed, it was not unusual for a substitute crewman to climb aboard his assigned bomber and prepare his position without meeting everyone on the crew. William Fisher, a navigator with the 359th, offered an extreme example. On my third mission, I was pulled from my original crew to fly in Lieutenant J.W. Bailey's plane as deputy lead. After briefing, I entered the plane via the nose hatch. After our bomb run, we had 2 engines shot out, and we fell behind the formation. We were attacked by German fighters. The pilot ordered the crew to bail out, which I and the enlisted crew did. but as I heard later, the pilot and co-pilot remained in the plane for a while and eventually bailed out into Free France. The rest of us were captured and became POWs. To this day, I have never seen the pilot or co-pilot. Some of the men did stay in touch. Chris Balzano was a waist gunner and radio operator with the 358th Bomb Squadron. He finished his tour on May 12, 1944, and subsequently returned to the States. Upon arriving home, he wrote a letter on June 12, 1944, to a friend, Joe Worthley. Worthley was a pilot with whom Balzano had flown missions. "It was good to hear from you. I guess you're darn near finished up. I hope. Say, how about me missing the big show, D-Day? Wish I were there. Heh heh. I'm just a flag waver since I've been home. Boy, what a place. Sunshine once again. Steaks and stuff. No more blackouts. It's like a dream. You can't beat these good old United States, and I'm not kidding." Mail and personal news traveled slowly. Sadly, Balzano didn't know when he penned the note that his friend had already been dead for nearly 3 weeks. Joe Worthley and his crew perished during the mission to Berlin on May 24th, probably before Balzano even stepped foot back in the States. Many bomb groups, including the 303rd, put a co-pilot in the tail gunner's position of the lead aircraft of each squadron, to include the group leader's aircraft. As an aerial observer, he relayed details about the formation to the pilot, who could not see to the rear. The observer told him when the group was fully rendezvoused after takeoff, which crews were straggling or flying poor formation, and which aircraft aborted or were shot down, among other information. Thusly informed, the lead pilot could make adjustments as required. Moreover, after the mission, he could counsel crews who performed poorly. Indeed, the 303rd's SOP required the aerial observers to act as snitches to a certain degree. The lead squadron aerial observer will rate the lead aircraft of the high and low squadrons on the quality of their squadron leadership in relation to group formation on the basis of excellent, good, fair, or poor. The grading of individual pilots was required to be even more detailed. The aerial observer in each squadron will rate all the pilots in that squadron on a numerical basis, with the pilot flying the best formation as number 1, and so on through number 12. The pilots are to be rated on their overall formation flying throughout the mission, with the greater emphasis placed on the correctness of formation flying during the bomb run. Earl Douglas of the 358th Bomb Squadron flew more than his fair share of these missions. After arriving at Molesworth during the spring of 1944, his original crew was shot down while he was flying with an experienced crew to get familiar with actual combat operations. "So I became a sort of orphan within the bomb group," he said. "My squadron operations officer requested that I volunteer to serve in the tail gunner position because the top brass wanted a qualified pilot to be the eyes behind the mission commander's head to make sure that all the planes in the group maintained proper formation. It was important for us to stay in a tight, carefully designed flying formation to maximize our defensive firepower and to keep all the bombs on target." Accordingly, Douglas flew most of his combat missions in the tail turret position. However, Douglas's experience was the exception, as observer duty was generally a rotating assignment rather than a permanent one. Dick Johnson took his turn on the mission to the Pas-de-Calais on June 19, 1944. "When I got into the tail gun position with electrically heated suit and gloves, I was out of my element. I made out okay during formation and departure, but when I was about settled down, after advising the pilot that everything seemed good about the formation, I noticed that the autopilot that we called George was causing a good bit of movement at my new position. The swaying and yawing soon made me airsick. Not only that, I couldn't figure out how to fire the tail guns. I tried several times, finally giving up, as I figured that no enemy plane would attack from the rear, since all I could see behind me was hundreds of B-17s filling the sky for as far as I could see." Johnson's airsickness grew worse, and he took off his flak helmet, intending to vomit into it. He managed to hold his breakfast down, but his nausea continued. "It got to the point that I wouldn't have cared if I were shot down." As it happened, the short mission was entirely uneventful. There were no enemy fighters, nor was there any flak. The group dropped its bombs, missed its target, and returned to Molesworth. Johnson couldn't have asked for an easier mission. Sometime later, Johnson went off the base to relax at the Key Club near Molesworth. He enjoyed himself well into the early morning. As the crew's regularly assigned aircraft was undergoing heavy maintenance, he was certain he would not be flying if there was a mission scheduled. I didn't get back to the barracks until about 3 a.m. and discovered with panic that the place was deserted. I quickly checked the manifest and saw that I was again assigned to fly tailgun position in the lead plane for an unexpected mission that morning. Frantic, and sure he would find himself the object of court-martial proceedings, Johnson raced to the briefing room and breathlessly declared himself ready to go. He was stunned but relieved when he discovered there was no fuss at his absence. A replacement had been found. I hadn't told them about my near-fatal air sickness, and I can imagine what would have happened to me if I had taken the flight. After having a few drinks and no breakfast, I would have been in prime shape for a major barf. During the June 19, 1944 mission to the Pas-de-Calais area, a milestone was achieved that was significantly more remarkable than Johnson's mission as an observer. The 303rd's John Tulloss had arrived at Molesworth on April 11th and flown his first mission as a pilot with the 359th Bomb Squadron on April 24th. The June 19th mission, 57 days after his first combat sortie, marked the completion of his combat tour. In that short time, he was credited with 31 missions. It was an 8th Air Force record. Tulloss's example underscores an interesting point. Although the maintenance men and other support personnel generally served in the 303rd for the duration of the war, such was not the case for the combat crews. Rather, they flew out of Molesworth until they completed their required missions, and then, for the most part, rotated back to the States. There were exceptions. For instance, Mel Schulstad flew his share of missions and more, 44, and was with the unit from the beginning of its combat operations until the end. Joe Vieira was another of those who flew many more missions than required. I flew 58 missions, which is more than 2 full tours. I came home in between and spent a few days with my old lady. When she heard I was going back, she didn't say 20 words to me. But for the most part, the crews who flew the early missions and survived to go home would have recognized virtually no one flying from the base a year later. And many of the flyers who followed them to Molesworth during 1943 were gone before D-Day. Likewise, those who flew during the frenzied period before and after the invasion were rotated back to the States a few months later. And the crews who arrived during the last few months of the war considered as hoary ancients anyone who had been around even a year earlier. Nevertheless, although the early crews were back in the States, dead or being held as POWs, they were still, in a very real sense, part of the 303rd until the end of the war. The experience they gained at such a high cost in blood, exertion, and spirit was incorporated into the group's operations, not only to increase its effectiveness, but also to better the odds of survival for later crews. These lessons were shared across the 8th, much as the 303rd embraced improved practices from other bomb groups. For instance, formations were modified to better defend against enemy fighter attacks. Similarly, bombing procedures for the bombardiers and fire discipline for the gunners were improved. Less remarkable, but still important, were changes to the administrative aspects of mission operations, such as taxi, takeoff, and assembly procedures. In fact, a few of the 303rd's men dreaded the takeoff and assembly as much as they feared enemy flak and fighters. In order to lessen the risk, the group evolved stringent standard operating procedures, or SOP, for takeoff and assembly in various sorts of weather. The normal procedures during daytime when the weather was clear were fairly straightforward. Takeoff will be made at 30-second intervals for all aircraft in the group. The co-pilot will check the time and notify the pilot when the aircraft ahead has been moving 30 seconds. The flight leader will climb at 150 IAS indicated airspeed and at 400 FPM, feet per minute, straight ahead for 90 seconds from the time the aircraft started from takeoff position, then make a needle-width turn to the left, fly back to the field circling the east-west runway to the left at 2,000 feet altitude. Wingmen will turn inside flight leaders to accomplish join-up. Right wingmen will fly under leader for join-up. The procedures for takeoff and assembly during poor weather were more demanding and required the group to use the Harrington Buncher beacon, 20 miles to the west. The beacon was a radio navigation aid that emitted a homing signal. Takeoff will be as normal, except that each AC, aircraft, will continue for 90 seconds at 150 IAS, climbing 400 FPM straight ahead on runway heading, then make a needle-width turn to the Harrington Buncher beacon, homing on the Buncher with an airspeed of 150 IAS and 400 FPM climb. In the event cloud tops are such that 303rd aircraft are still in the clouds on reaching Harrington Buncher, climb will be continued until aircraft are in the clear before turning to home on Buncher. At no time will any aircraft make a turn while in an overcast. These procedures demanded strict adherence. For instance, the risk of a mid-air collision increased if just one of the 30 or 40 or more crews flew 10 or 20 miles per hour too fast or slow, or turned too early or late, or climbed at a different rate than prescribed. If more than one crew deviated from the procedures, the danger increased significantly. Another consideration that increased the chances of a mishap was the fact that two other bomb groups also used the Harrington Buncher beacon, although each group was assigned its own particular altitude block. Early morning takeoffs in the dark compounded the perils even further. "I hated taking off in the dark," said Don Stoolil. The tail gunners in each aircraft used their Aldous lamps to flash the identity of their particular bomb groups in Morse code. For instance, our tail letter was C, which was a flash, a shorter flash, a flash, and then a short flash again. It helped everyone to figure out who was who. But still, when a mission was on, there were blinking lights everywhere, and it was often difficult to tell if they were coming or going, or turning or not. It could be very disorienting. Squadron leaders fired flares to lessen the confusion. The B-17 had a socket or port overhead the pilots into which an M2 or an AN-M8 pyrotechnic pistol could be inserted. The 303rd's SOP prescribed the procedures. Announcement over VHF as to when flares are being fired will be made by squadron leaders. Example, "Hello, all Cowboy Able." Radio call sign for the 303rd's lead aircraft of the lead squadron. "Aircraft, this is Cowboy Able leader. Stand by for flares. Hello, all Cowboy Able aircraft. Flares away." The 303rd also used war-weary assembly ships to get its aircraft together. In some instances, as with the Wabash Cannonball, the aircraft were simply squadron hacks used to scout the weather before the main formation took off. They subsequently helped shepherd the group's aircraft together as they got airborne. However, the 303rd also specially modified one of its ships, the Vicious Virgin, as an assembly ship, as described by Dick Johnson. The ground crews had installed 21 high-intensity lights on the airplane, which flashed the letter C in Morse code while it was acting as formation assembly ship. It was painted with red and white and blue stripes that were 10 feet wide in a diagonal pattern. As a combat bomber, it had been named Vicious Virgin. This was changed to Scarlet Harlot after the paint job, and I sometimes referred to her as the Virgin Harlot. Mostly, though, we referred to the plane as the Barber Pole. This practice became common within the 8th Air Force, as different bomb groups operated outlandishly painted aircraft on which their own aircraft would form after takeoff. Once the formation was established, the specially painted aircraft detached and recovered back to base. The 303rd had one more tool in its box. Late in 1944, on a visit to an RAF base, the group's commanding officer, William Raper, discovered a P-47 that had diverted into the base with mechanical problems and been essentially forgotten. Raper made arrangements for maintenance men from the 303rd to make the aircraft flyable and subsequently took it home to Molesworth. Raper ordered the P-47 painted with the 303rd's markings and had the aircraft's 8 50 caliber machine guns removed. He also had it waxed, named it Peck-o-Trouble, and subsequently used it to ride herd on the group's assemblies. He flitted here and there among the big bombers, directing, haranguing, and cajoling, until the group was satisfactorily assembled. Despite all the special procedures, equipment, and uniquely modified aircraft, post-takeoff assemblies did not always go perfectly. While the 303rd was getting together for the raid to Merseburg on July 28, 1944, Dick Johnson was forced to turn away from the formation to avoid a mid-air collision with another bomber that was obviously out of place. By the time I returned to the assembly area, the 303rd Group was too far ahead for me to catch up, so I latched onto the 379th out of Kimbolton, which I knew was going to the same target. Many pilots aborted when they couldn't find their group, and I didn't want this stigma attached to me. While joining with another group might seem an obvious choice, such a decision was not clear-cut. This was because bombers were not typically topped off with fuel before a mission, but rather carried only enough, with reserves, to make it to the target and back. As groups were often assigned to different targets, a crew that chose to join another group without knowing its destination might find itself out of gas before making it back to base. In fact, the 41st Combat Bombardment Wing's SOP gave very clear direction. The pilot will make every effort to join his assigned squadron. Failing to do this, he will attempt to join his own group. Failing in this, he will attempt to assemble on some other group of his combat wing. As a last resort, he will assemble with some other group of any combat wing, providing his fuel loading is sufficient for the mission assigned that combat wing. Abortives resulting from failure to rendezvous will not be condoned. Aircraft will not complete a mission individually, unless so ordered. The crews were able to distinguish aircraft from different groups by their tail markings. Each bomb group was assigned a unique letter, which was to be painted prominently on its vertical stabilizer, or tail. The 303rd was assigned the letter C, and when it started operations during late 1942, each aircraft's vertical stabilizer was painted with the big yellow C. However, as more groups arrived in England, the markings were modified during the summer of 1943 by painting the letters within a white geometric shape. For instance, the shape assigned to groups of the 1st Bomb Division was a triangle, whereas the groups of the 2nd Bomb Division were assigned a circle, and the groups of the 3rd Bomb Division a square. The 303rd thus became readily recognizable as the Triangle C Group. At the same time the triangle was adopted, the markings were also added to the upper surface of the right wing and the lower surface of the left wing. The ultimate version of the marking, and the one by which the group is most remembered, was carried by the aircraft beginning during August 1944. A large red triangle, 12 feet per side, was painted around the white triangle with its letter C. This new scheme made the white triangle marking more visible on the bare metal finish that was typical of the aircraft assigned to the group beginning in February 1944. The 303rd's squadrons could be distinguished from one another by code letters painted on the fuselage forward of the Stars and Bars national insignia. For instance, the code letters for the 358th, 359th, 360th, and 427th were VK, BN, PU, and GN, respectively. Individual aircraft call letters were painted on the fuselage aft of the national insignia. As much as the 303rd worked to prevent mid-air collisions, they remained a hazard throughout the war. Typical was the mishap on November 9, 1944, when 2 aircraft from the 427th Bomb Squadron came together. Both ships went down, and only one crewman managed to bail out. The rest were killed. The group's commanding officer received a letter a few days later that included a 1-pound note and a message. "Would you please place a small floral tribute on the graves of the boys so far from home who lost their lives near here?" It was signed, "A Wenlock Mother." Aside from the buncher beacons, there were also splasher beacons that were used to navigate out of and back into England. They proved invaluable in helping crews recover during foul weather. That they were ubiquitous is indicated by a warning in the 303rd's SOP. Care should be taken in tuning radio beacons and bunchers because of the great number of stations in England. 2. The crews had to be wary of signals that were corrupted or co-opted by the Germans. More than one crew was tricked into flying out to sea, where they ran out of fuel. Some aircraft, usually flown by lead crews, were equipped with GEEH equipment. A British development, GEEH used radio beams to derive a fairly precise navigational fix for bombing through the clouds. It was useful only to a range just beyond about 300 miles from England and was susceptible to jamming. However, it was exceptionally useful as a navigational aid throughout the war. We poured them into the back of the airplane. We bomber pilots decided to throw a party for our fighter pilot friends, 20th Fighter Group, who were at a base, Kingscliff, about 20 miles away, said Mel Schulstad. It was a hilarious evening of mostly drinking a lot of whiskey. As the party was winding down at about 2 in the morning of July 24th, 1944, the fighter guys were ready to go home, but the truck drivers who had brought them over had left, so we were stuck with about 12 fighter pilots who wanted to go home. Schulstad, who had partied through the evening, decided to fly them home in Tugboat Annie. There were few, if any, American aircraft still in service that had been in England longer. Originally named Phyllis, it was an old B-17E that entered service with the 97th Bomb Group during March 1942, months before the 8th flew its first mission. It was subsequently passed from the 97th to the 92nd Bomb Group in August 1942, and was eventually transferred to the 303rd during May 1943. During its relatively long life, it was repaired and modified a number of times and suffered major damage after a mid-air collision. The 303rd used it as a target tug for gunnery practice and as a formation assembly ship prior to missions. "So I took my friends, the fighter pilots, out there," said Schulstad, "and we poured them into the back of the airplane. Then we flew them back to their base and told them to get out." Once his friends were clear of the hard-used bomber, Schulstad got airborne again in short order and turned south for Molesworth. His co-pilot was actually not a pilot, but rather the group's administrative officer, Harry McDaniel, who had gone along simply for the ride. They arrived over Molesworth only a few minutes after taking off. "It was a beautiful moonlit night," Schulstad said. "It was calm and quiet, and I flew the downwind leg and made a lovely turn onto base leg and put the landing gear down. I could hear it go round, 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 and then chunk into place. And then I put the flaps down. I was sitting on final approach with everything just beautiful and my co-pilot sound asleep, and I thought I'd better check the gear and the flaps one more time." For whatever reason, Schulstad activated the switches rather than simply checking that they were in the proper position. The landing gear and flaps, which were already down and ready for landing, obeyed his errant command and pulled themselves back into the aircraft. Schulstad didn't notice. An actual co-pilot, and one who was awake, would likely have caught the mistake, but Schulstad's ad hoc crewman was no help. "I flared out for this magnificent landing," he said, "and heard all 4 props hit the cement. We spread that ancient B-17 from one end of the runway to the other, at 5 o'clock in the morning, with no co-pilot." Schulstad knew he was in trouble. No one was hurt, and the B-17 and the pieces it shed were scraped clear of the runway. "It was an incident that had to be reported," said Schulstad, "and it made its way up to the wing commander's, Travis, office, and he said something about a court-martial." Schulstad agonized for more than a week as he waited for the powers that be to determine what sort of action might be taken against him. "About 10 days elapsed," said Schulstad, "and I had chewed off all my fingernails worrying about what was going to happen." Schulstad's roommate, Mel McCoy, was the chief engineering officer for the 444th Sub-Depot, which was responsible for performing major repairs to the 303rd's damaged aircraft. "He came in one day and told me that the airplane I crashed was built from other old airplanes. We never technically received that airplane," he said, and I asked him if he meant that the airplane never actually existed, and he said, "That's exactly right." At Schulstad's urging, McCoy talked to the proper people and made certain that the information made its way up the chain of command to Brigadier General Travis. They brought it up to the wing commander, who was a very wise gentleman, and he said, "Obviously, if the airplane never existed, it could never have been in an accident. And so then, that's the end of that." Although he did not mention it, it is quite likely that Schulstad was also given a pass because he was one of the group's original old hands. Aside from having led and survived some of the 303rd's most dangerous missions, He was invaluable in planning operations, and he lent expertise wherever and whenever he could. And unlike the vast majority of air crews, he stayed at Molesworth until the end of the war. In fact, he wrote home about his views on staying in England. All in all, with my experiences, travels, meeting people, and opportunities, I wouldn't miss this, the greatest show on earth, for love or money. Matter of fact, I find it increasingly hard to understand these fellows who want to get home. Maybe it's because they have a wife and children, or maybe they are just too small-minded to appreciate their opportunities. Schulstad was correct in noting that there were opportunities aplenty to learn, gain experience, and advance in rank. However, among those opportunities were many different ways to be killed. Schulstad's strong affinity for his fighter-pilot comrades was near universal among the bomber men. A post-war study noted that the feeling of kinship was very strong indeed. To combat crews, few sights were lovelier than the prancing of friendly fighters around bomber formations during the quiet stretches of a mission, or more breathtaking than their sudden appearance, deus ex machina fashion, in an instant of ultimate extremity. Bomber crewmen who had ever stared straight at an onrushing FW-190 for long seconds before catching a glimpse of a P-51 on its tail would not soon forget the emotions of that moment. During the months following the D-Day invasion, the Luftwaffe was increasingly dominated by the American strategic bombing effort. At that point, the USAAF's escort fighters handily outnumbered the defending Germans. Moreover, the American pilots were better trained, more aggressive, and flew superior aircraft, excepting the new German Me-262 jet, which was only on the cusp of starting real operations. Still, the German flyers were not totally beaten or driven from the sky. Indeed, on a spasmodic basis, they still achieved startling successes, but for the most part those successes were realized only when the bombers were caught without their fighter escorts. The 303rd was without fighter escorts at the wrong time on August 15, 1944. During the preceding 3 weeks, from July 24th to August 14th, the group had flown 18 missions without a single combat loss. It had never before enjoyed such a streak, and never would again. It was an incredible achievement. However, the odds of air combat were not to be denied, and the mission to Wiesbaden on the following day was proof. The group put up 39 aircraft on August 15, 1944, and although they endured heavy and accurate flak in the target area, they were unmolested by fighters until about 50 miles west of Wiesbaden on the return leg. The mission report noted, "Up to this time, friendly fighter support had been good, but the fighters had left the bombers and were not in sight." At that point, about 30 Luftwaffe fighters took advantage of the breakdown in the escort coverage and attacked the 303rd's low formation, which was made up of 13 aircraft from the 358th and 427th squadrons. The intensity of the attacks and the resultant slaughter were as gruesome as anything the 303rd sustained during its entire combat career. The incident underscored what had already been proven a year earlier at Schweinfurt. Unescorted heavy bombers could not defend themselves against determined enemy fighter attacks. That fact notwithstanding, the gunners still put up a curtain of gunfire. That curtain grew increasingly threadbare as bomber after bomber was hacked out of the sky. Tiny Angel exploded under the onslaught and fell away in pieces. Jigger Rooch also went down, with 6 of its crew. The low group's lead aircraft, Fearless Fosdick, dropped out of the formation in flames. The navigator, Lawrence Wolfe, was struck in the back by a 20-millimeter cannon shell and killed. The rest of the crew parachuted clear of the burning wreck and managed to evade back to England. The right wing was blasted from My Blonde Baby, and it fluttered to earth. An unnamed aircraft, piloted by Alfred Smith, was also shot down, and 3 of its crewmen were killed. Another unnamed ship, this one captained by William Crawford, fell to the enemy fighters. All of its crewmen survived and were captured. A third unnamed ship, captained by John Cathy, was set afire by an Me-109. 1 crewman was killed, 6 were captured, and 2 evaded. The Roman Charnock crew's B-17 literally blew up around them. Still, there were 7 survivors, one of whom successfully escaped back to England. FW-190s hacked away at hell in the heavens, and 5 of its crew dribbled out of the doomed bomber over a 10-minute period and were captured. The rest of the men were killed. Bad Penny was attacked and simply blew up. Pieces of flaming wreckage fell onto a farm and set several buildings afire. Incredibly, every crewman parachuted clear of the explosion. The navigator, Lester Royce, came down in a tree. On the spot were 2 unarmed German soldiers who came to help him down. A uniformed Nazi party official arrived soon after and shot Royce. Royce was then beaten to death with a hammer and club by 2 German civilians. Fellow crewman Patsy Rocco was also murdered by his captors. Ultimately, 9 of the Low Group's 13 aircraft were shot down. The 358th lost 7, while the 427th lost 2. There were 24 men killed, while 48 were captured and 10 escaped. Ben Smith recollected the importance of alcohol to the lives of the men. As a form of entertainment, nothing else was even close. We had a fine Red Cross club with games and an excellent record collection. There were volleyball and other sports, but alcohol was the only thing that made our existence bearable, and we didn't miss any opportunities to put some away. I became a heavy drinker during the war and never quite managed to get the hang of social drinking again. Smith recalled that he and his comrades celebrated with gusto when the 303rd completed its 200th mission, a raid to Châteaudun, France, on July 9, 1944. So it began, non-stop drinking for days on end. The casualty lists mounted. The dispersal tents were booked solid. Bars were filled with wall-to-wall humanity, sodden and riotous. And, of course, women were an important element of the commemoration. There was a bit of extemporaneous nudity, especially, among the females, who knew that bacchanalian rites such as we were observing made this kind of costume imperative. However, alcohol wasn't at the heart of every diversion, and Smith noted that the men listened to the radio quite a bit. The BBC was dry as dust. The Armed Forces Network was what we listened to. He remembered that German propaganda broadcasts were also an appreciated entertainment. We listened to Axis Sally a lot. She would call some guy's name in the 92nd Bomb Group and tell him his wife was dating a lot. It probably was the truth. We thought these little gems were funny as hell. They delighted us to no end. Alcohol was officially administered on a voluntary basis to men who wanted it after flying missions. The alcohol was usually a shot or 2 of whiskey measured out by a medical officer. It was intended to relax the men and make them more predisposed to talk during debriefings. Sometimes it was overly effective. This caused us to exaggerate greatly, Smith recorded, but the I.O., intelligence officer, dutifully wrote down everything we reported. At one of the debriefings later, we reported some striped flak. It was duly noted. Smith also recalled that some of the men sought diversion in substances other than alcohol. At the daily sick call, turpin hydrate, informally known as GI gin, was readily dispensed. It was cough syrup with codeine in it. A guy could get bombed with a couple of swallows. There was always a long line and a lot of phony coughing going on. He also remembered a more grave issue. The first aid kits in the airplanes were systematically looted for their morphine syringes. This was serious business, but it continued to be a problem. It is cliché to declare that the war changed men. To be sure, it is implicit that the furnace of air combat over Europe turned men into something they were not before. But sometimes it changed their lives in different, even humorous ways. Booze often played a role. "My group commander came around to the bar on the night I was promoted to captain," said Mel Schulstad. He'd already been to several other promotion parties that night, so when he raised his glass to toast me, he had trouble saying my name. Instead of Schulstad, he toasted Captain Toolshed. I've been Toolshed ever since. Brigadier General Robert Travis, the 41st Combat Bombardment Wing's commander, could be a mean-spirited, irascible blowhard. William Eisenhart finished his tour in 1944 and volunteered for a second. On September 21, 1944, he flew as co-pilot to Travis on the mission to the marshalling yards at Mainz, Germany, at the head of the entire 41st Combat Bombardment Wing. It was Travis's last mission. Coming off target, Travis made a mistake with the autopilot that put the aircraft into a steep turn and caused the group's formation to go awry. Eisenhardt reacted quickly and turned the autopilot off, decreased the aircraft's bank angle, and got the formation back together. Rather than congratulating Eisenhardt for his timely action, Travis stewed in humiliation. Later, clear of danger and at a lower altitude, Eisenhardt's bladder grew more full than he could stand. The group's official policy, promulgated by memorandum, was that pilots were not to leave their position to urinate through the bomb bay, as had been the previous practice. Rather, they were to crouch on their seats as necessary and relieve themselves through the side window. Eisenhardt did just this. Unfortunately, Travis's window was slightly open, as he was smoking a cigar. The pressure differential drew a goodly portion of Eisenhardt's piss across Travis's face. The general nearly exploded with rage. "When we landed, he chewed me out like I've never been chewed out before," said Eisenhardt. "He threatened me with a court-martial, and then I had to report to him the next day, and he chewed me out again. He told me he was giving the Distinguished Flying Cross to other members of the crew for that mission, but he wasn't giving it to me." Ultimately, Eisenhardt was not subjected to a court-martial, but neither was he awarded the DFC for that particular mission. The 8th sent 1,049 bombers against targets in central Germany on September 28, 1944. The 303rd was part of a force of 445 B-17s directed to hit targets at Magdeburg, and it put 28 bombers airborne by 0800, one aircraft aborted early. The remainder made their way toward the target unmolested, but without fighter escorts, until about 70 miles west of Magdeburg. It was then that the 303rd's low squadron, the 360th, was set upon by FW-190s. The resultant butchery, reminiscent of the massacre the group had endured the previous month during the mission to Wiesbaden, was outlined by the group's intelligence officer. There were 12 aircraft in the squadron, of which only 2 returned to base. The remainder are missing. The formation was subjected to severe and intense fighter attacks about 11:50 hours in the vicinity of the IP, which was 52 degrees 11 minutes north, 10 degrees 35 minutes east. The enemy made rear attacks from level and below in waves of up to 6. By the time they completed their last passes, 11 303rd Bomb Group B-17s had fallen to earth, afire and in pieces. The group's path was marked by clouds of dissipating smoke, falling debris, doomed bombers, and the white blossoms of parachutes. William Miller, the pilot of Miss Umbriago, descended in his parachute along with a fluttering, flickering cloud of propaganda leaflets that had been part of his ship's payload. Silver Fox, piloted by William Lay, was positioned to the rear of the 360th formation and was ripped by fire from the first wave of FW-190s. Ray Miller, the engineer, was in the top turret and recalled that the aft fuselage was popping with fire caused by the explosion of 20mm shells. Silver Fox immediately caught fire. Crewmen aboard other bombers reported that the ship was burning from the waist back when first seen to be in trouble. About 20 seconds later, it burst into flames all over and went down. Confused calls came over the interphone. The bombardier was shot in the face and killed, and the radio operator reported that the ball turret gunner was killed by a direct hit. Silver Fox fell into a spin. Lay turned in his seat and signaled Miller to bail out. Miller delayed and helped co-pilot David Grenier out of his seat. His arm and shoulder appeared to be completely blown off. I drug him to the escape hatch and pushed him overboard. His chute was attached. Silver Fox exploded into pieces an instant later. Miller was knocked unconscious until very close to the ground. His parachute carried him safely down, and he was captured. He was the only survivor. Grenier's body was never found. Aside from Silver Fox, 10 other 303rd B-17s suffered variations of the same fate. The unnamed aircraft commanded by Victor Howard was one of them. An FW-190 slowed, put its flaps down and stabilized behind Howard's aircraft. The pilot fired explosive cannon rounds into the B-17, setting its left wing afire and blasting pieces away. Aflame and disintegrating, the bomber dropped out of the 303rd's formation and spiraled earthward in a spin. Other crews reported seeing 4 men parachute from the fuselage hatch. The radio operator aboard the aircraft was Shepard Kerman. It was his first mission. A Jew, he was a big, handsome young man and the pride of his family, brave and strong, but also kind and compassionate. When the enemy fighters were sighted, he moved from the radio compartment to the left waist gun. At that point in the war, the crews included only one waist gunner. The radio operator was tasked with manning the other waist gun in the event of fighter attacks. Kerman was injured when the bomber was attacked, but he remained mobile. When the signal was given to abandon the ship, he didn't immediately jump, but instead assisted the bombardier, Jack Timmons, who was wounded and struggling to get out of the doomed aircraft. Kerman made certain Timmons had his parachute on and shoved him from the bomber. Once he saw Timmons safely out of the aircraft, Kerman leapt clear and pulled his parachute's ripcord. He drifted into the town of Wolfenbüttel, where his parachute snagged on the apartment building at 28 Krumma Street. There, he hung down the side of the building with his arms raised in surrender. A crowd gathered, and boys taunted him with cries of Heil Hitler. A group of soldiers and uniformed political officials rushed into the building and up to a window near where he was suspended. "He was a big, beautiful man," said a woman who had been a girl at the time. She had watched through a window from her home across the street. He looked very sad. Kerman was pulled through the window and into the building, where his parachute was cut away. He raised his arms in surrender once more. An ardent Nazi and German Army Reserve captain, Wilhelm Konschat, sent everyone out of the room, save for 2 other men, Gert Beck and Otto Weinreich. Once the room was clear, he ordered Beck to shoot Kerman. Beck took a pistol from Weinreich and, from behind, shot Kerman in the back of the neck and killed him. Kerman's body left a trail of blood as it was dragged down the building's stairwell and into the street. Gunter Roeder was a 17-year-old eyewitness. When the body was dragged out of the building, he heard the police chief order, "If he's still alive, smash his head." Townspeople stripped Kerman's body of its boots and jacket. From there, it was loaded into a cart, hauled to a local cemetery, and interred. Beck emerged from the building, his hands covered with blood. He later bragged, "Well, we took care of this one." Many years later, Gunter Roeder rejected any notion that the actions of his countrymen were anything other than what they seemed. It was murder. In fact, Claude McGraw, the crew's engineer, deduced as much soon after he was captured. "I was informed by the Germans that Sergeant Shepard Kerman had died. I saw his personal effects at Brunswick, Germany, and inquired as to his whereabouts. Knowing that he was conscious and not too badly wounded when he bailed out, I suspected that he may have been murdered. I based this on my own treatment in that area by civilians." Likewise, Jack Timmons, the crew's bombardier, who had been helped out of the stricken ship by Kerman, also had suspicions. He was told by the Germans that Kerman had bled to death. George Stewart, the waist gunner, was on the mark, with his official statement made immediately after the war. Based wholly on supposition, it is possible that he died of his wounds, but he had strength enough to assist another crew member out of the aircraft and then to bail out himself, so he may have, met with foul play. He should have, come down in the same locality that I did, which I believe to be a town called Wolfenbüttel, south of Brunswick. Sadly, Kerman was not the only 303rd Airman murdered that day. The lives of Leo Waldron, Arthur Kahn, and Teddy Smith, all crewmen aboard William Miller's Miss Umbriago, were taken by civilians. Similar slayings, at the urging of Hitler and other ardent Nazis, continued until the end of the war. Of course, Kerman's parents knew nothing of what happened to their son, other than that he had gone MIA, missing in action. The next several months were a roller coaster of hope and despair and hope again that finally ended in anguish. The cause was a sequence of conflicting official correspondences and a well-meant but confusing and ultimately hurtful message from outside USAAF channels. The uncertainty was exacerbated not only by the nature of communications during that time, cryptic telegraphs and slow-moving mail, but also by the crushing volume of critical wartime information that had to be passed to simply keep the war going. The disposition of a single missing crewman was not the highest priority. The Kermans no doubt received the customary official notification of their son's MIA status within days of his loss. The 303rd's chaplain, Edmund Schoner, wrote a letter on the day after the mission in which he expressed genuine sympathy and a sense of shared loss. But he was careful to keep from giving any false hope. I sincerely regret that I can give you no additional information about your son. I can assure you, however, that as soon as definite information is available, the War Department will immediately notify you. Although I can appreciate the fact that you are anxious for some word, any word, there is nothing I can say which would not be pure conjecture. The commanding officer of the 360th sent a letter to the Kermans on October 22, 1944. It was a sad part of his duties. He wrote, "Words cannot express the feelings of the squadron over the absence of your son, since he was a very popular member of this organization. We are proud to be able to say we were comrades in arms with him." Another paragraph confirmed that the 303rd had no official word of Kerman's disposition. "We would appreciate receiving from you any news you may receive from him. All of us sincerely hope that you will be reunited with him in the very near future." On October 30th, 1944, probably before the Kermans received the letter described above, a telegram was delivered from the Adjutant General. "Report now received from the German government through the International Red Cross states your son, Sergeant Shepard Kerman, who was previously reported missing in action, was killed in action 28 September over Germany." Certainly, the Kermans were devastated at the news. In response to a query by Kerman's mother about the circumstances surrounding her son's loss, the 360th's adjutant sent a letter dated December 8, 1944. It no doubt rekindled hopes that had been dashed by the previous telegram. Among other information, it included a horribly imprudent paragraph. "I sincerely regret that I cannot transmit full details regarding the last mission your son participated in. I do not wish to raise false hopes, but we have reason to believe your son will be reported safe. It is the hope of all personnel of this squadron that such news reaches you very shortly." A statement such as the one above could have done nothing but raise hopes, false or otherwise. It was reckless. But then other information was received that seemed to support the previous letter. A local Chicago paper carried a story about the Kermans on December 31st. "But their grief was banished today by the news Sergeant Kerman is alive, a German prisoner. The good news came from the pilot of the ill-fated Mersey Dotes in a shortwave broadcast message received by the pilot's mother in Saginaw, Michigan, and relayed to Mr. and Mrs. Kerman." Another article noted, "But today they know he is alive, although they have not heard so officially. The pilot said that the crew was all saved and were prisoners in Stalingluft, number 1 in Germany." In fact, everyone in the crew had survived, save Shepard Kerman. This sad reality became more and more apparent as time went on, and no word was received from him or from the authorities. Kerman's actual fate only became known to his family following the cessation of hostilities. The horrible ends endured by the men who were shot down and killed on the same day as Kerman were alluded to by German records included in the MACR, which described the accounting of the various wrecks and men, living and dead, scattered across the landscape. On 23 deads, of 23 dead, no identifications, could be made on account of conflagration. Further inquiries are still going on. The burials were carried out by the communities of the different villages. That mobs of vigilante civilians, the German police, and the SS murdered flyers is undisputed, but it was not something that was widely known or understood among many German servicemen. Lothar Seifert was one of the thousands of young schoolboys drafted to man the heavy anti-aircraft guns that defended against the Allied air attacks. During his time, he never saw Allied airmen molested. In my sector, we would watch the mushrooms, parachutes, drift towards Earth after the airplanes crashed, and would race each other out to meet the men. Sometimes we took the airmen to our barracks and entertained them until our soldiers arrived, by playing some of the Louis Armstrong records we had. Seifert saw nothing that remotely approached the horrors that were visited on some Allied air crews. To be quite honest, the worst treatment I ever saw taken against a downed airman was not allowing him to use the latrine because the authorities were afraid to let him out of their sight. Eddie Deerfield and his comrades were naturally distressed by the possibility that they might safely bail out from a stricken bomber over Germany only to be killed by civilians on the ground. I despised Hitler for starting a war that was costing so many lives, including those of his own people. Deerfield said, I couldn't understand why the Germans venerated him as their leader. Whatever sympathy I may have had evaporated when I learned that German civilians were following Hitler's orders to kill Allied airmen who had been shot down. If we had to bail out, we were better off when members of Luftwaffe or Wehrmacht units were first on the scene to make us prisoners of war. The relationship between the Americans and their British hosts and allies was a warm and close one. The British welcomed their American cousins for obvious reasons and shared with them whatever they had. And certainly for the Americans, there was a strategic imperative to be in England fighting the Germans. But there was also an emotional connection between the two nations. Notwithstanding the fact that the United States was a multicultural nation, the reality is that the foundation of that multiculturalism was English. American customs and laws were English at their roots. Although there is no denying that there were occasional frictions and disagreements at all levels of the relationship, the commitment between the two nations never wavered. The 303rd's relationships with the British were typical. Susan Hamilton was one of the local girls, whose father operated a pub frequented by many of the men. Her memories of the 303rd were fond ones. My father would wait every night for his regular GIs to come to our pub and drink a beer with him and bring him a cigar and sit and shoot the wartime breeze with him. Sad to say, he passed away before it was all over, but his friends all attended his funeral with us. They were such a great group of boys at Molesworth. Everyone took them into their homes like their own sons. We would watch them go on their missions every day and wait on their return that evening, and if they weren't on the Liberty Run that night to our pub, the Fox, one village pub would call the other to see if they were there. If not, we would wait news of them, often ending up with a card 3 months later from Stalag Luft No. 3, and some were never heard from again. Hamilton also drove a farm tractor at Molesworth. I remember one cold day in January, I was on the tractor, and a very thoughtful guy got out of a jeep, took off his big fur coat, and gave it to me. He said, "Susie, I know you are cold, and I want you to have my coat." I enjoyed it so much, but it wasn't long, and here came the provost marshal and took it away from me. I guess he thought I had stolen it. But a group of the boys got together and talked to him and got it back for me, and I wore it all through the war. I was so pleased to have it back. Nevertheless, the 303rd's men weren't above taking advantage of the English on occasion. Anthony Sacco of the 359th recalled that some of the men stole a hog from a local farmer, killed and butchered it, stuffed it with potatoes and carrots, and dug a roasting pit. The men were enjoying their succulent but ill-gotten prize when they were approached by the military police, an English policeman, and the wronged farmer. The first thing the farmer, said was, "That's me bloody pig," recalled Sacco. To pacify the farmer, we all dug deep in our pockets and collected around 120 pounds. When we gave this to the farmer, a big smile came over his face, and he said, "Any time you want to steal one of my pigs, go to it." The money the men gave him was several times more than he would have received at market. Sacco recalled that the 303rd's men were not always so thoughtless. At Christmas, they held parties for the local children. The cooks made cake and cookies, and we cleaned out the PX, post-exchange, of candy, gum, and children's delights to present to them on Father Christmas Day. Someone from the base dressed up as Father Christmas, and the children were in awe. We didn't forget the dads of these children, as they were given cigarettes, a short commodity in those times. In fact, the group went to great lengths to make the experience a memorable one, as described by the unit diary. A lone flying fortress circled for a landing at Molesworth, wildly shooting red and green flares, while 200 British children between the ages of 5 and 14 stood and gazed up with awe and anticipation on their faces, were sweating out the arrival of Father Christmas, who was aboard the American bomber dispatched to ferry him from the North Pole. The children swarmed the bomber as it coasted to a stop, and Father Christmas, Reitman Roach, stepped out and showered them with gifts and Christmas spirit. One English child, John Hilliard, remembered the large formations of American bombers. My mother and I would stand in our back garden and count them going out in the morning, and then count a lesser number coming back. These B-17s were quite low, so we could easily see what sort of damage the returners had. Often an engine was stopped, and sometimes smoke was still streaming out behind. Many times one could clearly see right through the main wings, and one, I remember, had one of its two tailplanes missing. I realize now that those aircraft must have been carrying many injured, dying, and dead back to their bases. Very sad. I thought that the English were absolutely remarkable, recalled Frank Boyle. They had already been at war and living on rations for several years by the time I showed up, yet they carried on in a very steadfast and admirable way. I never heard them complain, and they were very welcoming to us. For those reasons, I always felt a little guilty when I complained about our situation on base. We had a roof over our heads and were well fed and well clothed, and we had hot water and electricity whenever we needed it. I came home to clean sheets every night. Not everyone in England had those things. George Ashworth's first impression of the English was not favorable. He was the radio operator on the Armand Birch crew, which was the 303rd's first replacement crew. They flew to England via the southern route, which took them through Africa rather than across the North Atlantic. On the last leg of their journey, they became lost over France, but finally reached England with their fuel totally exhausted. "We landed wheels up on a golf course in southern England," Ashworth said. "I can still see the long-legged groundskeeper come running out with coat-tails flying and holding onto his cap to complain about his golf course being dug up. The British anti-aircraft crew nearby came running out to gather up the oranges that spewed from the nose of our new B-17. It didn't matter if we were hurt or the plane demolished. Welcome to England." James Geiger recalled that he was treated well by the British, but also remembered petty disagreements. "We were treated really good by people in England when we went to a movie off the base when they played God Save the Queen. The British would jump up and ask us to stand, and we would say the hell with the Queen, and they would say the hell with Roosevelt." Dick Johnson became friends with the Lowe family in the nearby town of Bedford. The Lowes had 2 daughters. Beryl was in the Royal Air Force as a WAF, while Marjorie was still in high school. Beryl had a steady boyfriend, while Marjorie was pretty well protected. A good thing, since she was a very pretty girl. I was attracted to her, but didn't have a chance to get to know her very well. Mr. Lowe sometimes took me fishing on the River Ouse, the beautiful little river that ran through the heart of Bedford. I caught a 3-inch fish one day and was about to throw it back when Mr. Lowe reminded me that they never threw back a fish that size. This was surprising even to Johnson, who as a young boy had subsisted on such fare as armadillos and groundhogs. I found it difficult to imagine the rationing and hardships that the British had to endure for so many years. We had rationing in the United States at that time, but nothing approaching that of the British. Ultimately, the lives of virtually all the 303rd's men were somehow changed by England and the English. Some more than others. In fact, more than 300 men from Molesworth took English brides. Others planned to, but combat didn't care about those plans. Joseph Jampar, a tail gunner with the 359th Bomb Squadron, fell in love with a beautiful English girl, Pauline Bobby Roberts, and the two were engaged. He presented her with a photo of himself, on which he inscribed, "America lend least this soldier to England's fairer sex. Handle with care, and return in good order." Jampar's ship was downed over the North Sea, and his body was never recovered. The tragedy stayed with Bobby Roberts all her life. One of Jampar's fellow crewmen was Jack Snell, another gunner, who was also a close friend of Van White. Snell had worked for the Sedalia Democrat newspaper before the war and received issues while at Molesworth. When Jack went missing in action, White said, the issue of the Sedalia Democrat that described the mission arrived with Jack's mailing label at the bottom of the picture. It made my skin crawl. Bomb group operations put hundreds of heavy machine guns in the hands of young men almost daily. There were bound to be accidents. George Hebeler recalled an incident that occurred prior to the mission to Mannheim on October 19, 1944, when he was called to fly as a substitute navigator. It was his second mission. While waiting in the crew chief's tent before startup time, we heard a machine gun go off. The crew chief stepped outside the tent and then hollered, "My plane's been shot and it's on fire." We all piled out of the tent, and indeed gas was pouring out of the wing between number 1 and number 2 engines, and there was a pretty good fire going. The pilot said, "I think we had better get out of here." I figured he had a lot more experience than I did, so I would stick with him. Hebeler and another crewman in the tent sprinted after the pilot toward a nearby wooded area. After a ways we stopped, but the pilot said, "I think we should get further away." Hebeler and the other crewmen didn't argue, and the trio put more distance between themselves and the burning and bomb-laden B-17. The fire crew extinguished the blaze, and Hebeler and the other 2 men subsequently returned to the smoking hulk. Hebeler learned that the errant rounds were fired by Harvey "Shorty" Caber, the ball turret gunner from his own crew. He had been called to fly at the last minute to replace a ball turret gunner who became sick. In checking the guns, the other gunner had hooked up the ammo belt with a round already in the chamber. Shorty was not used to doing this, and he somehow hit the trigger, setting off a few rounds. Caber was pulled from flying status and reduced in rank to private first class. He was later allowed to return to operations and completed 35 missions and regained his rank. Accidents also happened while airborne. Indeed, during combat, with so many guns in action, it is certain that the bombers were sometimes hit by gunfire from other bombers. This was the case on May 11, 1944, as described by Clifford Fontaine. "Supposed to go to Saarbrücken, Germany today, but we tied onto another group, and I don't know just where the hell we did go. It was somewhere in France, though. Saw a couple of Me-109s today, and some joker in another fort shot a hole in the nose of our ship. I got a little scratch on my forehead, but nothing to worry about. I damned near froze to death the rest of the trip because of the wind blowing through the nose." Another gun accident actually took a life. Typically, when safely out over the sea, machine guns were test-fired, just a few rounds each, to ensure they were ready for action. The men were always admonished to point their weapons in a safe direction. Nonetheless, this didn't always happen, as David Michael, a 360th Bomb Squadron ball turret gunner, cryptically noted in his diary entry for February 6, 1944, the day the group hit the Luftwaffe airfield at Longwiek near Dijon. Lieutenant Doring, Underwood's co-pilot, shot by test fire. Indeed, Creighton Doring was shot through the back of the head by a .50 caliber round, one of 3 that struck his aircraft. He was killed instantly. There was speculation that the misdirected rounds came from B-17s of the 379th Bomb Group, which was flying nearby, but nothing was ever proven. News of such incidents, as indicated by Michael's diary entry, spread rapidly through the unit and were obviously not good for morale. Too many of them were being killed at the hands of the enemy. Killing one another was beyond senseless. It is implicit that the 303rd's B-17s were of little value without bombs. In reality, they were nothing more than complex and expensive bomb delivery machines operated by intensively trained crews. The men who prepared the 303rd's bombs were organized on Molesworth as the 1681st Ordnance Company. These men were near the terminus of an enormous and complex ordnance manufacturing and transportation train that ended only when the bombs were released over the target. It was these men who accepted and moved the bombs from the ports or railheads to the 303rd's bomb dump. There, the bombs were inventoried and stored until needed on board the aircraft, as prescribed by the same field orders that directed the group to go on a mission. As the field orders nearly always arrived at night, the ordnance men were used to working in the dark, and often in miserable weather. Upon receipt of the orders, they moved into the bomb dump and earmarked the correct types and numbers of bombs. The bombs were subsequently hoisted onto trailers and transported to individual aircraft hardstands. From the hardstands, squadron ordnance personnel loaded the bombs into the aircraft and fit them with fuses and safety pins. Although many fingers and a few bones were crushed and broken, there was never a major accident at Molesworth. That is not to say that the work was never without drama. Maynard Pitcher described an incident that underscored the dangerous nature of the job. Pitcher and his comrades were tasked with loading the FDR with two 1,000-pound bombs. It was a bitter cold winter night, and the three of us were wearing heavy winter coats and gloves. After getting the first bomb loaded and secured, the three men winched the second, fully assembled bomb up toward the bomb bay. Pitcher recalled, "Arnold Gilsdorf's foot slipped from the step on the bomb bay door and fell that short distance to the ground, his coat catching the tail fin of the bomb and overbalancing it, causing it to fall tail fin first to the ground and standing upright on Gilsdorf's coat tail. The fall completely crushed the tail fin and broke off the tail fuse right next to the bomb. There was only a crunching thud." Stunned, but delighted to still be alive, Pitcher and the other loader, Smith, first name unknown, crawled out of the aircraft's waist hatch and freed Gilsdorf by cutting his coat away from the bomb, which had him pinned to the ground. The bomb, which was stuck securely in the ground, extended up into FDR's bomb bay. Consequently, the aircraft was trapped. It couldn't be moved without disturbing the now armed bomb. Were it to explode, the aircraft and much of the 359th Bomb Squadron's billeting area would be destroyed. An ingenious solution was contrived. The aircraft's propellers were removed, and a large crane was moved to the site. Without the propellers to hang up on the ground, the maintenance men were able to hoist the aft fuselage high enough so that the bomb bay cleared the bomb and the aircraft could be rolled forward. The bomb was then very carefully slung and transported to a safe area and disarmed. Pitcher said, "We were informed later that when the bomb crushed the tail fin and broke the tail fuse off, it also broke the long tail fuse firing pin and left a large burr on the firing pin which prevented it from detonating the bomb. Pitcher and the rest of the loading crew had only narrowly missed being blown to smithereens." The science of matching the right combination of bombs and fuses against specific targets and determining how they were dropped was one that evolved through the duration of the war. The numbers and types of bombs that were loaded on the aircraft varied with the type of target being attacked. Bigger bombs were used to destroy very large structures, such as submarine pens. For instance, on its third mission, the 303rd attacked the submarine pens at Lorient, France, with M-34s, 2,000-pound bombs. Each aircraft carried two. However, for attacks on airfields, many small bombs were carried so as to achieve greater effects on aircraft, hangars, runways, and fuel supplies. As an example, the ships were loaded with 24 M-30s, 100-pound bombs, for the attack on the airfield at Kills Orion on August 19, 1943. The default general-purpose load was 10 or 12 M-43s, later M-64s, 500-pound bombs. These were generally effective against most targets. Most of the bombs the 303rd carried were conventional high-explosive types. There were many different weights and types, and updated versions became available during 1944. Incendiary bombs were used quite often against targets that were judged more vulnerable to fire rather than explosives. A weapon of another sort, a psychological weapon, was a canister that dispensed thousands of leaflets. The RAF codename for the leaflets was Nichols, and the name stuck with the American flyers. They were usually dropped in combination with high-explosive bombs, but opened above the target, so that the leaflets were scattered over a large area. Occasionally, the ships carried a mixed load of bombs, which offered the advantage of combining different sorts of effects against particular target types. However, these mixed loads created aiming issues for the bombardiers, as each bomb type possessed different ballistic properties and fell to earth on a slightly different trajectory. Fusing the bombs properly was also critical in order to achieve the best effects. For instance, when targeting a factory, a fuse delay of a few milliseconds allowed a bomb to penetrate through the roof and into the factory itself before exploding. On the other hand, in order to keep the bomb's effects from being smothered by the ground, it was best that it be fused to explode immediately when attacking targets such as aircraft parked in the open. Another consideration was the desired spacing or interval between the bombs as they fell across the target. The larger bombs were generally released at greater intervals so that they landed farther apart, while smaller bombs were dropped at reduced intervals. Bombs were usually only salvoed, or released all at once, when there was an emergency and the aircraft needed to be immediately rid of them. For that reason, there was a salvo release mechanism for the pilots as well as the bombardier. As the US AAF, together with the RAF, ramped up its campaign during 1944, the effects on the German people grew more and more pronounced. The Franz Kaiser family lived in Munich, and their experience was fairly typical. Hildegard Kaiser, at 15, was the youngest daughter and lived with her parents and sisters. Her older brother had already perished in fighting on the Eastern Front. We found out he had been killed when the soldiers came and banged on the door. When my mother opened it, they shouted, "Heil Hitler, your son is dead." And then they turned around and left, and we never learned anything at all about his death. Everything was in short supply, Kaiser said. Clothes and shoes were difficult to get, but I had older sisters, so that I had enough hand-me-downs. Food was also in short supply, especially meat. We had ration stamps that we used very carefully, but the stores didn't always have what we needed, although there was always bread, black bread. Kaiser's father was a school administrator, but took extra work as a handyman and laborer on nearby farms. He was very good at fixing things, and the farmers paid him with food, usually potatoes and turnips and such, and sometimes eggs and chicken. When the farmers slaughtered a cow or a pig, we sometimes had meat, which our father shared out very carefully at the dinner table. He was a very good provider, and even though we lived in an apartment, we also had a garden, and we canned vegetables. An apple tree and a pear tree gave us some small amount of fruit. Mostly we ate potatoes that were purchased at the store. We kids also sometimes stole potatoes and turnips from nearby farms. Still, food was never abundant. One evening, we had only a single potato. Kaiser said, "My mother cut it into pieces. I told her that she had miscounted because we were one piece short. She said that she wasn't hungry, but I knew she was. We were all hungry all the time." Kaiser remembered the air raids in which the 303rd played a part on a number of occasions. Even though we were on the edge of Munich, at Munich-Allach, my mother made us go to the bomb shelter every time, even if we were in bed. The warning system was very good, and the sirens sounded at least 30 minutes prior to the bombs coming. We usually carried a blanket and a pillow to an enormous, purpose-built bomb shelter right next door. It had walls of concrete that were very, very thick, and I don't think anything could have hurt us when we were inside. Aside from the shelter, nearby defenses also included an anti-aircraft battery deployed in a field adjacent to the Kaiser's apartment. Kaiser was sent to work at a Junkers aircraft component fabrication plant when she was 14. I went to school in the morning and to work in the afternoon. It was how things were done. They had me make coffee and tea and such, and then started trusting me to do office work, typing and filing and that sort of thing. I gave half of my salary to my parents, and they let me keep the other half. Everyone was very nice to me, Kaiser said, but as the war continued, it became apparent that Germany was going to lose. The mood grew more and more somber. I was called into the office of the big boss one afternoon. I entered and said, "Heil Hitler," as we were required to do during that time. He just glared at me and said, "And kiss my ass." It was quite a risky thing to say, as he could have been sent away to a concentration camp, but it was an example of how people felt toward the end of the war. You are going to have to stay in there and fight them. It is my conviction that good group commanders ensure, good units, and that poor group commanders cannot possibly have good units. These words came from Ira Aker, who knew a thing or 11 about leadership. Consequently, if it is accepted that the 303rd was among the best of the bomber groups, it must likewise be acknowledged that the men who led it were also exceptional. In point of fact, it is difficult to identify a single 303rd commander as the key individual who set the tone and tempo for the group and put it on the right track. The command of the group changed 16 different times, and the group's 4 different squadrons had more than 20 different commanders. Indeed, while still stateside, the 303rd went through several commanding officers before James Wallace took over during July 1942. It was Wallace who led the 303rd overseas and into combat, and it is certain that his leadership left some imprint on the organization. On the other hand, he was ordered to a staff billet during February 1943 after having flown only 4 missions. He did receive the Silver Star for his service, so it is unlikely that he was removed for cause or incompetence. Command of the group was temporarily held by both Charles Marion and George Robinson into the summer of 1943. Marion, who was part of the 303rd's original cadre, flew only 11 missions by the time he was relieved in August 1943 by Kermit Stevens. Stevens, a stocky man with a dogged disposition, earned his commission and wings during the 1930s. Leading the group until September 1944, he was the group's first truly outstanding commander. He was a dynamic leader, known for his pre-mission pep talks and for his exhortations to the men to bow your necks to the task. You are going to have to stay in there and fight them and get the job done, or you are going to have to go back tomorrow and redo it. In fact, his rallying call so impressed the men that one crew named their ship Bow Your Neck Stevens. Stevens was the first of the group's commanders to complete a full tour. He flew 29 missions, and because he led many of them, he was credited with more. It was Stevens more than any of the 303rd's commanders, because of his spirit, his example, and the time he spent at the head, who left the greatest mark on the group, and the group was better for it. Among the 303rd's squadron commanders, Lewis Lyle was the most notable. A native of Arkansas, he resigned his commission as an infantry lieutenant to become an aviation cadet during the spring of 1941. The pilot of Old Soldier, he was part of the group's original cadre of pilots and rose to command the 360th Squadron during January 1943, only 2 months after the 303rd began operations. Lyle was cool, calm, and capable, and no one in the 303rd had more combat credibility. He recalled his attitude about combat. When I got in the airplane, I wasn't scared of the devil himself. I had so much adrenaline flowing, and that's the way I went through the whole thing. I know it sounds stupid, and a lot of people won't believe it, but I never was afraid. And he ran a tight and disciplined crew. It was strictly business on my airplane, and the only time they could shoot the breeze was when we hit the ground. It is likely that his crews didn't mind the discipline. They always made it back to Molesworth. His reputation spread across the 8th, and was such that he was assigned to fly with the 351st Bomb Group's commander on that group's inaugural mission. Lyle completed 25 missions on July 17, 1943, and kept on flying. Not long after, he was the first 8th Air Force pilot to reach 30 missions. He became so expert that he not only led the group on a regular basis, but often the 41st Combat Bombardment Wing, and occasionally the entire 1st Bomb Division. Lyle was so intent on understanding every aspect of the 8th's mission that he put himself through weeks of intensive bombardier training and flew as the group's lead bombardier on 3 missions, achieving excellent results. If the 303rd ever had a most valuable player, it was Lewis Lyle. Although he stated that flying combat didn't bother him, Lewis admitted that waiting to fly combat did. Sitting around and waiting was agonizing to a certain extent, and if I started to thinking about getting shot down or something, well, I just said, that's a waste of time. Why don't I think about how to keep from getting shot down? And that's what I did. Ultimately, Lyle was made the group's deputy commander and flew 57 missions with the 303rd. In October 1944, he was made commander of the 379th Bomb Group at nearby Kimbolton. He flew on at least 12 more raids, other sources cite more, before being named commander of the 41st Combat Bombardment Wing during the last few days of the war. No bomb group commander in the 8th Air Force flew more bombing missions. The group's leadership was not always on the mark. This might be understandable to a degree when it is considered that air warfare of this type and scale had never been waged before. and especially when it is understood that fewer than 2 of each 100 men had been in uniform for more than 5 years. Regardless, leadership failures sometimes created ill will that was not easily forgotten. Ben Smith remembered that the combat crews were called together at some point during mid-1944 when the group had been especially hard hit. A colonel reminded them that their role in the war was killing and being killed, and upbraided them as crybabies. The humiliating harangue infuriated Smith and many of his peers. I can still see the hurt and anger on their faces as they listened, unbelieving. It was especially hurtful because the men were volunteers. To a man, they could have refused to continue combat operations with no repercussions other than a reduction in rank to match the assignments to which they would have been posted. The flight crews, Smith said, never had any use for the colonel after this piece of gratuitous arrogance. Arrogance or not, no one ever accused the group's leadership of cowardice. I had a lot of respect for our brass, said Dick Johnson. They never avoided the missions that were expected to be especially dangerous. If it was going to be a tough one, they were right up front. There was mutual respect between the enlisted men and officers of the 303rd. Military courtesies were expected to be rendered and returned. The group's leadership insisted on it and considered it key to maintaining discipline and morale. I was talking with our squadron, 427th Commanding Officer, Edgar Snyder, said Dick Johnson, and an enlisted man walked past without saluting. I thought about stopping him right then, but didn't want to interrupt Snyder. It wasn't but a few seconds later that he dressed me down for failing to discipline the enlisted man. Of course I was in full agreement with him, but I just stayed quiet and took the lesson. Where the air crews were concerned, the responsibility for leadership belonged to one man, the pilot. It was his duty to make certain that each crewman at each position on his aircraft performed as required so that bombs were delivered on target on each and every mission. In most instances, the pilots were up to the task, but this was not always the case. A few pilots simply didn't make teams of the men they led. Many of them were simply too young and inexperienced to do so, while others were lazy, ignorant, or selfish. It is arguable that in training these men as pilots, the USAAF didn't spend enough time to train them as leaders. Certainly, military protocol did not allow the officers to socialize or fraternize with their enlisted crewmen. However, such strictures were not intended to keep them from talking with their men, learning about them, and coming to understand them. Indeed, this type of familiarity and empathy was a critical component of leadership. It built trust and loyalty, as well as a sense of camaraderie. These were intangibles of great value during combat. Frank Boyle, a ball turret gunner, rankled at his recollection of the officers in his crew. In the 3 months we spent at the operational training unit in the States, the officers never shared a beer with us. We never went out to a bar or a restaurant to get to know each other. It was no better at Molesworth when we got to the 303rd. None of the officers on our crew knew where the enlisted men came from, what their families were like, or anything. We were second-class citizens, and we wondered if they even cared about us. Boyle recollected that one of his fellow gunners had a name for the dynamic. He called it brass hat, officer, racism. Still, it was rare when a pilot's leadership was so poor that it could not be compensated for by his crew's training, sense of duty, and perhaps especially keenness to survive. Indeed, the forge of shared combat often brought the men together in a way that training could not. Crewmen who had previously barely tolerated one another did indeed sometimes become like brothers. Our crew worked pretty well as a team, said Tom Harden, but we had to let our original tail gunner go about the time we finished half our missions. He would get very upset and scream into the interphone for periods of time. Naturally, this upset the rest of the crew. He was young and scared, like the rest of us, but just couldn't handle the pressure. When I finally finished my missions and left for the States, he was driving a fuel truck and was quite content. I remember one instance, said Al Duslier, when one of our substitute crew members faked an injury to get removed from flight status. We were shot up pretty badly on a mission and had to crash land. We all came through it just fine. In fact, I distinctly remember this particular guy doing the jitterbug pretty energetically not long after the crash. But a short time later, He said that his back was hurt during the crash, and he never flew again. There was at least one instance when a crewman fell out of favor, was sent away to fly with other crews, and then rejoined his original crew. Warren Kotz, a navigator with the 427th David Shellhammer crew, noted that the ball turret gunner Joe Keaton was removed from the crew for apparent incompetence. Keaton off crew, made mistake on oxygen on an aborted mission, passed out. Nevertheless, Keaton continued to build his mission count with other crews before rejoining the Shellhammer crew to finish his combat tour. Dick Johnson remembered the crew on which he was a co-pilot as a good team except for one member. We had a waist gunner who was often insubordinate. He had a bad attitude and often mouthed off to the officers. We finally told him that it'd be a good idea for him to look for somewhere else to go. He actually finished his combat tour flying with several different crews. That these sorts of frictions were not more common is somewhat surprising, as there was little in terms of age and experience to distinguish the officers from the enlisted men. In fact, many of the enlisted men were older than the officers under whom they served. It was sometimes difficult for them to take orders from officers who had no more combat experience than they did. Moreover, some of the enlisted men had been aviation cadets themselves and were washed out of training on little pretense when more aerial gunners were needed. Frank Boyle was caught in one of these unofficial aerial gunner drafts. Early during our training, we were all called into the auditorium and told that we had washed out. I was told that my depth perception was too poor. It is interesting to note that, with his deficient depth perception, Boyle was sent to aerial gunnery school. This sort of heavy-handed treatment did cause resentment. Nevertheless, most of the men controlled their emotions, learned their assigned jobs, followed military protocol, and performed admirably. And they did it both on the ground and in the air. An example of the sort of necessary teamwork that was routine and workaday, yet still saved lives, occurred during the 303rd's mission to Hamm, Germany, on September 19, 1944. James Mickle, the pilot of the 359th's Forget-Me-Not Ollie, described what happened. We discovered we were short a flak suit for my co-pilot, Arthur Bergeron, so I asked the radio operator, Dennis Egan, to bring up a spare. Egan found another flak suit in the rear of the aircraft and came back forward. As he reached the top turret, he found William Humphrey, the flight engineer, without an oxygen mask and unconscious. The co-pilot, Bergeron, noticed the problem and turned around to help. His own oxygen mask became disconnected as he did so, and he slumped out of his seat, hypoxic. I called the navigator, Benjamin Odell, to help the co-pilot, Mickle said, and told the radio man to help the engineer. The two men without oxygen looked purple in the face. I thought they were goners. Mickle, alone at the controls, tried to orchestrate the rescue while flying his ship in a formation that he remembered as very poor. The navigator used his own mask alternately to revive the co-pilot, who then climbed back to his position in the cockpit. With everything seemingly in control and everyone back on oxygen and breathing comfortably, Egan headed back toward his radio compartment, but unbeknownst to him, his oxygen mask caught on something and was torn loose. One of the waist gunners saw it happen, said Mickle, and went forward to help put Egan's mask back on him. Finally, all were okay. The sort of teamwork exercised by Mickle's crew that day crossed the boundaries of rank and was essential to the success of the 303rd. William Heller, who finished his time with the group as the commanding officer of the 360th Bomb Squadron, understood this and described an encounter when one of his men referred to himself as only a sergeant. I interrupted him, Heller said, and told him to stand at attention, and then said, Sergeant, no one in this squadron is an only. You are a sergeant, and one of the best damn sergeants in the best damn squadron in the best damn group of the best damn Air Corps. And don't you forget it. During the next few days, as the story filtered among the men, Heller noted a subtle change in his unit. I may have imagined it, but everyone seemed to walk more erect and more proudly. In fact, the performance of the 303rd and the anecdotal characterizations of its leaders closely mirror leadership attributes that were found to be critical by a post-war study on morale. These included vigor, aggressiveness, fairness, firmness without arbitrary harshness, a lively interest in the welfare of all personnel, and, perhaps most important of all, the ability to inspire confidence by demonstrating both a grasp of the work at hand and a capacity for doing it. Finally, leadership aside, a nod must be given to the organizations, regulations, and directives that kept the machine that was the USAAF functioning. If in doubt, new or confused leaders could always turn to the book. Happily, these resources, in combination with bright, well-equipped men, ensured that failures were infrequent. In contrast to the teamwork and close associations the men sometimes built when they served on the same crews, the relationships between men who shared living quarters were often less chummy. Officers lived with officers, and enlisted men lived with enlisted men. Although they shared the same sorts of terrors when they flew missions, the enlisted men in Aldous Lear's Nissen hut shared little else. "It was really very impersonal for most of us," he said. "At any one time, there were about 20 men in each hut, but the turnover rate was high and continuous. For example, one group of 4 or 5 guys might finish their required missions and get sent home. Then another crew might get shot down. Replacements oftentimes came in and disappeared just as quickly. Other guys would come or go in 1s and 2s as they got sick or recovered or just got moved in and out for one reason or another. Sure, guys made friends, but there was no way, or even desire, for everyone in the hut to become close with one another." The vast majority of the men who served in the 303rd and the various support units were generally of fine character. Notwithstanding that fact, it was inevitable that among so many thousands of men, nearly 9,000 in total through the war, there were bound to be a few bad apples. A letter from Mel Schulstead to his parents showed that he was a victim of petty theft. "We had a very nice summer. English countryside is very beautiful in the summer in a pastoral kind of way. I suppose I will regret not taking more pictures, but I've had my camera stolen, and then, too, film is hard to get." An account from Keith Clapp, a bombardier with the 427th Bomb Squadron, gives another example. His aircraft was shot up by an Me-109 during the Stuttgart raid on February 25, 1944. The pilot struggled and only barely recovered the plane at an RAF fighter base at Brighton, where it was subsequently determined to need major repairs. The crew left their bomber and returned to Molesworth the following day. On arriving at his quarters, Clapp discovered he had been robbed. "When we got back to Molesworth, from my footlocker was missing my .45 caliber pistol, my binoculars, 50 $1 bills, and 2 pair of ebony-handled Sheffield straight razors, which I had purchased a week before in Sheffield. One pair I was going to give to the pilot when he finished his missions. These items were never recovered." The 303rd's command recognized that there were problems, especially when crews went down, and had the following notice published in the Daily Bulletin for the information and guidance of all personnel concerned. Private X, formerly Staff Sergeant, was tried and convicted by a special court-martial for the larceny of a Schick injector razor and blades, all of a value of about $3. The property belonged to a combat crew member who was reported to be missing in action. The accused himself has completed 15 combat missions over enemy-occupied territory. The court, however, considered the offense sufficiently reprehensible to sentence the accused to confinement at hard labor for 6 months and forfeiture of $40 of his pay per month for a like period. Ben Smith recalled related behavior. "There was always a mad rush back to the barracks to get the bicycles of some crew that was shot down. This was not intended as any disrespect to our friends who didn't come back. Nevertheless, it wasn't always easy to take away the newly ownerless bikes, as men were keen to keep those that were kept at their barracks." Smith recalled, "The crews in each barracks had a corral of bicycles. For some reason, it was important to us that our corral of bicycles remain intact." When crews were shot down, their personal effects at Molesworth were often collected by enlisted clerks. The belongings were sorted, and a special effort was made to make certain that nothing embarrassing or hurtful to the family was sent home. "I used to kid Milton Hamill," remembered Van White, the operations clerk. "Hamill was the radio operator aboard the Jersey Bounce. He was Jewish and a heck of a nice guy. And he always wore finely tailored uniforms. He was very particular about how he looked. He was a small guy like me, and I always told him, that if he ever got shot down that I was going to take his gabardine flying suit. It was just beautiful. Well, when he finished his last mission, he came and got me from my office and took me over to his barracks. Then he opened his footlocker. There was a sign inside that read, "To whom it may concern, if anything happens to me, please make certain that my uniforms are given to Technical Sergeant Van White." Well, that was such a generous gesture that I was really embarrassed. I felt about 1 inch tall. Everyone dealt with the loss of friends and comrades in personal ways that varied from man to man. Dick Johnson recalled his own feelings at the loss of a friend, Charles Allen, during the raid to Berlin on June 21, 1944. He felt a small measure of guilt because his initial reaction was not concern for the welfare of his friend, but rather relief because he hadn't been lost on the mission himself. Still, he was taken aback at the astonishingly callous reaction of another friend when told that Allen had been shot down. "No shit? I wonder if his pants'll fit me." Johnson was stunned at the comment, but tried to reconcile it in his own mind. I figured that his attitude might have just been his defense strategy. Johnson also recalled that some men dealt with their fears and anxieties by turning to the church. After morning briefing, about half of the combat crews would go to the chapel for prayers or last rites. Some of our crew did this, but I never did, as I always relied on my own silent prayer. "Thank you, God, for taking such good care of me." It was a prayer he had offered since his teenage years in southern Illinois, never asking for anything in the future, but always thanking him for keeping me alive and in good health. Still, religion and the Almighty were no less confounding during the war years than any other time. Warren Kotz was a navigator with the 427th Bomb Squadron. Even though there were hearty exclamations of "thank God" upon completing particularly perilous missions, he didn't believe that God had deserted those who did not return. But we all said, "Thank God we made it through that one," no matter what we believed. Although their German enemies were expert at killing or hurting them, the airmen of the 303rd still found ingenious way to hurt themselves. Dick Johnson offered an example. "One day, I went over to the maintenance hangar to look around, and the sergeant in charge had some .50 caliber bullets on the workbench." Johnson watched, intrigued, as the man separated a bullet from its casing and poured out the gunpowder. He then took a dull punch and set the casing on an anvil, placing the punch on the firing pin in the center of the base. With a light tap of a hammer on the punch, he fired the primer, which made a subdued pop. Johnson watched the man craft the disarmed shell into a base for a model airplane. He was quite taken with the idea and decided to do the same. With just a little practice, he made a base for a replica of an RAF Hurricane, as well as a couple of cigarette lighters. He enjoyed his new hobby, and it helped pass the time when he wasn't flying or otherwise obligated. However, Johnson became a bit too comfortable handling the dangerous ammunition. I had worked the projectile out of a casing and poured the powder out. The sergeant was not around, and I couldn't find a dull punch to explode the primer, so I picked up a prick punch. The prick punch had a very shapely tapered point and was used to precisely start holes in metal for subsequent drilling. And it was the wrong tool for Johnson's purpose. When I tapped the punch with a hammer, the primer exploded, but the sharp point of the punch caused the brass surface of the primer to split and shoot back upward, thus embedding all the brass fragments in my left thumb and middle finger. Blood poured from the wounds as Johnson, somewhat sheepishly, walked himself to the dispensary. Had he sustained such a wound in combat, he would have been awarded the Purple Heart. In this instance, the only thing he earned was a raised eyebrow from the doctor, who stitched his hand and fingers back together. Not every injury in the 303rd or the 8th was caused by German fighters or anti-aircraft fire, or from hobbying with live ammunition. There were myriad ways to get hurt, sometimes badly, simply by being around the big ships. Slips and falls resulted in sprained or even broken limbs. And as well designed as the B-17 was, ergonomics came second to mission effectiveness and ease of production. Consequently, sharp corners and headbangers were plentiful. Moreover, simply being around the aircraft could be dangerous. On at least one occasion, a man walked into a turning propeller. Frank Boyle was injured when his ball turret failed on a mission during the latter half of 1944. "My turret just sputtered and stopped like a car running out of gas," he recalled. "I called over the interphone, and the engineer shouted at me to get out of there, which I did in a hurry. Then we got hit by a bunch of ME-109s, and I started carrying ammunition from the tail up to the waist gunners. I didn't have any headphones on, so I didn't hear when the pilot called out Geronimo. That was his signal to us that he was going to take evasive action and that we should brace ourselves." The heavy maneuvers caught Boyle completely unaware as he twisted while carrying a heavy ammunition box. "I was knocked off balance but kept my footing," he said. "I didn't feel any pain at the time and kept helping the rest of the crew. We made it back to base okay, and I didn't think much more about it. But I couldn't move when I woke up the next morning," he continued. "I couldn't get out of bed. Finally, after doing a lot of stretching, I stood up and limped around well enough to actually fly a mission. But afterward, as we were coming back to base, I wasn't able to get out of the turret. The two waist gunners had to lift me out." Barely able to move, Boyle struggled to the flight surgeon's office. He said that he didn't have the equipment he needed to properly diagnose me. Then he asked me if I wanted to quit my combat tour. I told him no and left. I had torn ligaments and cartilage and such, and walked with a heavy limp for the next 7 years. Of all the B-17's gun positions, it is the ball turret, hung from the belly of the aircraft, that is the most fascinating. The Sperry ball turret, equipped with two .50 caliber machine guns, was intended to defend the aircraft against fighter attacks from below. An electrically actuated, hydraulically powered system rotated the ball through 360 degrees in azimuth and 90 degrees in elevation. In other words, the guns could point in any direction and from approximately level with the horizon to directly downward. The turret was cramped, only 44 inches in width, and consequently was usually manned by smaller men. The gunner sat with his feet in stirrups and his knees close to either side of his head. However, he rotated with the ball, so that when the guns were pointed downward, he was face down. He sat on an armored seat that was extended behind his back. The turret was operated with two wooden handles located in front of and above the gunner's head. Moving the handles from side to side controlled the turret's rotation, while the elevation of the guns was controlled by twisting the handles. The firing buttons were atop the handles. The guns were aimed via a K4 computing gun sight, which projected two illuminated lines on a glass sight in front of the gunner's face. The gunner preset the wingspan of the target aircraft into the gun sight and then controlled the separation of the illuminated lines with a pedal under his left foot. A firing solution was achieved when the gunner framed an attacking fighter within the two lines. In theory, the ball turret was capable of protecting the bomber from attacks originating from any direction. However, firing forward was somewhat problematic. Firstly, the closing speeds were very fast, and it was difficult to achieve a firing solution in time to use the guns. Moreover, obstructions from the fuselage cluttered the gunner's field of view, as did the propellers. Automatic stops prevented the gunner from accidentally shooting the propellers. Frank Boyle recollected the dangerous peculiarities of the position. "As the ball turret gunner, I was the only member of the crew who couldn't wear a parachute at my position. My chute and boots were wired to a steel triangle that was positioned immediately above the turret's exit hatch. If we had to bail out, I had to position my guns so that they were pointed straight down, open the hatch, climb out, disconnect my heating wires, interphone, oxygen hoses and such, and then attach my parachute. From there, I had to make my way to one of the waist positions and jump." But the ball turret position could be even more dangerous. If the turret's unprotected outer vertical cam gearing was hit and jammed, Boyle said, it was impossible to roll the ball so that the exit hatch could open inside the fuselage. So, the gunner would be stuck. Robert Butcher of the 359th recalled just such an incident in his diary. "Ship shot up, out of gas. Jara, Felix, trapped in ball turret. Had to land that way. All of us were scared to death." If the ball turret was stuck and the aircraft had to be abandoned, the other crew members, usually the waist gunners, had to remove the bolts by which a long steel tube held the ball to the aircraft. Once that was done, the ball would fall free from the aircraft with the gunner in it. Then, while falling, the gunner had to open the exit hatch, rip the parachute from the steel triangle, and fasten it to his harness. Then he had to grab his boots, unfasten all the wires and hoses, push away from the ball, and pull his parachute's ripcord. And it was about 50 degrees below zero. Moreover, the ball turret gunner's relative isolation from the rest of the crew was dangerous in its own right. If I were hit by anti-aircraft fire, Boyle said, or if my oxygen was shot away or disabled, there was a good chance that I'd be dead before anyone from the crew could get me out of the ball, if they could at all. There is little wonder that the ball turret position was not one that was eagerly sought. Boyle recalled the dilemma that he and his fellow ball turret gunners faced when the formations were hit by heavy anti-aircraft fire. I had two choices when we were getting hit by flak. I could put my guns straight down, which would allow me to climb through the hatch and into the fuselage if we had to bail out. But that left me facing downward with my genitals fully exposed, as there was no armor plate to protect them from that direction. Or I could put the guns parallel with the bottom of the ship, which put protection between my family jewels and the bottom of the turret. But if the exposed vertical gearing on the turret got hit, there was no way for me to escape the turret. In the end, I kept the guns pointed down so that I could more easily get out of the turret. I decided that my life was more important than my genitalia. Boyle's relief at clearing enemy territory was typical of many of the 303rd's airmen. Everyone smoked. I smoked Pall Malls. There is no way to describe the great happiness and relief I felt when I got out of the ball turret after we had descended down to below 5,000 feet and were back over the English Channel. I'd sit on the floor in the radio room, light up a cigarette, and smile. Hot damn. We got lucky one more time. The back of the engineer's head had been blown off. The men feared jumping from their aircraft for many reasons. Aside from the slim possibility that they might be fired on by enemy fighters, and discounting the greater possibility of being mob-lynched by German civilians, there was the actual and dangerous act of parachuting itself. Firstly, the parachutes were packed by young men who generally had been on the job for less than a couple of years. That they made mistakes was a given. 2, there was the fact that parachutes were relatively new. Materials and practices were still evolving. Finally, in the heat of combat aboard mortally stricken ships, the men often forgot or were unable to follow correct procedures. All of these factors contributed to the 303rd's casualty rate to some small degree. A case in point was the experience of the Cecil Miller crew aboard the 358th Bomb Squadron's Paper Dolly on the July 23, 1944 mission to Creil, France. The ship was low on fuel and made it back to the English coast with only one engine operating. Once over land, unable to hold altitude on one engine, Miller ordered the crew to bail out. He and the other 8 men jumped. The parachute of William Zweck, the tail gunner, was caught up in Paper Dolly's elevators. Zweck was subsequently dragged behind the aircraft and finally killed when it struck the ground. Miller, the pilot, pulled his parachute lanyard, but the parachute failed to deploy. He was killed when he struck the ground. The navigator, Saul Cooper, broke his ankle upon landing. Another example was provided by Grady Hodges of the 358th Bomb Squadron. He was a waist gunner aboard Lady Alta when it was hit on the Merseburg mission on November 21, 1944. Hodges was urged by his comrades in the back of the aircraft to jump first. He didn't want to. But if I was to go first, I wanted to hook my parachute ripcord to the static line by the door. This way, the chute would open without any action on my part. I was not successful in snapping the line onto my chute. Thinking I was nervous, I asked the radio operator, James Brady, to snap the line onto my chute. He did it so vigorously that the chute pack popped open, spilling the chute to the floor at my feet. The radio operator picked up the chute carefully and placed it at my chest, folding my arms across it. I went to the door and tumbled out head first to try to delay the chute from opening and to get away from the tail of the plane. The chute opened almost immediately after I had cleared the tail of the plane. It was nice to look up at the open chute above me, and good to be away from the roar of the airplane engines and the gasoline fumes that had filled the plane. The B-17, the Flying Fortress, owed much of its reputation to the defensive armament it carried. Unmodified, the B-17E and B-17F each carried 9 guns, while the ultimate model, the B-17G, was equipped with 13 50-caliber machine guns. Quite frankly, formations of the big bombers, bristling with so many guns, terrorized German fighter pilots. They coined a name for that fear, Viermotorschreck, or four-motor fear. It took men to operate these guns, and consequently nearly half the B-17's crew was dedicated solely to doing so. The tail gunner and ball turret gunner each fired 2 50-caliber machine guns. There were 2 waist gunners, each manning a single gun. The radio operator's gun protruded through a hatch at the top of the fuselage, where he had a limited field of fire. The top turret and its 2 guns were manned by the flight engineer, whose additional duties included the mechanical well-being of the aircraft while in flight. In the aircraft's nose section, the bombardier and navigator operated the forward guns. Flexible aerial gunnery was a maddeningly complex skill. A gunner had to fire his weapons so that the bullets and the aircraft at which he was shooting arrived at the same point at the exact same instant. This required him to solve for the ballistics or flight path of the bullets, the speed of the bomber from which he was firing, and the range, elevation, speed, and flight path of the enemy aircraft. Some men mastered the science of gunnery through informed instinct, while others followed rote procedure. Still others, barely competent, simply trusted to luck. It was a very difficult craft to learn well. For instance, men who were experienced hunters, as many of the gunners were, knew through experience to aim ahead of or to lead a moving target. However, because an aerial gunner shot from a moving bomber, he often had to aim behind his target. The gunner's information file tried to put the concept into a familiar context with the newsboy's lesson. Every newsboy soon learns the basic trick of aiming from his moving bicycle. The first time he tosses a newspaper, he discovers a simple fact. If he aims directly at the front porch, he misses, and the paper lands next door. The forward motion of his bicycle carries the newspaper forward too. The same thing happens to a bullet fired from a moving plane. It keeps the forward motion given it by the moving bomber. Of course, aerial gunnery was much more complex than tossing a newspaper, and teaching it was something for which the Army Air Corps was ill-prepared when the nation began to prepare for war in earnest. As late as 1940, there were no schools dedicated solely to training aerial gunners. Such training as existed was not well standardized and was performed incidentally by a variety of organizations. The results were unremarkable. However, as Arnold hurried to put the U.S. AAF on a war footing, action was taken to train the gunners necessary to man the enormous numbers of sophisticated bombers that were planned. The first flexible aerial gunner school was opened at Las Vegas, Nevada, where flying weather was outstanding, but where officialdom noted that moral conditions were less than ideal. Notwithstanding that judgment, the surrounding area was vast and sparsely populated, and there was little danger that gunnery operations would cause injury or damage. After getting off to a slow start during 1941, when just more than 100 instructors were graduated, the school quickly got to business. More than 27,000 students were trained during 1942 and 1943 combined. These were augmented by students produced by 6 additional schools in Texas, Florida, and Arizona. Most of the 303rd's men trained in either Kingman, Arizona, or in Las Vegas, where schools were specifically organized to train gunners for the B-17. In the aggregate, the 7 schools produced nearly 250,000 aerial gunners. It should be noted that this number included radio operators and flight engineers, as well as bombardiers and navigators, when there was spare training capacity. Assignments to aerial gunnery were initially made on a volunteer basis, but the need for gunners was much greater than the numbers of volunteers. Consequently, involuntary assignments began during January 1943, and standards were lowered. Originally, aerial gunners ranged from 18 to 30 years of age, stood 5 feet 10 inches or less, and did not exceed 170 pounds. Importantly, they were required to score at least 100 on the Army's General Classification Test, or GCT. In order to increase the pool of men available for assignment as aerial gunners, the height, weight, and age limits were eased, and the GCT requirement was markedly reduced to 85. The general quality of the early graduates when they arrived at the operational training units, the organizations that trained them on the actual aircraft types that they would fly into combat, was not impressive. A wartime report described their shortcomings. Upon interviewing these men, we have found that they have not been sufficiently trained to be aerial gunners in heavy bombardment equipment. They do not know how to harmonize turrets, load ammunition, and install in turrets. They do not know the use of K3 and K4 sights. They do not know how to install guns on the turrets or time solenoids for firing. They do not know how to detail strip the 50 caliber machine guns, and they do not know how to take care of any malfunctions which may occur in the action of the 50 caliber gun. However, the curriculum and quality of instruction improved as experience was gained and training equipment became more available. But both were long in coming. Even as late as mid-1942, there was not a single turret-equipped aircraft in any of the flexible aerial gunnery schools. In fact, 50 caliber machine guns and ammunition, together with various training devices and gun sights, were scarce well into 1943. The shortage of aircraft to tow targets and of aircraft from which to fire at those targets was just as bad. The AT-6 pilot trainer was used early on. It could accommodate only a 30 caliber machine gun on a primitive mount in the rear cockpit. It was nothing like the sophisticated twin 50 caliber turrets that the men would operate in combat shortly after finishing training. The course was originally only 5 weeks and included just 150 hours of formal instruction. It was almost immediately recognized that the training was not thorough enough, and the course was extended to 6 weeks. The intensity of the training increased dramatically over time. By March of 1944, the course included 290 hours of instruction, almost double the original number. Classroom subjects included the theory of aerial gunnery, instruction on turrets and sights, and aircraft recognition, among others. Aircraft recognition was an issue early in the war and remained an issue throughout. Because the P-47 appeared similar to the FW-190 at a distance, it was constantly shot at by B-17 gunners. Consequently, to aid in their recognition, the P-47s were painted with white stripes around their cowlings, wings, horizontal stabilizers, and tails. The 303rd's James Andrus noted this in his diary entry for December 23, 1943. The P-47s are now striped with white because of fortress gunners' itchy trigger fingers. Outside the schoolhouse, the men spent many hours learning how to clean and care for both 50 caliber and 30 caliber machine guns. They were required to know the guns well enough so that they could, while blindfolded, put together a completely disassembled weapon from a jumble of parts. Additionally, they spent time on the malfunction range, where weapons were set up to suffer specific failures. The men were required to recognize and remedy the malfunctions within a specific period of time. And malfunctions were not infrequent. For example, guns frequently froze at high altitude and refused to fire. The 303rd's crews experienced this problem on a number of sorties, to include the mission to Osnabrück on February 14, 1943. The group sortied 13 aircraft, 5 of which aborted early, 2 for inoperative guns. Frozen guns caused both the 8-ball Mark II and Hunga Dunga to turn back before crossing over the continent. However, it wasn't apparent that the guns aboard Memphis Tot were frozen until the formation was over the Netherlands. The pilot, Lloyd Cole, elected to leave the group and return to England before penetrating any deeper. Doubtless, he hoped to reach the North Sea and safety without being molested. But luck was not with Cole and his crew. Alone, the defenseless Memphis Tot was attacked by Me-109s and FW-190s. Cole was hit in the hip by a 20mm cannon shell, and his co-pilot was shot dead. Cole put the ship down in the Zuider Zee, where 2 of his men drowned. The rest were picked up by a Dutch boat and transferred to the Germans. Cole died later of his injuries. In truth, it was very difficult to get the guns to fire once they were frozen. The key was proper preventative maintenance, as promulgated in a later edition of the 303rd's Standard Operating Procedures for its gunners. On damp and rainy days, the receivers, barrel jackets, and barrel jacket bearings will be wiped free from moisture. This must be done to prevent freezing of the gun at altitude. The procedures also directed, in oiling aircraft guns, be careful not to use too much oil. In low temperatures, the oil will congeal and cause malfunctions. It is best to oil by wiping with an oiled rag. Safety was constantly stressed at the schools. The .50 caliber machine gun was a devastating weapon, and horseplay or inattention could be deadly. This was proven over and over again, even at Molesworth, where the 303rd was considered to be among the most professional of a very professional organization of combat groups. Raymond Espinoza recounted an incident. I was driving a clee track on the perimeter road with Sergeant Irwin Hines when a Jeep pulls alongside and the driver yells that they need us near the 360th parking area. A B-17 had been set afire from an incendiary that was accidentally fired from a ball turret across the field. Hines and I hooked up to the B-17 and pulled it away from the burning fuel on the revetment. Indeed, safety and an understanding of the weapons, turrets, and sights were all very important. However, the point of it all was shooting down enemy aircraft. Consequently, the real focus of the flexible aerial gunnery course was marksmanship. In some instances, the gunnery students started shooting BB guns and small .22 caliber rifles, but most men began their training with shotguns. Although the value of trap and skeet shooting, firing at flying clay discs with shotguns, was questioned, it was still taught throughout the war. The men also fired on the moving base shotgun range. While atop a moving vehicle, often a jeep, they shot at clay targets launched from variously placed trap houses. They also spent time in turret trainers and camera-based simulators, such as the curiously named Jam Handy, which permitted the actual practice of gun firing in aerial combat with built-in means to indicate, accurately and easily on the films, where the point of aim was, as well as where it should have been. Nearing the end of the course, the men tested their skills while airborne. During 1942 and 1943, they typically fired a .30 caliber machine gun from the rear cockpit of an AT-6 at a target towed by another AT-6. Later, they fired from other aircraft, such as the twin-engine B-34, which was a Lockheed Ventura variant. It had waist gun positions as well as a dorsal turret. The results of all the effort and resources that were put into aerial gunnery training were confounding. Hitting an aerial target required skilled shooting, but the level of marksmanship attained by the gunnery school graduates failed to match expectations, and the USAAF, despite repeated calls from the combatant commands for better trained gunners, never satisfactorily determined the best way to teach them. Even as late as April 1944, a ranking officer at a specially called Flexible Gunnery Training Conference stated, "Please don't think that the 2nd Air Force, a stateside command responsible for aviation training, or anyone else today knows the solution." Much of the debate about how to improve results revolved about which of the two primary methods of flexible aerial gunnery ought to be taught, the relative speed method or the position firing method. The relative speed method was initially favored, but was complex and awkward to execute in actual combat, as described by a contemporaneous critic. The gunner was taught to use the following sequence of action in sightings. 1. Recognize the enemy ship. 2. Estimate the range with 600 yards as the critical distance for opening fire. 3. Estimate the difference in speed between his ship and the enemy ship by holding the sight stationary for 1 second. 4. Compute the lead according to a definite table which he had memorized. And 5. Open fire. Under combat conditions, there was usually no target in sight by the time the student had gone through this involved system of computing the lead. The position firing method received more emphasis later in the war. It was a technique used against fighters flying a classic pursuit curve attack. A fighter making a continuous attack against a bomber necessarily had to fly a predictable curving flight path. Position firing took advantage of that predictability and the USAAF's instruction prompted aspiring gunners to recall the principle of the Newsboys lesson. You have seen in the preceding pages that if you shoot in any direction other than dead ahead or dead astern, your bullets do not go where you aim. The bullets not only move away from your gun, but they are also carried forward, and they are carried forward regardless of whether you fire to the side, above, or below. Like the boy on the bicycle, you must allow for this forward motion. Make this allowance by using the first rule of position firing. Always aim between the attacking fighter and the tail of your own bomber. Position firing was taught through the war, although the more advanced compensating gun sights that were fielded during the latter years offered better accuracy. Using these sights, the gunner had only to adjust the size of the reticle to match the wingspan of the fighter at which he was shooting. Then, once the fighter was in range, he simply put the aiming dot over it while he squeezed the trigger. An example of one of these gun sights was the K-13, which replaced the primitive steel ring and post sights on many waist guns. One constant, regardless of how they were aimed and fired, was the fact that the weapon had to be cared for. Paul Sursland, a waist gunner with the 360th Bomb Squadron, recalled how the guns were handled before and after each mission. Usually we, the gunners, stopped at the armory to pick up our guns before we went to the aircraft. Specific guns weren't assigned to specific aircraft. Instead, we just drew from a pool of guns. They were all interchangeable. Once we got to the aircraft, we installed the guns and readied the ammunition, which had already been delivered. After the mission, we simply left the guns on the aircraft, and the armorers came by later to pick them up as well as the remaining ammunition. The armorers also cleaned the guns. We didn't have to. This policy later changed, and the gunners were required to clean their weapons on the same day they flew their missions. The change even applied to the navigators and bombardiers, who were officers and not normally expected to perform such work. Cleaning and oiling the bulky guns was a grubby and miserable task, especially when the weather was cold and wet. Still, the men made the best of it and often socialized or swapped stories about the mission just completed. Theodore McDevitt, a bombardier with the 360th Bomb Squadron, recalled a humorous encounter. After a rough mission to Berlin, a lieutenant and I were in the armament tent cleaning our guns when he told me of an incident that had taken place while he was stationed at the Kingman, Arizona Gunnery School. As he was new to the squadron, he didn't know that I was raised in Kingman. He told me that he had been in Kingman only 3 times, his arrival, his departure, and a mandatory formation for a ceremony in front of the county courthouse. He recalled that a local widow was being honored on Memorial Day 1943 because all her 5 sons had enlisted and were overseas in combat. The new lieutenant told me what he thought of any woman stupid enough to have 5 sons in the first place, much less to have them overseas in combat. I informed him that the foolish woman was my mother, Della McDevitt. Ultimately, it is impossible to accurately measure how effective the gunners were. In all of history, there are no similar examples against which to compare them. To be sure, other nations had bombers with gunners, but their operations were trifling in comparison. Certainly bombers, sometimes many bombers, were shot out of their formations by enemy fighters. In those instances, the gunners were obviously ineffective, or at a minimum, not effective enough. On the other hand, it is undeniable that the gunners also shot down significant numbers of German fighters. However, at the macro level, what is known is that the bombers could not, without escorts, conduct a sustainable daytime bombing campaign in the face of determined fighter opposition. The B-17 as a self-escorting bomber was a failure because the gunners could not keep back the German fighters. The second mission against Schweinfurt demonstrated this with absolute finality. No matter how the mission might have been trumpeted as a success by the USAAF's leaders, there was no way that such losses could have been sustained. That this was so was not a black mark against the gunners. Regardless of whether the problem was with the equipment or the training or the concept itself, the gunners, as was demonstrated thousands of times during the war, performed bravely and capably. Tail gunner Joseph Sawicki of the 360th Bomb Squadron provided just such an example during the mission to Bremen on November 29, 1943. On that day, his ship, Dark Horse, piloted by Carl Filer, was hit by a flak burst that stopped both engines on the right wing, tore away the right horizontal stabilizer, and shredded the rest of the tail section. It also ripped away Sawicki's left arm. Moreover, his chest and abdomen were lacerated by shrapnel, and blood gushed from his wounds. He crawled out of his position to get help, only to find the two waist gunners, George Fisher and Martin Stakowiak, on the floor of the aircraft. They were badly wounded and bleeding. Aside from their other injuries, they both had broken arms. With no consideration for his own well-being, Sawicki crawled forward and put parachutes on both men. With the last of his strength, the last of his life, he dragged his two comrades to the rear hatch, kicked it open, and pushed them overboard. Both survived as POWs. Joseph Sawicki perished with Dark Horse. The gunnery schools graduated nearly 250,000 students destined to serve in hundreds of different organizations, and classmates often crossed paths afterward. Those reunions were not always happy, as evidenced by the experience of William O'Brien, a flight engineer with the 359th Bomb Squadron. On one mission, we were forced to land at an emergency strip for fuel. A B-17 from another group had just landed, and I was told the engineer had been wounded and the crew needed help. I rushed over and climbed to the plane's top turret. There was no rush. The back of the engineer's head had been blown off. I disengaged the power train and rotated the turret by hand. When I then saw his face, I was looking into the lifeless eyes of a friend I had made at gunnery school. It had been nearly a year since George Buskey, the tail gunner aboard the Jersey Bounce Jr., had been so horribly wounded. He should have died. He didn't. Instead, following his release from the hospital and a 3-week respite at home, his request to be returned to duty, rather than being medically discharged, was granted. Buskey's remarkable resilience and dedication to duty are even more incredible when it is considered that he knew firsthand the dangers of air combat before he ever climbed aboard the Jersey Bounce Jr. on December 20th, 1943. 3 months earlier, on August 19th, 1943, he had been badly wounded by German fighters during the mission to Kilzerai in Holland. A 20mm cannon shell knocked out his left gun, set his tracer ammunition afire, and sent shrapnel deep into his hip. Nevertheless, he stayed at his position, warded off more attacks, and was credited with downing one of the aggressive fighters. It was an action for which he was awarded the Silver Star, and which caused him to be hospitalized for 2 months. Buskey's crewmate, Forrest Vossler, was awarded the Medal of Honor on September 6, 1944, by President Roosevelt in a ceremony at the White House. He was only the second enlisted airman to be so honored. Although news of the event was welcomed by the 303rd back at Molesworth, there were few men remaining there who actually knew Vossler. We were all very frightened. Paul Sursland was born on July 7, 1924, on his family's farm near Decorah, Iowa. Tragedy struck him young in life. "It was quite a shock when Mother died," he said. "I was 4 years old, and my mother died of complications of childbirth. Consequently, the decision was made to send me away to live with my mother's parents. My 2 brothers and older sister were already in school, but I was too young to go with them, and my father couldn't watch me and run the farm too. I was so young and didn't really understand what was happening. I didn't lose just my mother. I lost my entire family and the only home I knew." Sursland was returned home a few years later, and his childhood regained a level of normalcy. "Our farm was 100 acres, and my life on it was pretty typical. We practiced what was called diversified farming. We raised corn and livestock, to include a lot of pigs. These were mostly red Durocs and Poland Chinas. We also kept about 10 head of milking shorthorns. We used horses a lot, and had chickens for eating and eggs. And of course we raised a big garden. We came from a long line of Norwegians on both sides of the family. I had a strong Lutheran upbringing, and I was always a good student," Sursland said. "I was athletic, too. I played both offensive and defensive tackle on the high school football team at Decorah. My brothers and I learned to shoot on the farm. We had a .22 caliber rifle, and we shot rabbits and squirrels, which we ate at the dinner table. I learned how to shoot pigeons as they flew out of the barn, and we also hunted pheasants in the fields. That was very useful when I went to aerial gunnery school later. Sursland didn't give aviation much thought until he was a young teenager. One of my uncles had a glider. Decorah sat in a sort of bowl, and evidently the area was good for gliding. My brother and I used to hold the wingtips of the glider and run alongside while my other uncle towed the glider airborne with his Graham Page automobile. That got me interested somewhat in flying. Sursland enlisted in the USAAF immediately after graduating high school in May 1943. At that point, the 303rd had been flying combat for more than 6 months. I decided to enlist rather than wait to be drafted because I got to choose the branch of service. I actually would have started training earlier than I did, but the farmer I was working with pulled some strings without me knowing to ensure I was around long enough to get the harvest in that fall. Although he took the exams and qualified for training as an aviation cadet, the USAAF needed aerial gunners at that point more than it needed pilots. Sursland was sent to Kingman, Arizona for gunnery school, where he scored the highest marks achieved to that point. They arranged for me to stay as an instructor, but I didn't want to do that. I told them that I hadn't enlisted to be an instructor. I wanted to fly in combat. They didn't care and were set on keeping me there. I went up the chain of command until I reached a major who was sympathetic and let me go. Sursland was sent to Kearney Army Airfield, where he was assigned to the Thomas Hardin crew as a B-17 waist gunner. We were from all over the country. We were 3 Lutherans, 3 Methodists, a Catholic, and a Presbyterian. Our pilot, Tom Hardin, was an atheist. Following more training at Rapid City in South Dakota, Sursland and the Hardin crew returned to Kearney, where they picked up a new B-17G and additional flight gear. They also underwent a final physical examination, including dental work and inoculations, preparatory to proceeding overseas. The crew was ordered to England as a replacement crew for the 8th Air Force and took the oft-traveled route across the North Atlantic. The weather was just as horrid as it had been earlier in the war. It was nighttime when we took off, Sursland said. We got caught up in clouds and heavy icing, which we had never encountered before. Tom tried to climb us above the clouds, but wasn't able to get high enough. And then he descended as close as possible to the water, where the air was warmer. There we waited for the ice to melt. We were all very frightened, said Sursland. There was a good possibility that the ice would force us to burn all our fuel just to stay airborne. We knew that we'd die very quickly if we were forced to ditch in that icy water, and we'd be dead without ever having reached combat. I kept my Aldous lamp trained on the right horizontal stabilizer and watched through the dark for any sign that the ice was clearing. Tom Hardin called over the interphone every few seconds, "Pilot to waist, is it melting yet?" I could tell that Tom, the atheist, was getting very anxious, Sursland said. Then he called over the interphone. "Shouldn't you religious types be doing some of that praying?" We assured him that we had already been offering prayers for some time. Finally, I saw a chunk of ice break away, and then another, and soon the airstream got under the ice and lifted it all clear. Once across the North Atlantic, Hardin's aircraft was put into a replacement pool. He and the rest of his crew were likewise put into a replacement pool. After a few days, they were assigned to the 303rd's 360th Bomb Squadron and arrived at Molesworth on October 4, 1944. A post-war study described the importance of replacement air crews, such as Hardin's, to the morale of a unit. Prompt replacement of killed, missing, wounded, and worn-out airmen was essential to the preservation or restoration of good combat morale. In the case of units whose attrition rates were moderate, a steady supply of new pilots or crews acted more as a preventative of trouble than anything else. But for squadrons and groups that had been numbed by disaster, an immediate influx of reinforcements had the life-giving quality of a blood transfusion. It counteracted tendencies toward disintegration, helped to bring the organization out of a condition of shock, and started the healing process. Of course, Sursland, along with the rest of Hardin's crew, was a replacement, and thus part of that healing process. He recalled his impressions upon being shown his new living quarters. "I was a bit uneasy. There were a lot of empty bunks in the building. I asked the guy who was helping me get settled in if the other crews had finished their missions. He hesitated a bit and said that it depended on how my question was interpreted. In truth, yes, the missing crews had flown their last missions. In fact, the 303rd had lost 11 of the 28 bombers it sent on the raid to Magdeburg a week earlier, on September 28th. My new squadron, the 360th, lost 7 of the 11. The news was quite a shock to me, and I was uneasy for some time after that, until I had a few missions under my belt. But from that moment I had a keener understanding of what was meant by the term replacement crew. A few days later, I was impressed again when Lieutenant Colonel Lewis Lyle, the group deputy commander, had a meeting with us new arrivals. He didn't pull any punches as he laid down the realities of the air war. He was clear about what was expected of us and didn't try to make it seem that people weren't dying. It was clear that the same could happen to us. Sursland's experience was typical, and was one he shared not only with his peers, but with virtually every young man who ever went to war. He had always understood at an intellectual level that he stood a real chance of being hurt or killed, but the reality became more visceral as he neared actual combat. November 11th, 1944, Armistice Day, was like any other day for the 303rd. There was no armistice in Europe, and the target was the Boer synthetic oil plant at Gelsenkirchen, Germany. The weather was low, gray, and wet, and the men speculated that the mission might be scrubbed. Robert Sorensen, the waist gunner for Paul Stevens' crew, remembered the details passed to the airmen that morning. In the briefing room, we were told that this was to be a quickie, a short run to the Ruhr Valley. This was good news. If we didn't get off, we'd be back by noon. It was the 11th mission for our crew, another reason for optimism. It seemed that if a crew got past 10 missions, they were riding a lucky star and had a good chance of finishing their tour. Almost immediately after Stephen lifted Duffy's tavern from the ground, the ship was cloaked by the rain-sodden clouds. Flying entirely on instruments, Stephen reminded the crew to put on their oxygen masks as the ship climbed through 14,000 feet. Sorensen, already on oxygen, moved forward and pulled the safety pins from his bombs. About 10 minutes later, we must have been at about 17,000 feet, I noticed a bright red glow out the left waist window. Thinking we were breaking through the clouds and the glow was the sun, I stood up to look out. That was no sun. There was a 10-foot tail of flame coming from the number 1 engine. Sorensen called a warning over the interphone. But I don't think the pilot ever heard me, because almost at the same instant the plane flipped over, went into a spin, and exploded. Sorensen was making his way toward his parachute near the rear exit door when Duffy's tavern blew itself apart. He never got there. As the plane flipped, I was thrown against the floor with such force that I couldn't move a muscle. It probably was only a split second, but it seemed like a long time. Then came the terrible explosion which blew me out through the fuselage head first. Stuck between a pair of the aircraft's structural ribs, Sorensen struggled mightily to push himself clear of the falling wreckage that had been Duffy's tavern. Once in the air, everything seemed to be floating, and there was a terrific ball of fire. All at once, out of the debris, came a parachute pack. It fell right into my arms. I was conscious at the time and snapped the chest pack onto my harness. Sorensen blacked out for a few seconds before regaining consciousness and finding that he was clear of the debris. I counted fast and pulled the ring to the parachute. Nothing happened. I looked at my hand. I was holding the ring, but there was no cord attached to it. I shook my hand and thought I threw the ring away, then started clawing at the parachute pack. There was no sensation of falling, but I knew I had to get that chute open. Sorensen passed out again. My complete life went through my mind, every good thing and every bad thing. I even saw my grandparents. It was almost like meeting them in a new world. They had been dead for 15 years, but they seemed as real as they were when I was a kid on their farm. Sorensen fell in and out of consciousness as the ground rose up at him. Each time, he tore at the parachute pack. Finally, it opened partially, but I was tangled in the cords. As I struggled, I noticed that part of the chute was burned and hung above me like a tattered rag. The last thing I remembered was a large tree coming up at me fast. For reasons never determined, Stephen had flown Duffy's Tavern dramatically off course. It crashed near Much Wenlock in Shropshire, more than 100 miles west of Molesworth. Pieces of the bomber were spread over several miles. Bombs exploded, and larger pieces burned on and along the main route into town. Edward Townsend was a local Home Guardsman. He and another Home Guardsman, Harry Murdoch, raced toward the wreckage. It was misty, and we couldn't see too far, but in the second field from the road, we thought we heard a faint "help." Townsend and Murdoch headed in the direction of the pleading voice and found an airman leaning over some wooden rails in the hedgerow. The airman was Sorensen. He looked in a very bad state and was only half conscious. He apparently had walked or crawled 60 or 70 yards from a large oak tree where we later found the burnt and torn remains of a parachute. He was still holding the metal grip of the parachute ripcord. Sorensen remembered nothing of hitting the ground, and it is impossible to determine exactly what happened. It is likely that the heavily damaged parachute caught some air and slowed him somewhat before he fell into the branches of the hoary old oak. Those branches slowed him further, although not without injuring him gravely. After finding Sorensen, Townsend and Murdoch lifted him down to an old iron gate and used it as a litter to carry him to a waiting ambulance. Sorensen woke up in Much Wenlock's hospital 2 days later. They told me I had a concussion, was missing a few teeth, my spine was crushed, my neck broken in 2 places, and I had a blood clot in my left eye. I was pleased to find that Sergeant Dwight Phillips, our engineer, was in the next bed. They had found him 11 miles from where I landed. His back was broken in several places. He told me that we were the only survivors. The rest of the group flew an uneventful mission to Gelsenkirchen that day and bombed through the clouds. No enemy fighters were encountered, and the flak was light. Duffy's Tavern was the only ship lost. Every crewman of the 303rd struggled with fears of varying intensity. Ball turret gunner Frank Boyle spoke about this. Starting with my 28th mission, I got flak phobia. I was frightened to roll the ball turret after the door was closed. I had an unreasonable fear that the turret was going to simply fall away from the aircraft with me in it. And of course, there was no room in the ball for a parachute. I went to the flight surgeon and told him that I was afraid and was putting the entire crew in danger. He told me not to worry, that I was normal. Boyle was sent to a rest home to recover. It was the Royal Hotel at Southport, he recalled. It was on the coast of the Irish Sea, and the British Royals stayed there prior to the war. I had never been anywhere so nice. The toilet covers were padded purple velvet, and the faucets were gold. The Royal Hotel was one of an eventual 17 rest homes that were contracted by the USAAF beginning in 1942. They were typically good hotels or converted estates or manor houses intended to provide a brief period of respite, typically a week, to battle-weary men, or to those who had survived a particularly traumatic episode. Although they were often jokingly referred to as flak shacks or flak houses, they were overwhelmingly enjoyed by the men who recuperated there. One objective was to demilitarize the homes to the maximum extent possible. References to rank were discouraged, and civilian clothes were worn. Crews were often separated. The enlisted personnel were typically sent to different homes than the officers, although care was taken to ensure that there was no distinction in the quality of the different arrangements. The homes were staffed by proper Red Cross hostesses, whose chief duties were to make the men comfortable without becoming romantically involved or overly familiar. Activities at the homes ran the gamut from archery, horseback riding, and canoeing to less strenuous diversions, such as playing cards, board games, watching movies, and reading. Nearby towns or cities offered drinks, ladies, shows, and other entertainments. Or, if the men preferred, they were allowed to do absolutely nothing. Frank Boyle's preferences were toward quiet. No card games, no dances, no girls, and no excitement. Actually, it was just what the flight surgeon told me I needed. all quiet and no stress. I had never had such a mental problem, and it just didn't go away after a good night's sleep. The greatest thing about the Hotel Royal was my 2 rooms, Boyle said. In the bathroom, there was a brass reading tray on a flexible 3-piece rod mounted to the wall. You could swing the adjustable tray with the London Times on it while you were sitting on the throne, and the tray had a flexible brass lamp screwed onto the arm right above the tray. There was no shower, said Boyle. There was just a jumbo bathtub with gold faucets and a hose with a shower-type head. And there were terrific towels and wall-to-wall carpeting. There was also a bidet. Coming from Vermont and the New Hampshire mountains, I had no idea how to use it, and I was too embarrassed to ask. My bedroom had a very soft leather easy chair and an ottoman. There was a flexible brass floor lamp that gave superb light. Of course, it was nothing like in our huts at Molesworth. I met other bomber crewmen in the bar and billiard room, Boyle remembered. We talked and drank good British pints. We were all there for the same reason. They called it flak happy. It wasn't easy to talk with your peers about being scared in combat. It wasn't the manly thing to do when you were 19. Boyle made a distinction. Nobody was scared at being shot at by fighters. You could shoot back at those SOBs. But the flak from the IP, initial point, until you turned for the barn after bombs away, was the worst. Especially for us ball turret gunners. We had the automatic seat cameras that followed the bombs down to the target through the GD, goddamned, flak bursts. And we talked, Boyle said, about the brass hat stupidity of daylight bombing without adequate fighter cover. I think that kind of talk is just what we all needed. We just needed to get it out, cry over so many lost buddies, and yell about our brass. Nobody got drunk, just mad. After 8 days, I went back to finish my tour, said Boyle. The fears were gone. I was just mad. Everyone on my regular crew had finished their tour while I was gone, and I consequently lived the ball turret gunner's worst nightmare, which was to fly as a substitute with new crews who had little combat experience. They often didn't understand how important it was to check on the ball turret every few minutes. If the oxygen went out, a gunner wouldn't live more than about 5 minutes, and they needed to know how to manually crank up the ball and drag me out. Boyle flew with 5 new crews during his last 7 missions and successfully completed his tour on Christmas Eve 1944. When I considered that I originally enlisted with the intention of becoming a P-40 pilot, said Boyle, it had been a strange string of events. God works in mysterious ways. Boyle was far from the only man who grew to fear the ball turret. David Michael recorded a hauntingly cryptic passage in his diary. I'm afraid of that ball turret. How I'd like to forget. Darkness scares me. Nothing spectacular except the explosion. More than 2 years after it began combat operations, the 303rd had evolved into one of the 8th Air Force's preeminent bomb groups. It was among the most decorated, most experienced, and most effective, both in terms of bomb tonnage delivered and the accuracy of those deliveries. 2, its crews were noted for their competence and bravery, Mathis and Vossler being 2 examples of the latter trait. Nevertheless, there were infrequent missions when lapses in judgment, poor weather, enemy action, or just plain bad luck, alone or in combination, conspired to work ruin on the unit. Indeed, there were occasions when, after all the effort spent on a particular mission was held up against the results, it could be said that the USAAF would have been better off had the 303rd never left Molesworth. One such mission was the one to the Leuna synthetic oil refinery at Merseburg on November 21, 1944. It was a target that the 8th had visited many times before. Both the 1st and 3rd bomb divisions, a total of 763 B-17s, were thrown into the attack. The 303rd's contribution was 39 bombers, 2 of which aborted for mechanical issues. The weather was poor over the target, with clouds, haze, and thick contrails. Consequently, each of the 3 squadrons the 303rd launched that day, the 358th, 359th, and 427th, made individual runs. Inbound from the initial point to the target, One of the 358's bombers was hit by flak, and the crew jettisoned its bombs. Seeing the jettisoned bombs, 5 other crews mistakenly believed they were over the target, and likewise released their bombs. Similarly, when the 358's lead aircraft was hit by flak, and its crew dumped its bombs, most of the crews who still carried bombs released theirs. The PFF equipment aboard the 359's lead aircraft failed just before the squadron reached the initial point, and the lead was passed to the deputy leader. For reasons that are not recorded, the results were not just poor, but were staggeringly awful. In fact, the 359's bombs hit 15 miles north of the mean point of impact, the specific part of the target that was supposed to be hit. Along the way, the ship piloted by Andy Virag was hit not only by flak, but also by the Duchess's granddaughter, piloted by James Green. Virag, along with many of his crewmen, was on his last mission. After falling away from the formation, his ship was set upon by Me-109s. No longer able to control the aircraft, he ordered the crew to bail out. All the men survived, although the engineer, James Jeter, whose leg was nearly blown away during the fighter attack, was shot twice by civilians upon reaching the ground. The crew of the 359's Heller's Angel, captained by Arthur Chance, was not so fortunate. Like the Virag crew, many of the men were on their last mission, but their number 3 engine was hit by flak, and Chance was unable to stay with the rest of the formation. He ordered the crew to abandon ship, but rescinded that order once he controlled the fire in the stricken engine. However, 2 of the crew had already parachuted clear. It is possible that it was Chance's ship that was attacked by Me-262 pilot Georg Peter Eder, who recorded the following encounter. We had been following this bomber formation, looking to see if there were any fighters around, as there usually were. I did not see any, and being low on fuel anyway, I saw this one B-17 smoking and went in. I only had cannons, so it was a quick pass, nothing spectacular, except the explosion. It might not have been spectacular to Eder, but it was terrifying to the Chance crew. Those still aboard bailed out. Sadly, at least 3 members of the crew were murdered upon reaching the ground. The 427th was no more successful with its bombs than were the 358th and 359th. In fact, it was uncertain where the 427th's bombs hit. Photographs from the ships that were equipped with cameras showed no explosions whatsoever on the target. The results achieved by the 303rd that day were anything but laudable. Worse, the group paid a heavy price for achieving nothing. 4 aircraft and crews, more than 10% of the attacking force, were knocked down. Lloyd Hester was the toglier aboard the 427th's Miss Lace. He saw the Peter Kiriton crew go down. When Lieutenant Kiriton's plane in the lead element was hit, a piece of his B-17 wrapped around our right wing, cutting the oil line to the number 4 engine. Our pilot, Lieutenant Austin Kaplinger, had to feather it on the bomb run. I released the bombs, but was unable to close the bay doors. The electric motor was shot away. Staff Sergeant Francis Duffick and I had to crank it closed by hand. After the Kiriton plane was hit, I saw one of his crew in a free fall through space. I learned later that it was Tech Sergeant James Ellis, whose parachute opened late. He was the lone survivor on that crew. That the flak and fighters were vicious was borne out by the fact that 26 of the 37 B-17s flying the mission sustained major damage. One of those aircraft was piloted by Charles Haynes of the 359th. Our ship lost 2 engines over the target and received major flak damage, said the crew's bombardier, Charles Dando. We were unable to keep up with the group and stayed hidden in the fog until we emerged north of Frankfurt in bright sunlight and unlimited visibility. We felt that at any moment the Luftwaffe would appear and pounce on us, but miraculously they did not appear. Instead, a lone P-51 eased in on us and flew with us for a short time until a sudden burst of flak from the Frankfurt area hit him and he plunged down. No chute was seen. Flying on only 2 engines, and still over the continent, the odds were against the Haynes crew. We were gradually losing altitude crossing the Dutch coast under 5,000 feet and hoping we could reach Molesworth, said Dando. We were now 1.5 hours late, and dusk was falling. When we reached Molesworth, a runaway prop on the No. 3 engine, due to a severed throttle cable, caused us to lose the engine. We came in on one engine, and without hydraulics or brakes, we used up the entire runway before finally coming to a stop on the perimeter. Aside from the aircraft being sieved with more than 200 holes, its main spar was nearly cut in half. Although the U.S. AAF was a mighty force by the fall of 1944, its air crews were still dying in horrible ways. And many of those men were from the 303rd. Richard Healy was leading the 427th Bomb Squadron against an alternate target at Osnabrück on November 24th, when his ship was hit by a flak burst. The explosion blew off the bottom of the fuselage from the chin turret back to the bulkhead directly behind the pilots, said squadron mate Jim O'Leary. Dutch Spooner, the GH navigator, Slim Stewart, lead navigator, and Sandy Sandhagen, the lead bombardier, all fell out without their chutes. They tumbled out like tattered rag dolls. Sandhagen, to my horror, was blown forward through the plexiglass nose and came back through the No. 3 fan, propeller, then rolled over the top of the wing. Remarkably, Healy and his co-pilot were uninjured and landed the stricken ship at an advanced fighter airstrip in Belgium. The 303rd's mission to the railroad marshalling yard at Ehrang, Germany, on December 23, 1944, was largely uneventful except that weather closed Molesworth. Of the 39 aircraft that were sent on the mission, 38 recovered at Bassingbourn, and 1 landed at the RAF base at Gravely. "We were cold and exhausted after we landed," said Paul Sursland. "We had spent about 7 hours in the aircraft during the mission, and then we had to spend another 3 cold and miserable hours in trucks to get back to Molesworth. We didn't get to return until very late. They arranged to feed us, but all we really wanted was to get back to our bunks. When we did, the huts were freezing. The day's allotment of coke had been burned long before." Sursland and his comrades crawled into their freezing bunks and quickly fell asleep. They didn't remain so for long. Only a couple hours later, they were wakened to fly as part of the most massive bombing mission in history. The Ardennes Offensive, better known as the Battle of the Bulge, was at its height, and the 8th ordered every available bomber to participate in the mission of December 24th. Anxious to cripple the German attack from the rear, the 8th sent its bombers after a series of communications centers and airfields. "They woke us much earlier than usual," Sursland said, "because they had to take us back to Bassingbourn." After seeing to their ablutions, eating a quick breakfast, and attending the mission briefing, the crews were loaded aboard trucks for the cold, dark ride back to their bombers. Although a skeleton crew of 303rd maintenance men had been sent ahead to help ready the aircraft, the crews were still apprehensive. "We had all the trust in the world in our own ground crews, but much less in anyone else, no matter what unit or base they were from," Sursland recalled. "Accordingly, we checked our aircraft very thoroughly after we arrived. We checked the fuel, the oxygen, the guns, everything that we could touch or see." The weather was horrid, and the visibility was essentially nil, as recorded by one of the crews. "No visibility during taxiing and takeoff. Could barely see wingtip lights due to heavy fog. Made instrument takeoff." Nevertheless, the mission was not scrubbed. "It was unnerving," said Sursland. "Normally at takeoff, each individual aircraft was ticked off a roster by personnel in the control tower. But that morning, because the visibility was so poor, they had to put a GI in a Jeep at the end of the runway." All told, the 303rd launched 50 aircraft from 6 different airfields. Although the majority of them flew out of Bassingbourn, many aircraft flew from bases into which they had diverted for various reasons during the previous week or so. In fact, some of those bombers were flown by crews from other bomb groups, and one was even flown by a mixed crew. Although the visibility over England was horrible that morning, it was perfect along much of the route and over the target. The column of 2,046 heavy bombers, B-17s and B-24s, together with the 853 escorting fighters, was the most colossal assemblage of aircraft in history. Only 2 years earlier, the 8th could not muster a mission of even 100 bombers. Sursland was awed at the sight. There were bombers as far as I could see. It just didn't seem possible that there could be so many. We were toward the front of the column, and after we hit the target and headed back west, it seemed the formation was almost unbroken. There were still airplanes making landfall en route to their targets as we reached the North Sea. The German defenses were virtually impotent that day, as only 12 bombers were downed. It was a loss rate of less than half of 1%. Although a few German fighters were spotted, the 303rd remained unmolested. Still, the gunners nervously fingered their triggers as a lone Me-109 skimmed over the top of the formation with a P-51 in hot pursuit. One 303rd aircraft, Old George, flown by a crew from the 92nd Bomb Group, was lost over Germany. The Fluss, a veteran of 102 missions, was cracked up and destroyed on landing, while flown by another crew from the 92nd Bomb Group. Notwithstanding the tiny loss rate, the 8th lost one of its stalwarts. General Frederick Castle, who had been part of Acre's staff during the early days of 1942, was at the head of the entire formation that morning. His aircraft was attacked and downed by Me-109s, and he was killed. The results of the day's bombing were excellent. The Hells Angels had been tasked to hit the airfield at Merzhausen, near Frankfurt, Germany. More than 75% of the airfield was cratered, and it was knocked out of operations for the near term. The effects of the overall effort on the ground fighting were impossible to quantify, but certainly they were real and significant. However, perhaps more important was the psychological impact of the enormous raid. If it wasn't clear to the German leadership beforehand that the Americans could establish air superiority whenever and wherever they wanted, it was massively clear afterward. The weather was still poor at Molesworth when the bombers returned, and most of the 303rd's B-17s diverted to the 96th Bomb Group's base at Snetterton Heath. Bob Hand, the navigator on Old Cock, was quick to make himself comfortable at the strange base and celebrated Christmas Eve with enthusiasm. I fell in with the festivities at the base and lost track of time and was left with no barracks or bed and or blanket, etc. By this time, the well-known pot-bellied stoves had burned themselves out, and it wasn't getting any warmer. I gently lifted a blanket from over 4 or 5 sleeping airmen and fashioned a sack on the floor with my head next to the stove and fell asleep. Sometime in the night, a person wearing heavy shoes was making his way to the john in the dark, and not seeing all that well, accidentally kicked me full force in the head. By the time I got back from first aid, my blankets were gone, and I spent the rest of Christmas Eve sleeping in a chair in the day room. The men were always cold. It was less miserable during the summer, but the wet, bone-chilling cold of England was a constant source of griping. The various buildings and huts were typically heated by coke-fueled pot-bellied stoves, but they were too few and too small to provide much comfort. Even so, the men were issued only enough fuel to fire the stoves for a couple of hours each day. We usually burned ours between about 5 and 7 in the evening, said Paul Sursland, but it was never enough. So we went to the maintenance shops and borrowed an oxygen cylinder, a valve, and some tubing. We filled the cylinder with aviation gas and oil, hung it in the rafters, and then ran the tubing down into the stovepipe. And oh, it worked. That stove got red hot. An inspecting officer was wholly unimpressed with the ad hoc furnace and the very real possibility that the hut might be caught up in a conflagration at any moment. He ordered it removed. Sursland and his comrades shelved their nascent engineering talent and pursued a more traditional means for getting what they wanted. We made an unauthorized acquisition to fill a big box with coke, he said. We cut a hole through the fence that guarded the field where it was kept, but they eventually discovered our hole, and we had to stop our acquisitions. So we went back to being cold. We shut down everything then. The previous 2 Januaries had been cruel to the 303rd. Very early in its combat career, the January 3rd, 1943 raid to Saint-Nazaire cost the group nearly a third of its 14 bombers. It did lose a full third of its aircraft, 7 of 21, only 3 weeks later, on January 23rd. The following year, the Germans shot down 11 of the group's B-17s on the January 11, 1944 mission to Oschersleben. But with the war entering its final months, January 1945 developed to be not nearly so gruesome. During that month, the 303rd launched 208 more combat sorties than it had during the previous 2 Januaries combined, but it lost only 7 aircraft. Still, the dying was not any less grisly. James O'Leary underscored that point in his description of the January 13th mission against the Schlageter Bridge across the Rhine at Mannheim. He flew as the 427th Bomb Squadron's command pilot in the squadron's lead ship. The 303rd attacked the target through heavy flak. O'Leary's navigator, Edwin Katz, was hit in the head. Ed's body was wedged in an upright position. The green quilting was missing on my side, and I could look between the rudder pedals for a full view of him. As his body would sway with the movement of the plane, I could see that the only part left of his face was a long strip of skin about 2 inches wide with an eyebrow and eye hole. The bombardier, Lloyd Long, peered sorrowfully through the gap at O'Leary and informed him over the interphone that there was nothing to be done for Katz. O'Leary directed him to concentrate on the bomb run. The flak burst also blew the ship's instrument panel to bits, severed a number of hydraulic lines, including those for the brakes, and knocked out the radio transmitter. Meanwhile, the spouts of hot blood spurting into minus 50-degree temperature created dense steam that rolled up the catwalk into the pilot's compartment. Claire Reed, the lead pilot in the left seat, mistook the frozen blood mist for smoke, declared that the aircraft was on fire, and started to unbuckle from his seat. I yelled back. O'Leary said, "Everything is okay. We are not on fire. Keep flying." The damage the anti-aircraft fire caused to the 303rd's formation included mortal blows to 3 ships of the 427th Bomb Squadron. The Red, piloted by Jack Rose, was one of those. It was hit in the right wing, which caught fire. Jack called me 2 or 3 times to say that he was on fire and going down, said O'Leary, who couldn't respond because his radio transmitter had been shot out. The entire crew, after evading for a week, was captured and survived the war as POWs. My right wingman, Oliver Tommy Eisenhart, had taken a direct hit in his tail wheel well, said O'Leary, and his empennage was in the act of separating from the fuselage as he went under the lead plane. The radio room camera on O'Leary's ship caught one of the iconic images of the air campaign. In it, the empennage of Eisenhart's ship can be seen tearing away from the rest of the aircraft. When it broke free, the aircraft flipped end over end until crashing. None of the crew survived. Old 99, piloted by Marty McGuinness, was hit in the nose and tail sections, as well as the right wing. It caught fire. McGuinness's co-pilot, Second Lieutenant F.C. Doscher, called me to say that Marty had lost both legs at the knee and had bled or was bleeding to death, said O'Leary. Doscher called again to let O'Leary know that he had given the order to abandon ship. Lieutenant Doscher impressed me with his calm report, but I could not acknowledge his message. All the officers of Old 99 were killed, while the enlisted men were captured and made POWs. O'Leary and his crew survived the return flight to England, and he landed their damaged bomber at RAF Manston, which had a runway that stretched nearly 2 miles. With no wheel brakes, he needed it. As soon as the aircraft's tail wheel settled on the runway, O'Leary cut the power to the 2 inboard engines and used the 2 outboard engines and the rudder to steer. The airfield and the surrounding area were abuzz with other bombers in extremis. I saw a B-17 on fire over the field with a long string of chutes trailing it, O'Leary said. 2 aircraft were landing to our right, and a 3rd B-17 was landing behind them at a slant. Down at the far end of the runway, he said, a long line of aircraft were taxiing nose to tail. I opened my window and, leaning out as far as I could, waved frantically at the planes crossing in front of us, realizing that they were going to run off the end of the runway. The leading ship's nose dipped as the pilot applied his brakes. God bless him. We shut down everything then, and went bouncing and sliding through tall grass and small trees. We came to rest in an RAF latrine ditch. O'Leary and his crew sat silent and breathed in the stink of piss and shit and hydraulic fluid, and blood. An ambulance raced up to the bomber, and an English medic checked Katz's corpse and reported to O'Leary what he already knew. "Sir, we can't do anything for your man up front." O'Leary spent a restless night at Manston, along with 100 or more other displaced crewmen. He groaned out loud in his sleep and woke up, self-conscious, only to see that no one in the room was disturbed. He was flown back to Molesworth early the next morning, and he stopped by his quarters before dropping his flight gear at the squadron's quartermaster hut. Opening the door to what I thought was an empty room and easing my duffel bag to the floor, I glanced up in surprise to see my original navigator, Lieutenant Michael Cassier, sitting in the top bunk. He was staring at my duffel bag, and then I noticed that it was covered with dried blood, bone, hair, and something that looked like gray chewed paper. I looked at Mike again, and he was sitting there with tears running down his cheeks. After a long, quiet minute, I picked up the bag and headed for the quartermaster hut. Electronic warfare, which centered to a great extent around radar, radar enhancements, and radar countermeasures, evolved rapidly during World War II. The RAF started using thin aluminum strips, codenamed Window, on July 24, 1943, to scatter German radar signals during the highly destructive firebombing of Hamburg. The metallic strips reflected the signals and caused great meaningless blobs on the Germans' radar scopes. Because the RAF's aircraft operated at night and were impossible to spot unless illuminated by searchlights, the German anti-aircraft defenses were greatly hampered. Later, the Americans used similar metallic filaments or metal-coated paper strips called chaff. This proved effective when operating above the clouds, when the Germans could not use visual targeting aids. The chaff was pushed by the radio operator through a chute in his compartment. Upon receiving a signal from the group's lead navigator, a radio call and 2 red flares, the 303rd's radio operators were directed to dispense bundles that consisted of 2,000 strips each at a rate of 4 units every 10 seconds unless briefed otherwise. Notwithstanding the initial effectiveness of these types of radar countermeasures, the Germans developed countermeasures that somewhat negated their effectiveness. Beginning in October 1943, the US AAF started using radar spot jammers, codenamed Carpet. Earphone-equipped spot jammer operators shared the radio compartment with the radio operator. The spot jammer operators detected and identified the frequencies of the German radars with a single receiver. Once that was done, they manually tuned one of 3 transmitters aboard the ship to jam a specific radar set. So a single jammer-equipped aircraft could neutralize 3 different radars at one time. The group's formations usually included from 1 to 3 spot jamming aircraft. Jamming was most effective when the formations were obscured from the ground by a layer of clouds. Otherwise, the German anti-aircraft gunners could use visual sighting systems. Another crew position that appeared late in the war, and about which very little information is available, was the Y operator. The Y operator shared the radio compartment with the radio operator on especially equipped ships and sat at a purpose-designed radio set. German-speaking, his job was counterintelligence. Likewise, the voice interpreter position emerged late in the war, and this crewman also operated special equipment in the radio room. He listened to German communications and took notes, sometimes passing that information, particularly as it related to fighter operations, to the pilot. Many of the men were cross-trained to serve as voice interpreters, Y operators, and spot jammers. What the hell is going on up there? Albert Al Duslier, or Deuce, as he was later known, was born in Moline, Illinois, on July 21, 1924. I was named after King Albert of Belgium. My father was Flemish and emigrated from Belgium to the United States in 1903 when he was 9, and my mother's heritage was also Flemish. She was from a family of 14. Duslier's childhood was almost a caricature of early 20th century America. My father was a grocer, and I grew up in the business. All of us boys, I had 3 brothers, worked in the store, and we knew everyone in the neighborhood. It was a very important part of our lives, We had a classic Catholic upbringing. The parish was only a block from our house. Likewise, our school was only 1 block away, but in a different direction. John Deere was the major employer in the city. Actually, it was the heart of the community, and the company maintained a wonderful complex of athletic fields. As kids, we were free to use them and played a great deal of softball, which was very popular when I was growing up. We used to hang out in Bert Busconi's gym when I was 8 or 9 years old. Bert hosted boxing tournaments that toured the area. It was his idea to teach me and my brother trick wrestling moves and feature us in between boxing matches to help entertain the crowd. We were really kind of a novelty, and the spectators threw money into the ring at us quite often. One night, we came home with $20. It was more than my father cleared at the grocery that day. We did other things to raise money, too, Duslier said. We set up flavor aid stands outside the store and sold drinks to my father's customers. They were a captive audience. And I was a pretty good promoter, too. We used to stage small carnivals, boxing matches, amateur stage productions, and things of that sort on my grandfather's property. We had a lot of fun. As idyllic as Duslier's early life might have seemed, it was still marked by tragedy. My mother died when I was 12. Obviously, it was very hard on all of us, but my father did what needed to be done to raise me and my brothers. And he had lots of help. Not only did his family live in town, but all my mother's siblings were still there. We had cousins by the dozens and enjoyed all the advantages of a large, loving, extended family. I was never one of those kids who were fascinated by airplanes, Duslier recalled. I wanted to go to college and be a lawyer. But in January 1943, with the war on, I went up to Chicago to see the Navy recruiter. We thought that flying with the Navy would be a good way to do our part. But at that time, the Navy had all the pilot candidates it needed. The recruiter did put 2 of our group into flight training and enlisted 3 others. He told me that if I really wanted to fly, I ought to try the Army. That's what I did. I passed the exams with no problem and started training as a cadet in June 1943. At that time, the 303rd was part of the initial effort to execute Point Blank. In fact, Ely Reber, one of the 303rd's original pilots and one of its first casualties, had already been dead for 5 months. Duslier didn't complete cadet training. Rather, he was sent to gunnery school and assigned to B-17s as a waist gunner. His training was much improved over that of his predecessors, as it had been informed by nearly 3 years of combat operations. He arrived in Molesworth during the late fall of 1944 and flew his first mission on December 18th. January 10, 1945, marked the 303rd's 300th combat mission. I'm not sure that most people even knew it was the 300th mission, recalled Ed Gardner, the navigator on the Grafton Smith crew. If anything, our crew was a little unnerved because it was our 13th mission. And it was the 100th mission for our airplane, Buzz Blonde. She was a great airplane. The nose art was a painting of a beautiful blonde, completely naked. Her arms were outstretched like she was flying, and her breasts were taut and thrust upward. She had little propellers for nipples, but no one made a big deal during the briefing about it being the group's 300th mission. In fact, they emphasized the fact that it was expected to be a milk run. Lack of fanfare aside, the 300 mission milestone was one that no other bomb group had achieved, and it underscored the unit's reputation as one of the USAAF's premier combat units. It was highly regarded as an efficient and professional organization, and the argument could be made that no other bomb group had hit Germany so hard. Notwithstanding the 303rd's reputation and experience, the mission developed to be a poorly executed mess. A number of factors, some over which the men had control and some over which they did not, came together to work against the group. First, it had snowed the previous night, which not only made the work of the maintenance men and bomb loaders difficult and miserable, but also required extra details of men to clear the taxiways and runways. The change in weather also brought a change in wind direction. This forced the group to take off from the north-oriented runway, which was counter to how operations were normally conducted. The deputy group commander, Edgar Snyder, described the effects of the change in a memorandum to the group a week later. Under favorable weather conditions, taking off on the north-south runway is complicated and requires prompt compliance with and execution of instructions. Under adverse weather conditions, Anything less than clockwork precision produces falling hair and a condition best described as foobar, fouled up beyond all recognition. The runway change alone caused plenty of confusion, but the disorder was exacerbated when crews mistakenly taxied out of order and at the wrong times. Efforts to return some organization to the muddle were aggravated when a wheel on one of the bombers locked and trapped other aircraft behind it. The brakes failed on another bomber, and it ran off the perimeter track. Ultimately, 32 aircraft got airborne more or less on time, but another 7 aircraft were delayed an hour and never rendezvoused with the main body. Rather, they tacked themselves to another bomb group. The 303rd's main formation, further reduced in size when 2 aircraft aborted, made it to the initial point on a northerly heading toward the target in reasonably good order. However, as Snyder noted in his memo, things unraveled quickly. The main portion of our effort stayed together until the IP was reached. From the IP to the target, we again ran the gauntlet of all the things that shouldn't happen to our worst enemy. Even the good Lord is confused as to just what went on. The lead aircraft of the low squadron lost an engine and fell out of formation. The GEEH set in the aircraft of the group leader, Major George Mackin, failed to work properly. This radio navigation device was used to bomb targets in poor weather. There appeared a providential break in the clouds near the target, the Bon Hangalar airfield, and the group set up for a visual bombing run, but a blanket of snow made it almost impossible to distinguish landmarks, and the lead bombardier set up on the wrong target. Moreover, the bomb bay doors on the lead aircraft failed to open. The high and low squadrons lost sight of the lead squadron as it maneuvered to attack the correct target. In a turn, for whatever reason, half the bombs from the deputy's lead aircraft fell away, and many of the togliers aboard the other bombers in the lead squadron mistakenly released their bombs at the same time. Mackin, at the head of the formation, erroneously believed his was the only aircraft with bombs remaining, and he consequently directed his bombardier to set up on whatever worthwhile target presented itself. This made more sense to him than taking the lead squadron back through the flak just so that he could drop his own bombs. As his bombs fell earthward, he was astonished to see the other half of the formation also drop its bombs on the ad hoc target. The high and low squadrons executed their own attacks. We came around for a second run on the target, remembered Gardner, but had to abort it when a group of B-24s appeared below us. They were on time, whereas we weren't. We finally released our bombs on the 3rd try. Blundering formations, blind dumping of bombs, and other miscues aside, the 303rd's 300th mission was marked by tragedy as well. Al Duslier, the waist gunner aboard Buzz Blonde, remembered what happened as the group finished its abbreviated run on the target. Very shortly after the bombs were released, the squadron started a hard left turn, which put us into a blinding low-angle sun. At full power, and almost in the contrails of our element lead, we moved to our left and up to our left wing position on the high element lead. Our bombardier, Bill Dome, leaned over to look out the nose so that he could see the bombs hit. But what he saw was not what he expected. There was the cockpit of another B-17 directly below him. He felt like he could reach down and shake hands with the flight engineer in the upper turret. Dome immediately called over the interphone for the pilot, Grafton Smith, to pull up. At the same time, he rushed to get out of the nose and shouted for Ed Gardner, the navigator, to follow him. Ed Gardner remembered. Bill Dome disconnected his interphone, his oxygen, and his flying suit, and rushed by while shouting at me to get out of the nose. I also disconnected my equipment and started back, but right before I ducked down into the catwalk that ran under the flight deck, I saw a giant black shadow rise up in front of our aircraft. It was the vertical stabilizer of another B-17. When we hit, Gardner remembered, it sounded like 1,000,000 tin cans being crushed all at once. The tail of the other bomber cut all the way through our nose and came right up to my feet. Then we separated for a few seconds before colliding again into the number 2 engine of the other aircraft. Duslier, the waist gunner, recalled the instant of impact. In the back of the airplane, we felt a tremendous jolt accompanied by a loud crashing sound. At the waist position, everything that wasn't fastened down was knocked around. I was slammed forward, but managed to stay on my feet and get back to my gun on the right side. Looking out, I couldn't see the rest of the formation, and it seemed that we were pulling away to the left. Back at the tail position, Mel Howell seemed alert and was at his guns. Toward the front, I saw George Parker in the radio compartment, and he was okay too. The right wing was bent in two places and drooping like it was on a wounded bird. Duslier continued, and the number 3 engine was shaking like hell. In the back, we all thought we had been hit by flak. Buzz Blond's nose was torn away, but both Bill Dome and Ed Gardner were still alive. Nevertheless, both of them were knocked unconscious. When Dome regained his wits, he was on his back facing the rear of the aircraft with ammunition belts strung across his legs. Ed Gardner was down around his feet. A great icy blast pinned the two of them where they were. Moreover, both had lost their helmets, gloves, and oxygen masks. The two men, trapped and without oxygen, were in danger of passing out and freezing to death. I got up, Gardner said, and stepped onto the catwalk that ran under the flight deck. I reached up and beat on the engineer's legs. Both Bill and I needed oxygen bottles. There was no response from the engineer, David Massengill. I turned around and looked at Bill, and he motioned at me to bail out from the escape hatch. It was then that I remembered my parachute. Thankfully, it was still in front of the bulkhead, but I was only able to get one of the snaps attached to my harness. Suffering from shock, cold, and anoxia, Dome and Gardner struggled in the wind blast. Gardner tried to get the engineer's attention again, and once more received no response. It was at that point that Gardner released the escape hatch on the lower left side of the nose, below the pilots. They both hesitated to leave the bomber. Gardner and Dome were operating on the very edge of consciousness, and neither recalled how they finally cleared the aircraft. Al Duslier recalled what happened. Ray Miller, the ball turret gunner, called out over the interphone and said, "Someone just bailed out, and someone else bailed out. What the hell is going on up there?" Miller was told to get out of the ball, and he did, in record time. Smith and his co-pilot, Mel Alderman, wrestled with Buzz Blond. Not only was the right wing broken and the nose smashed, but the right horizontal stabilizer was also mangled. Moreover, the ailerons were jammed, and the two pilots were only able to turn the bomber, and just barely, with the rudder. Dave Massengill, the flight engineer, was flying with us as a replacement. Duslier remembered. He found some GI blankets and gave them to Smith and Alderman to wrap around their legs. They started descending the airplane and sent him back with us so he could get out of the wind. It was a popping noise in my ears that brought me back to consciousness, recalled Ed Gardner. It took a moment for me to realize that the cold, wet gray through which I was falling was the cloud layer that had been below us. I guessed that Bill Dome had pushed me out through the escape hatch. The cold was ferocious. I touched my nose and ears, Gardner said, and found that they were frozen nearly solid. I pushed harder on my right ear and was startled when the cartilage snapped, so I left my ears alone. Instead, I tried again to hook the second snap of the parachute to my harness, but my hands were frozen just like a chunk of meat in the grocery store. I just couldn't make them work. Then I put my hands under my armpits to try to warm them. After a bit, I tried the parachute snap again, but still couldn't get it attached. At this point I shouted, "God help me." When Gardner finally tried to pull his parachute's ripcord, his hands were so wooden that he was lucky, after several attempts, to hook his little finger through the ring. When he pulled it, the canopy blossomed nicely, although, because it was attached at only one point, he was suspended lopsided beneath it. "I looked at the countryside," he said, "and it looked empty. I thought I might have a decent chance to evade. It was about then that I heard rifle fire and bullets ripping past me. I started swinging in my parachute to throw off their aim." Gardner fell into a deep snowbank on the side of a hill. "When I finally dug myself out of the snow, I was surrounded by a group of farmers with rifles. A big, fat SS major in uniform was shouting at them to shoot me. He called me a Terrorflieger and Luftgangster and Amerikanischer. I was frightened that they were going to kill me right there, but they seemed unsure and not at all inclined to shoot me. It might have been because I was very youthful looking. I was 21, although I could have easily passed for 16. It was at that point that a pair of Luftwaffe soldiers arrived. They drove up in what looked like a German version of a jeep, probably a Kubelwagen, and just walked right up without saying a word. They helped me out of the snow and into the vehicle with my parachute, and then they drove me away. Like Gardner, Dome was disoriented when he regained consciousness. He was falling face up, and it took time for him to roll his body around and judge his height above the ground. When he estimated that he was below 10,000 feet, he reached to pull his ripcord. Again, like Gardner's, his hands were frozen, and it took time for him to release his parachute. Notwithstanding the fact that the parachute worked perfectly, he descended toward a farm and slammed into the roof of a barn before his parachute dragged him to the ground. He was captured immediately. Smith and Alderman still fought to maintain control of Buzz Blonde. Without a navigator or any charts, remembered Duslier, they decided to head south toward France. The plan was to stay on top of the clouds as long as possible, and then, if enemy fighters showed up, descend into the clouds. The tail gunner, Mel Howell, helped keep us on course by calling out the position of the sun. The Luftwaffe never showed, and the clouds soon dissipated, although the visibility was marginal. As we passed through about 6,000 feet, Smith gave everyone the option to bail out. Duslier recalled. He and Alderman planned to try to land the plane. The rest of us decided to stick with them. It wasn't long before a C-47 was spotted lifting from an airfield. Without charts, Smith and Alderman didn't know exactly where they were, but Buzz Blonde was obviously over friendly territory. They eased the power to the engines and let the big bomber drop toward the airfield. In the back of the aircraft, the men readied for a crash landing. When Smith and Alderman turned downwind and lowered the landing gear, Duslier said, a voice came over the radio and told us to land alongside the runway. The airfield was a fighter base, and they didn't want us to crash and clobber the metal mat runway. Smith and Alderman raised Buzz Blonde's landing gear and, steering by rudder alone, struggled to get the ship lined up for landing. It was no good. The two pilots added power to the three good engines and hauled the battered bird around for another approach. Duslier said prayers from the radio compartment, where he and the other 4 enlisted men assumed their crash positions. There was a strong sense of relief, he said, when we heard the power come off the engines and felt the plane settle on the ground. The pilots let it toboggan on the snow. As the plane slid down the side of the runway, snow poured down the open escape hatch and created a blizzard where we were sitting in the radio compartment. The airplane rotated slowly around to the left until we were pointed opposite the direction we were traveling. But it really was a very smooth landing. Unfortunately, we demolished a number of light aircraft as we slid. As soon as the plane stopped, we scrambled out through the escape hatch at the top of the radio compartment. Duslier said, we were fearful that there might be a fire. When we saw that the aircraft wasn't burning, we jumped back up on the wings to help Smith and Alderman through their respective windows. When the crash crew got there, we found out that we were at A97 in Saint-Belair, Luxembourg. Eyes Available 3, piloted by Roy Staton and David Schroll, was the aircraft with which Buzz Blonde collided. Buzz Blonde's No. 3 engine hacked away at the other aircraft's tail section. The tail gunner, Marion Mooney, fell away with it and was killed. Like Smith and Alderman at the controls of Buzz Blonde, Staton and Schroll got their mangled aircraft safely on the ground with an emergency landing in miserable weather at B-53 in Merville, France. One more loss marked the 303rd's 300th mission. The B-17 commanded by Cecil Gates was clobbered by flak as it approached the target. 3 engines were knocked out, and maintaining control of the aircraft was almost beyond the physical capacity of the pilots. Gates stomped the left rudder to its limit while clutching the control yoke all the way back into his chest. With the help of his co-pilot, Benjamin Odell, he coaxed the steadily falling bomber through a turn to the west toward Allied lines. Other than his backup compass, Gates had no flight instruments with which to safely penetrate the clouds below. An attempt to descend through them for a crash landing would surely have failed, and there was no good option but to abandon the stricken B-17. Gates sent Odell back to direct the enlisted men to jump. The Y operator, Paul Hassler, was reluctant to do so. He spoke German and believed, with some justification, that he would be killed as a spy if he were captured. After Odell explained that Hassler had no choice, unless he wanted to stay aboard a pilotless aircraft, Hassler parachuted clear with the rest of the enlisted men. Gates, Odell, and the crew's other 2 officers followed soon after. As it developed, Hassler evaded the German forces retreating through the Ardennes area and made it to the Allied lines, as did Gates, Odell, and the other officers. Of the enlisted men, aside from Hassler, 2 were captured and killed, while 3 were made prisoners. Although the group's execution of its 300th mission was not something of which its leadership was proud, the fact that it reached the mark, and was the first heavy bomber group to do so, was. Nevertheless, it was little more than a number. The war was not over, and finishing it would demand more sacrifice. The group's commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel William Raper, said as much in a congratulatory memorandum he delivered to his men on January 17, 1945, the week following the mission. "You have every reason to be very proud of our fine record and of our war effort to date. You have all worked very hard, putting in long hours under trying and adverse conditions. Your teamwork has been magnificent, and without it our accomplishments would never have been possible. However, this war is not over, and we must all continue to do everything in our power to keep this excellent record intact and to improve it when and where we can. Our goal is a common one: total defeat of the enemy, so that we may again return to our families, our homes, and our normal way of living." Accordingly, the men of the 303rd were compelled to continue the deadly grind. Raper's memorandum mentioned teamwork. Certainly, the 303rd was a team, a winning team, that proved itself every day, and the crews on each bomber made up smaller teams that worked toward the common goals of delivering bombs against the Germans and coming home in one piece. The public image of the U.S. AAF bomber crews was of men who were closer than kin. Within those crews, each man supposedly loved the others like brothers. Such was the case many times. They crawled into their aircraft not for love of country, although virtually all of the men considered themselves patriots, nor did they do it because their commanders issued orders that compelled them to go. They were volunteers and could have refused air combat at any time. And they didn't take to the skies to satisfy a sense of adventure and an urge to fight. Not after the first couple of missions, anyway. What actually motivated them to fly mission after mission at terrible risk to life and limb was the difficult-to-describe bond of comradely love that manifests itself when men face danger together. Mel Schulstad articulated it with a pain that still throbbed decades after the war. He choked with tears and paused, then said, "You keep on going, because the other guys are going." He stopped again to blink back tears, and then said, "And if they're going, you're going." It was a fantastic thing the way we came together as a group of people. We didn't know each other from Adam's off ox when we came together, but by the 4th or 5th mission, we were blood brothers. You would do anything to keep your crew alive and well and happy, and you'd stay with them through hell and high water. And you did. But it was unrealistic to believe that 8 or 9 or 10 men from different regions and backgrounds would come together in every instance and form strong fraternal bonds. The chemistry of personality simply worked against such a notion. There were too many screw-ups and sad sacks and bullies and other incompatible types. Some men just didn't like the way others looked or talked or walked or laughed. Carol Binder recalled how his crew became angry with their ball turret gunner when they learned that his guns, presumably due to his neglect, failed to fire during a particularly heated attack by enemy fighters. We knew that, barring cold conditions not even approaching that day, guns would operate if properly cared for, and we were furious to find that Shorty had never succeeded in firing a single round from either gun. Even more furious to see that, far from apologizing, he was now strutting like a peacock, telling the ground crew what it was like to be fighting the war. Under normal conditions, at least one of us would have taken a crack at Shorty's too active jaw, but we were so tired that we let it go at a warning that a similar incident had better not take place again. Shorty said something about our always picking on him, and sulked off to remove his guns. Paul Sursland recounted a mission to Sterkrata, where a crewman decided he was done being a volunteer. The aircraft, captained by Tom Harden, had taken a beating. The left outboard engine was hit and set up a massive vibration through the entire aircraft. The fuel tanks on the right wing were also hit and streaming. The nose was badly damaged, and the bombardier and navigator had to be pulled clear. Just keeping the ship airborne required every bit of Harden's considerable skill. Meanwhile, a drama unfolded in the rear of the aircraft. Sursland, the waist gunner, looked back to see the tail gunner crawl out of his position and into the fuselage. I asked him what he was doing. There was a good chance that we might be attacked by enemy aircraft. We were all needed at our guns because, as a straggler, we were easy pickings. He said he knew we weren't going to make it back to England and that he was bailing out. It wasn't unreasonable that he thought we might crash, but we were still flying at that point, and Tom Harden hadn't yet given the order to bail out. He said he was going to jump anyway. The odds of making it back to England were poor. I stopped him. I asked him if he was sure his parachute was going to work. This caused him to pause, as there certainly was no guarantee. Then I reminded him that even if his parachute did work, he could be shot by German fighters as he descended. This caught his attention even more. Then, Sursland continued, I reminded him that intelligence reports indicated that it was not uncommon for German civilians to murder Allied flyers after they bailed out. It had happened many times. Finally, I told him to sit down by me. I let him know that I was pretty sure we were going to make it back, but if it got worse, we would bail out together. He finally agreed to stay on the airplane, said Sursland, but he said that if we did make it back, he was never going to fly again. I told him that was fine. We were all volunteers, and none of us had to fly if we didn't want to. As it developed, Harden wrestled the ship back to England. The gunner was sent to a rest home, but never flew again. Down in flames dove another of Goering's fanatics. The American bomber formations sent over Germany during early 1945 were massive. Raids of more than 1,000 bombers became almost commonplace. In part because of the enormous numbers of men required to man the aircraft, the composition of the bomber crews was changed during this period. Instead of 2 waist gunners, Al Duslier said, we started flying with just 1. By that time, there simply weren't very many German fighters left, and even if there had been a lot of fighters, the waist positions could usually be covered by a single gunner because the attacks generally came from only one direction at a time. And quite frankly, he said, the waist gun positions weren't that effective. They were manually aimed, and for the most part had only simple steel sights. Also, instead of having 2 guns, as in the chin turret, the ball turret, the top turret, and the tail position, each waist gun position had only a single gun. Finally, 1 less gunner meant that the aircraft had to lift that much less weight. For all intents and purposes, the Luftwaffe was finished. Some of the 303rd's success, and much of Germany's failure, was due to chronically abysmal leadership at the highest levels of the Luftwaffe. Its head, Reichsmarschall Hermann Goering, was a decorated World War I fighter pilot and a charismatic, bright, and sensitive personality. He was also a grotesquely selfish, corrupt, and cruel narcissist and liar who failed to understand modern air combat and was too lazy, drug-addled, and paranoid to put in place the people, policies, and resources necessary for the Luftwaffe to succeed. Another person who bore much responsibility was Ernst Udet, who was charged with development of new equipment and aircraft for the Luftwaffe. Like Goering, he was a successful World War I ace. Also like Goering, he was an ebullient personality who abused alcohol and drugs to the point that his work and judgment were impaired. The Luftwaffe's failures during the Battle of Britain and the invasion of the Soviet Union were major reasons for his suicide in late 1941. Another luminary was Hans Jeschenek, the chief of the General Staff of the Luftwaffe. He was a hard-working, dour martinet who, continuously stymied by Goering, was unable to right the wrongs that were being done to the Luftwaffe. In August 1943, like Udet, he committed suicide. Erhard Milch, the Air Inspector General, and Albert Speer, the the Minister of Armaments and War Production, were capable administrators who were more successful than Udet and Jesenek in working around and behind the backs of Goering and Hitler. Indeed, Speer's dramatic and abrupt overhaul of German industry enabled the Reich to increase aircraft and armaments production during 1944 in the face of Allied attempts to bomb it into rubble. However, in the face of simultaneous attacks on fuel production and in light of earlier German failures, there was little that Germany could do, barring a miracle, to save the Luftwaffe. That miracle a year or so earlier might have been the Me-262 jet fighter. It was the one bright spot in the Luftwaffe's fighter force during the last few months of the war. Designed and built by Messerschmitt, it was a revolutionary twin-engine design that was heavily armed and up to 100 miles an hour faster than most Allied fighters. Speculating as to what might have happened had the Me-262 been introduced during 1943 rather than late 1944 is a never-ending exercise that excites experts on all sides. It is common to blame Hitler for the delay in its fielding due to his insistence on it being deployed as a fast bomber. The truth is, regardless of what Hitler did or didn't do, technical and material issues caused considerable delays, as did wrong-headed decisions up and down the Luftwaffe chain of command. Hermann Goering, Hitler's chief sycophant, could have done much to eliminate a lot of the friction had he been interested in leading rather than stealing great European art treasures. In service, the aircraft was unreliable. Jet engine technology was still very immature, and the necessary metals were not available in Germany in the amounts required. Consequently, the engines were quite prone to failure and had to be changed after only about 15 to 20 hours of flight time. Nor was the aircraft a good dogfighter. In a classic, hard-turning engagement, it was easily outmaneuvered by the Allied frontline propeller-driven fighters. Its chief advantage was its speed, which approached 550 miles per hour. So long as its pilots flew high-speed slashing attacks, the jet was virtually untouchable, and armed with 4 30mm cannons or 4 RM rockets, it was a superb bomber killer. The jet's speed also made it less vulnerable to aerial gunners. Frank Boyle remembered that the fast new jets largely negated the effectiveness of his ball turret. The Me-262s were so fast that we couldn't traverse the ball fast enough to pull the right amount of lead. We couldn't get our guns in front of them. And it really didn't matter anyway, because the computing gun sight couldn't handle such high speeds. If they attacked us from the rear, we could pull enough lead, but the firing time was so short that they were extremely difficult to hit. Al Duslier's diary entry for the 303rd's mission to Hamburg on March 20th, 1945, captured not only the excitement of a young man in air combat, but also his wonderment at the new German M262 jet fighter. Also notable is his contemporaneous use of descriptors for his German enemies that were no doubt influenced by Allied propaganda. First attack took everyone by complete surprise. The first jet attacked the high element with all guns blazing. The Jerry Maniac came directly at number 3 element. It seemed impossible that he could miss. Wall of fire darted from top and ball turrets. The jet flew right through the squadron, close enough for many, including myself, to see the black cross and swastika on the plane. I also saw the Nazi madman piloting the ship. The fighter attacks continued for a half hour. The greatest thrill of my life occurred when I saw one jet knocked out of the sky. When the jet got within 200 yards, a thin trail of black smoke streamed out from its tail. Suddenly, the vertical stabilizer flew off, and a split second later, in a mass of flames, the tail crumbled. The plane fell off and went into a dive. Down in flames dove another of Goering's fanatics. Guido Marchionda was a tail gunner with the nearby 360th and probably didn't know Duslier, who was with the 427th Bomb Squadron. Yet Marchionda's description of the event dovetails perfectly with Duslier's. One of the fighters came so close by our ship that I saw the red marking it had on its tail. I opened fire at him, and as he was about 200 yards from us, his tail broke off and caught on fire. The plane went in a spin, and I didn't see the pilot get out. I believe I shot him down, but there were also other fellows shooting at him. One sure thing, he went down burning. I was scared, and I was praying while firing. Unlike Marchionda and Duslier, Charles Johnson didn't make it back to Molesworth to record his experience. A navigator with the 358th, he wasn't even supposed to fly that day. He was at the post exchange with his pilot and co-pilot, Francis Taub and John Cooper, when the call went out for all crews to report immediately to their squadrons. There followed a quick briefing before Johnson and the rest of the Taub crew were driven to a hard stand on which sat a spectacularly new and unblemished B-17G. The aircraft had flown less than 5 missions, Johnson said, and appeared to be just off the assembly line, complete with carpet throughout and the latest technology, including state-of-the-art heaters. Johnson and the rest of the crew were quite impressed, as many of the bombers they had flown were patched-up relics, some having completed well more than 50 missions. As we prepared for takeoff, the crew chief said, "Bring her back in the same condition as you got her." Aside from heavy flak over Hamburg, the first part of the mission was unremarkable. The 303rd left the target, turned north, and then winged west for England. Positioned on the outside of the formation, at the end of the whip, Taub and Cooper had a hard time keeping up as the group made the turn. While in the process of the turn, which left our aircraft exposed on the outside of the formation, all hell broke loose, said Johnson. The aircraft was rocked by a tremendous jolt. As I looked to the right from my navigator position in the nose, Johnson said, I glimpsed a German fighter going past our plane at a tremendous rate of speed. In an instant, I realized that I had just seen my first German jet fighter. The tail gunner called over the interphone that the tail section was badly hit. Immediately after, Taub reported that he and Cooper were having difficulty controlling the ship and directed the men to prepare to bail out. Johnson, the navigator, advised that it might be a good idea to put as much distance as possible between their struggling aircraft and the city they had just bombed. I suggested that we continue to fly in a northerly direction to reach a less hostile area, possibly Denmark or Sweden. Taub agreed. Nevertheless, the German fighter pilots had other ideas, and the crew was attacked again a short time later. The Germans sieved both wings with cannon fire and destroyed 2 engines in quick succession. This time there was no debating the decision to bail out. I buckled on my chute, said Johnson, and moved to the escape hatch, where I saw the engineer, Warren Chrisman, trying to jettison the hatch door. The door would open only partially, and Chrisman became stuck as he tried to wedge his way out. Johnson helped push him clear, and followed him out, only after a mighty struggle that nearly exhausted him. The silver ship exploded an instant later. Johnson pulled his parachute's ripcord. Then, realizing he was still too high, he immediately snatched the pilot chute before it could deploy the main chute. He fell, wind whistling past his body, until he judged he was low enough to release his parachute. I then released the pilot chute, and the main chute opened with a jerk. I misjudged the distance to the ground and was not ready for the impact. I landed on my right leg and arm, both of which sustained injury. Upon Johnson's coming to earth, a gust of wind inflated his parachute and dragged him across the freshly plowed field into which he had landed. Stunned, injured, and disoriented, Johnson struggled mightily as his face and body were dragged across the wet earth. His clothes scooped up soil as he was slammed from row to row. Finally, the wind subsided momentarily, and I somehow managed to unbuckle my harness. The wind again came up, and the chute and harness became airborne and flew away. Johnson hobble-trotted to a stand of young trees and hid there until nightfall. That night, cold and sore, he put his navigational skills to good use and used Polaris, the North Star, to make his way through more farmland until nearly dawn, when he hunkered down in a low spot and fell asleep. It was the noise of a fuss that woke him hours later. When I awoke in the early afternoon, Johnson said, I could hear voices and sensed commotion around me. I opened my eyes and saw 8 to 10 mostly elderly men with shotguns or pitchforks looking down at me. I knew instantly that, for me, the war was over. The German farmers did not harm Johnson. Instead, they took his gun, knife, escape kit, and money before bringing him to a nearby hamlet and turning him over to some bureaucrat in a uniform. I was then directed to sit in the back of an old pickup truck with 2 armed guards pointing guns at me while the driver bounced across dirt farm roads. Johnson's trip ended at a town where he was put in jail. Johnson left jail the following morning in the custody of 2 aged German army soldiers. The younger of the 2, about 55, had lived in New York as a ticket manager for the Hamburg American shipping lines and spoke fluent English. The 3 of us walked to the Bad Degeburg railway baggage station and waited in a small room. There then arose a disturbance outside. The younger guard left, said Johnson, and returned with a dozen Wehrmacht soldiers who were armed and promptly fixed bayonets to their rifles. Approximately 30 Hitler youths were being led by a fat old man obviously trying to stir them up. The Wehrmacht soldiers went outside and formed a cordon around the building, menacing the boys with their bayonets until they backed off and dispersed. Johnson's travails continued in the same vein when he climbed with his guards onto a train to the Neumünster Southeast Station. There they had to disembark and walk because the tracks to the Northwest Station had been destroyed in a bombing raid the previous day. When civilians, mostly older women and young children, realized that I was a captured American airman, they started to converge on us, Johnson said. The younger of my 2 guards shouted for us to make a run for it. I took off with him in spite of my bad leg. The older guard had fallen behind and was being pelted by sticks and stones. The trio finally made it to the Southwest Station, where Johnson was temporarily put in the custody of 4 teenage soldiers. Their behavior was a marked contrast to what he had endured twice already that day. They seemed delighted to see me, and we discussed, in broken English, people and places in the United States. They were interested in Babe Ruth, Joe Louis, and Benny Goodman, and in the cities of Chicago and New York. After a short time, Johnson was back aboard a train with his 2 guards cum protectors. It was a short trip to a circular structure that was the station at Pinneberg, on the outskirts of Hamburg. It wasn't far from where Johnson's troubles had begun a couple of days earlier. When we arrived, my 2 guards and the station commander cleared out everyone, including station personnel, locked the doors, and went outside to speak to Wehrmacht soldiers milling around the building. Johnson was torn with fearful anxiety. I circled the inside of the station, stepping up on benches to peek out the windows. His 2 guards rallied the Wehrmacht soldiers to hold off a hostile mob that numbered in the hundreds and surged angrily against the station. Ultimately, the cordon of enemy soldiers held, and the angry civilians were cleared. It was time for Johnson's guards to leave. He had been with them only a day, but it had seemed much, much longer. The one who had lived in New York asked if he could have the flight wings off of my shirt collar as a memento. Johnson said. I readily and thankfully gave him the insignia. To me, he was both a hero and a savior, who could have abandoned me to the mob at any time. From Pinneberg, Johnson was sent to an interrogation center, where he spent the following 7 days alone in a small cell. On the 8th day, I was taken to interrogation. Although I feared the worst, it never transpired. On the contrary, the officer-interrogator spent most of the time talking about the fact that he believed the war would be over in 4 weeks, and what might then happen. Johnson was subsequently joined with a couple dozen other American prisoners who were being readied for transport to a POW camp. They were addressed by a German officer before they left. He said he could only assign 6 guards to defend us against civilians on the march to the train. He advised us not to create a confrontational situation, regardless of what happened. We did have to endure insults, taunts, spitting, and threats, but refrained from any retorts and arrived safely at the train. The men got under way, but the train pulled into a siding soon after. Johnson was able to see out of his car as another train was loaded with soldiers, presumably headed east to fight against the advancing Soviets. Except for some officers, they were all boys of 12 to 15 years of age, the flower of Germany's next generation being sent to slaughter for a cause long since lost. Of all the experiences during my service, this was and is my single, most poignant, and saddest recollection. Johnson was processed into the German POW system, as were 763 other men from the 303rd during the course of the war. The men were sent to Stallachs, a word derived from Stammlager, which was a type of camp. A Stalag Luft was a POW camp specifically for captured airmen. The men called themselves Kriegis, a bastardization of Kriegsgefangener, a German word for captured soldiers. Although there were exceptions, officers were generally sent to camps separate from the enlisted men. Some camps were for specific nationalities, or commonly, camps were segregated by nationality. The Allies, with the exception of the Soviet Union, to the tragic misfortune of its men, were signatories to the Geneva Convention, as was Germany. Accordingly, the Germans treated their prisoners, except for the Soviets, in accordance with the rules set down by the convention. Men were not forced to work, and the wounded and ill received medical treatment. In many instances, severely wounded men were repatriated back to the Allies. The 303rd's men were held in at least 17 different camps, but the conditions at each were generally similar. Although food varied in quality and quantity, it was enough for the men to survive, although never enough to keep them in the pink of health. Every man lost weight, with some shedding 50 or more pounds. Understandably, the power of hunger drove them to the brink of obsession, and food was always a favorite topic of conversation. Hal Gunn's wife sent him a photograph of herself in a bathing suit at the beach while holding a bottle of Coca-Cola. When Gunn showed it to his comrades, they reacted as their instincts directed. Ah, Coke. Red Cross parcels, weighing more than 10 pounds and containing powdered milk, canned meat or fish, fruit, cigarettes, sugar, jam, and other sundries and foodstuffs, augmented the German rations and contributed much to the well-being of the POWs. The men used cigarettes as an unofficial currency and sometimes traded with their guards for additional food or for contraband. Except for morning and evening roll calls, the men were generally left alone by their captors and entertained themselves as best they could, to include cards, board games, sports, walking, and other diversions. Some of the POWs were experts in certain disciplines and gave classes or other sorts of instruction. Many men learned a second language while in captivity. Philip Peed, a bombardier from the 358th Bomb Squadron, recalled his experience. "We had a fellow who wanted to start a class in accounting, and I joined that, and it was a lifesaver. There was no pressure in the class, and we got a good education in accounting in about 4 months." Keeping warm in the winter was a constant challenge, as the barracks were drafty and heating fuel was scarce. Personal hygiene was likewise a challenge, as water and fuel to heat it were usually in short supply. As a result, the men were typically infested with lice and other vermin, as was their clothing and bedding. One of the greatest hardships the men endured was a paucity of news from home. Letters were too few and sporadically delivered, and men grew heartsick. Others did well enough, and actually took the time and effort to write back to their comrades in the 303rd, as did Merle Cornish. "Dear Bob, Landry, would you let Les know that I'm absolutely unhurt, and that I'm sorry if I had to stand her up? If the hose, sugar, or any of the cosmetics are around, let her have them. We are being well treated, with good quarters and enough nourishing food. Pay less for the photos of mine, and give her my love. The radio's yours. Bob." Although there were abuses, the Germans generally treated the POWs fairly, if severely. Gratuitous violence or harshness, although it happened, was not the norm. Philip Peed offered an example. "From the time of the invasion, D-Day, until about Christmas, it was pretty tense. They, German guards, were very anxious, and any time an air raid was called, they made us stay in barracks with shutters closed. No one could look out. One of the enlisted men in the cook shack, where they cooked the soup, opened the door one day to air out the place, and one of the guards saw him and shot and killed him. It was the only real tragedy in our compound. Leadership was provided by the senior Allied man in the camp, and it was he who served as the liaison to the German leadership. Most of the guards, the POWs called them goons, were older men or soldiers who had been wounded and were unfit for fighting. Their work was not overly challenging, as actual escape attempts were infrequent. In truth, for both the POWs and their guards, life in the Stalags was, in the main, a cold, boring, and dreary waiting game. That waiting game came to a close as the end of the war neared. It was during this time that many of the POWs endured unnecessary and callous treatment when the Germans evacuated camps in front of the advancing Soviet armies. Many of these evacuations were begun at the height of winter during late 1944 and early 1945, and they continued to the end of the war. Movements were sometimes made in stinking, grossly overcrowded train cars, as described by Philip Peed. We traveled about a day and a half before they finally stopped in a station and they let us out for a few minutes. We were animals. Imagine 10 boxcars at once in a station, with 500 POWs and also civilians walking and waiting for their trains. The POWs from the train were the animals. They urinated and went to the bathroom right on the platform. The guards were not happy and finally got us back on the train. But the majority of prisoners were made to march, sometimes hundreds of miles. Sick, cold, and starving, the men frequently had no option but to bivouac in the open. Food was scarce, and the men were forced to scavenge from the countryside, bartering or stealing from farms and villages along their routes. George Emerson, a tail gunner with the 303rd's 427th Bomb Squadron, recalled a humorous encounter. On one of the nights spent at a farm, Harry met the farmer. The farmer wanted to learn English, so what did Harry teach him to say? Buy American war bonds. And after the farmer mastered this one, Harry motioned for our nearby buddies to form a circle around us. On command, the farmer used his new English phrase. Total laughter ensued. Although there were occasional amusing interludes, as described by Emerson, the marches were exceedingly miserable experiences that forced the POWs to struggle mightily to survive. Indeed, it is estimated that more than 1,000 American servicemen perished on the road. Among many diseases, dysentery was rampant, and many of the men, unable to control their bowels, spent weeks in ragged, shitty clothes. Men who became too ill to move were either loaded on wagons, sometimes drawn by other POWs, or were left to die or shot. Sadly, the columns of prisoners were occasionally mistaken as German soldiers and strafed by Allied fighters. The second day out, recounted George Emerson, our column came under attack from our own P-47s. 3 prisoners were killed and several more were injured. This happened near my particular position on the march. There were opportunities to escape, but there was little point. The end of the war was obviously near, and the Germans had what food there was. Moreover, although they were enemies, the Germans were still organized and were charged by the Geneva Convention with protecting the POWs. They took those obligations more seriously as the Allied armies neared, and it became clear that they would be held accountable, and men who fled the march risked being shot. If they made a good escape, they would be out of touch with events, in danger of being recaptured or shot, and without food or camaraderie. The final destination for many of the marchers was Stalag 7A at Moosburg near Munich. It was a collection point of sorts for Allied POWs, and there were more than 100,000 men at the camp by the end of April 1945. George Emerson was there when the 14th Armored Division liberated the camp on April 29th. I can honestly say this is the happiest day I ever remember of. Sick. The artillery sounded close all night of April 28th. The real fireworks for Moosburg started about 9 a.m. this Sunday morning and lasted about 3 hours. A tank and 2 jeeps just came through camp. Everyone is wild. P-51s and little Elmer, an artillery spotting aircraft, have been buzzing this camp all day. What a beautiful sight. Not all of the Stalags were evacuated, and Charles Johnson's experience was typical of those POWs who weren't marched away from the front. He and the Kriegis of Stalag Luft 1 discovered that their guards had completely abandoned the camp during the evening of April 30th, 1945. That next morning, he was one of many men who wandered through the surrounding area to see what they might. We proceeded to the road, not knowing what to expect, but what we saw was incredible. There was a Russian horde of stupefied, drunk, unkempt, and unruly scavengers and pillagers. The ragtag army, including many women, rode in expropriated old cars, which they could barely drive, or horse-drawn carts piled high with loot taken from the Germans. Not wanting to get caught up in the rapacious riot, Johnson and his companions retreated to their POW camp. The next day, they sunned themselves at a nearby beach, and within a week, they were evacuated by the Americans. Ultimately, of approximately 90,000 American POWs held by the Germans, the vast majority survived the war to be repatriated back to the United States. Most of them passed through one of the cigarette camps near Le Havre, most notably Camp Lucky Strike. There they were deloused, cleaned, fed, clothed, and otherwise nursed back to health before being sent home with pockets full of back pay. Their treatment, once back in friendly hands, was almost universally outstanding. I was blown out. No other day of the war saw more jets in air combat than did April 10, 1945. Walter Schuck was one of the Me-262 pilots airborne that day. He was a veteran of air combat in the Arctic. Fighting against the British and the Soviets, he was credited with nearly 200 aerial victories, mostly against the Red Air Force, but he was called back to Germany during early 1945, where he transitioned to the Me-262. The Reich needed its best men to fly its best aircraft, regardless of the fact that the war was already lost. The Me-262 had been operational for many months by early April, but the Germans were still devising tactics that maximized its tremendous speed advantage. As the B-17s of the 1st Air Division, the 303rd among them, approached Oranienburg, just north of Berlin, Schuck, at the head of JG-7's 3 Staffel, led a flight of 7 Me-262s in pursuit. He was careful to avoid the protective screens of American fighters. If his little formation was attacked and caught up in a dogfight, its chances of breaking away and getting to the bombers were slight. It wasn't long before Schuck led his packet of jets to a point behind and above a long column of B-17s. Once in position, and with the advantage of height, we launched our attack on the flying fortresses. Schuck eschewed the traditional curving, high-side attacks that were the German standard for much of the war. The Me-262 bled too much airspeed in a hard turn, and it took precious time to regain it. As speed was the jet's chief advantage, it made little sense to waste it. 2. The old method used too much fuel and took too much time. Moreover, the big, looping turns were predictable and made the Me-262s more vulnerable to ambushes by the overwhelming masses of American escort fighters. Consequently, Schuck formulated a different scheme of attack. As there were more than enough targets to hand, I decided that I would surf ride along the length of the bomber stream, dive on the enemy from a height of 1,000 meters, approximately 3,300 feet, above, select a bomber flying out on one of the flanks, put a short burst of fire into an inboard engine, pull up and away while still at least 200 meters above the bomber in order to ensure safe recovery, climb back to 1,000 meters above the bombers, and repeat the process. Schuck's concept was akin to a running stitch, and because the attack followed the same flight path as the bombers, it did not require complex deflection shooting. Additionally, the B-17 was less well defended from above than it was from the side. Another advantage of the technique was that the Me-262s stood a good chance of escaping out of range before the defending gunners could spot them, bring their guns to bear, aim, and fire. And although the jet pilots couldn't easily reverse course to finish off any cripples they created, their 30mm cannons were exceedingly destructive and made cripples less likely. A single, well-placed round could bring down a bomber. Schuck watched the B-17s release their bombs. At this moment, I didn't spare a thought for the pain and suffering that my cannon shells would soon be inflicting upon the enemy bomber crews. Vengeance, hate, retribution? No, those are the wrong words to describe the unbridled fury at the 100,000-fold deaths of innocent German women and children that filled my entire being as I opened fire on my target. Such were the ironic thoughts of a frontline airman who was likely unaware that the government he served had already murdered millions of innocent women and children. The rounds from Schuck's cannons severed the tail section from the fuselage of his first target. The tail and what was left of the bomber tumbled earthward. He pulled on the fighter's control stick and chose another B-17 before nosing over into a second attack. His closing velocity was tremendous as he triggered the cannon once more. Shook felt in his feet the bump, bump, bump of the big rounds as they arced away from the nose of his aircraft and into the bomber's right wing, between the two engines. He was forced to haul his fighter into a near vertical climb to keep from colliding with the B-17. As it tiredly lifted one wing prior to going down, I thought I caught a glimpse of a name written on the exposed nose section: Hen's Revenge. Hen's Revenge was a 303rd ship of the 358th Bomb Squadron. The aircraft, a B-17G, flew its very first mission on October 26th and flew another 35 missions unnamed until January 23rd, when it was named by the Richard Gamernicki crew after their tail gunner, Thomas Hen. Hen had been badly wounded the previous day on the raid to Sterkrade. Shrapnel from a flak burst knocked his oxygen mask loose and punched into his skull. It was serendipity that swung the mask back and forth across his face and kept him alive until his crewmates came to his aid. Hen survived, but the flak wound left his left side paralyzed. Since that time, Gamernicki and his crew had finished their combat tours, and Hen's Revenge flew 39 of the 303rd's next 45 missions. It was a remarkable record that Shook ended on April 10th. The official statement from the Missing Aircrew Report, or MACR, matched Shook's description of the ship's demise almost perfectly. Missing aircraft held course for very few seconds after being hit, then peeled slightly up and slid over and down to the right through the formation. Appeared at that time to be out of control. Vito Brunale was the engineer aboard Hen's Revenge that day. The long seconds immediately following Shook's attack were marked by chaos. The interphone lines of the pilot, Robert Murray, were shot away. He motioned to Brunale that the crew should bail out. Brunale turned to pass the signal to the radio operator, Theodore Bates. When I last saw Ted, he was in the radio room, and I motioned for him to bail out. He then closed the door of his radio room. Brunale turned and ducked to look into the nose of the aircraft and saw the navigator, Harold Smith, bail out through the forward hatch. The toglier, Karl Hammerlund, was already gone. And then the aircraft exploded. When the plane blew up over Oranienburg, Brunale recorded, all crew members with the exception of Hammerlund and Smith were aboard. I was blown out, but had my chute on. Pieces of the aircraft fell past Brunale as he descended in his parachute. I did see large, shattered pieces of the plane floating down above my chute. Higher still, he saw the bomber stream continuing east. Brunale was captured, interrogated, and made a POW. None of the rest of the Robert Murray crew survived. Although Brunale spotted 2 chutes below him, presumably Smith and Hammerlund, they were listed as killed in action. Following his attack on Hen's Revenge, Shook spotted a B-17 staggering north, away from the bomber stream. The American aircraft was smoking, and the German pilot readied to finish it off. It was only after he closed the range that he saw that virtually the entire right side of the fuselage had been shot away. Inside, he could see the crewmen at their different stations. The big ship was obviously doomed, and Shook, despite the unbridled fury he had earlier felt, held back. As the bomber's fate was already sealed, I flew a wide circle around it, not wanting to shoot at the defenseless crew members. The co-pilot was slumped forward in his seat harness. Shook counted 9 men as they parachuted from the wrecked bomber. But he didn't linger. He climbed up and above the bomber stream again and made another high-speed run, knocking down 2 more B-17s in quick succession. And then, out of ammunition, he scanned the sky for his comrades. He collected a wingful of 50-caliber machine gun rounds for his trouble. An instant later, he spotted a Mustang, piloted by Joseph Peterburs of the 20th Fighter Group, as it dived past. Reacting instinctively, Shook winged down into a protective layer of clouds, but it wasn't long before his aircraft began to come apart. He bailed out, injured his ankles upon landing, and never flew another combat mission. Ironically, Joe Peterburs, who had shot him down, was knocked down along with his wingman a short time later, after strafing an airfield. Both men, like Shook, survived. All of us were done. Late in the war, although the slaughter continued unabated, thousands of American veterans were completing their combat obligations and returning home. The nation was still on a war footing, but the fighting was far away, and the end of the conflict, in Europe at least, was in sight. Most of the airmen who had served with the 303rd took training assignments where the demands on their bodies and minds were trifling compared to the terrors they had endured over Europe. Still, although it did not include action against a desperate enemy, life back home was as common and mean and everyday as it had ever been. Following his combat tour, Dick Johnson took orders to MacDill Field in Tampa, Florida. There, the USAAF was still training B-17 crews, and Johnson was assigned as the Assistant Provisional Group Commander. The dichotomy between operations with the 303rd and stateside duty was marked. He was part of a booze run, officially characterized as a goodwill visit, to Cuba that included 3 B-17s crewed by officers, enlisted men, and nurses. The liquor stocks at MacDill's various clubs were slim, and there was liquor aplenty in Havana. The delegation enjoyed 3 days of partying, exploring, and sightseeing before returning to MacDill. "After landing late that evening," said Johnson, "I was about to walk to the bachelor officers' quarters when Colonel James Carroll said that I could ride with him and his driver. I was flattered that the base commander would show an interest in me, a mere first lieutenant." Rather than taking Johnson to his quarters, Carroll took him to his own house, explaining that he was interested in the younger man's combat experiences. The two of them sat on the back porch, where Carroll dismissed his aide and poured drink after drink, while showing a keen interest in Johnson. "Shortly, I found his hand on my knee. Then he placed my hand on his leg. I removed my hand, and he started trying to unbutton my trousers. As he was getting more aggressive, I sort of sobered up enough to say that I had to go to the bathroom and that the bushes would be fine." Johnson raced for the bushes and kept going until he reached his room. "I was so angry about his attempted rape that I made no bones about the whole episode when I talked to fellow officers. Evidently, the word had gotten around about my seditious talk, because Colonel Carroll suddenly retired right in the middle of a war. I had decided to face a general court-martial, if need be." April 1945 marked the last of 30 months of war for the 303rd. But regardless, operations during that month were still deadly. I, along with the rest of Grafton and Smith's crew, finished my 35th and final mission a couple of weeks earlier, on March 24th, remembered Al Duslier. All of us were done except for our co-pilot, Melvin Alderman. He was from Castleton, North Dakota, and was a really wonderful person, but he was 3 missions behind the rest of us. That was because when we started flying actual combat missions on December 18, 1944, it was normal practice for an experienced pilot to fly with a new crew to make sure the men knew what they were doing. It helped transition them into combat. That meant that Melvin didn't get to go on the first few missions. "The crew was given a 3-day pass," Duslier continued, "and we wanted Melvin to come along, but he insisted on staying on base so that he could finish his missions and go back to the States with the rest of us. The mission on April 6th was his last one, his 35th. The 8th Air Force put 659 bombers airborne that day. The target was the railroad marshalling complex at Leipzig. Pinched from both the west and east, the German army was desperately repositioning units to make its final stand of the war. Neutralizing the railroad nodes, even for a few days, would help stymie that effort. The 303rd launched 39 bombers, of which 2 aborted. The rest of the formation joined the main effort and winged westward at high altitude. For the most part, the ingress was uneventful, as most of it was flown over Allied-held territory. At one point, a lone Me-262 made an ineffectual pass at the column of bombers and was chased by escorting P-51s toward the 303rd. A single gunner from one of the ships opened fire on the enemy jet, observed hits, and was later given credit for a probable. Flak was described as meager and inaccurate. In terms of enemy action, the mission was wholly unremarkable. Thick, puffy contrails, condensation trails, carpeted the path the bombers plowed as they continued toward Leipzig. The contrails were a normal part of high-altitude bombing missions, and aside from the fact that they made it easy for enemy fighter pilots and anti-aircraft gunners to locate the bombers, they were, for the most part, little more than a nuisance. They were created when warm, moist engine exhaust mixed with the cold air typical at high altitudes. Depending on a number of factors, to include humidity, temperature, and winds, the contrails could grow quite thick and persistent, and in some cases they grew dense enough to make it difficult for the pilots to see one another and maintain formation. South of Leipzig, in the cloying cloak of the contrails, two of the 303rd's B-17s collided. Melvin Alderman, as the pilot rather than the co-pilot, was flying one of them, the Green Hill Belle. The other aircraft, piloted by Howard Lacker, was unnamed. Alderman's ship exploded in midair. Pieces of the bomber burned as they fell, and no parachutes were observed. Likewise, the other B-17 was critically damaged. Its tail section broke away, and the remainder of the aircraft fell into a flat spin. The engines, either disabled by the collision or shut down by the crew, spun their propellers slowly. As was the case with Alderman's ship, no parachutes streamed from Lacker's aircraft. The rest of the group continued toward Leipzig. Both aircraft hit the ground in the vicinity of Lutznitz, approximately 50 miles south of Leipzig. The MACRs for both crews included a translated German police report. The factory building on the Lutznitz and Dittersdorf property was totally destroyed. Also, the administrative and residential buildings were severely damaged, and both cannot be used anymore. The restoration will take a long time. The factory buildings are beyond repair. The company employed 110 workers in an emergency program. The adjacent farmhouse of Farmer Reimann was also heavily destroyed and cannot be restored. The farmhouse along Sunitzerstrasse and owned by Farmer Gunther received also medium damage. The factory roof of Anton Jahn in Dreihansen was heavily damaged. Production continues, though. Railroad and roads remain without damage. The damage described was caused by the B-17 that Alderman piloted, Green Hill Belle. The police report mentioned that debris and bodies were scattered across a 500-meter area. The bodies, except for that of the tail gunner, J.M. Moore, which was still trapped in the tail section, were taken to the local cemetery hall. Frau Johanna Tittmann was watching her daughter inside her home at Lutznitz when the air raid warnings sounded. We did not take these air warnings seriously anymore, and we were all convinced that in such a lonely place we lived in, no harm would come. In such cases, we would not even seek shelter anymore. Tittmann was right in that Lutznitz was not a target. Still, two bomb-laden 303rd B-17s fell toward the town that morning. I looked through the window in the direction of Oberer Bahnhof, the railroad station, and saw something fall from the sky. What she saw were pieces of Alderman's bomber. Tittmann bent protectively over her daughter. Then we ran into the cellar. It all happened so fast, and I cannot remember how I ended up there. I must have still been at the stairs when a loud bang, dust, and rubble were flying all around us. The doors and windows of Tittmann's house were blown out, as were various walls. She felt the heat from flames that threatened to consume the neighborhood. Our woodpile, the building across, and the farmhouse of Farmer Reimann were on fire. Our roof was torn down, one kitchen wall gone. No windows and doors were left in the entire house. Thousands of tiny glass fragments were embedded into the furniture like crystals, and months later still in the down beds when sheets were changed. Lacker's aircraft crashed to the ground approximately 500 meters to the northeast. The town's constabulary showed remarkable insight when it supposed, correctly, that the two B-17s had collided. Since there was another crash site 500 meters away, it is assumed that both bombers collided in midair. Additional bomb craters or delayed action fuses were not found. Aside from the 8 crewmen aboard Alderman's aircraft and the 9 crewmen on Lacker's ship, all KIA, a Czech laborer and a French laborer were killed on the ground at Lutznitz. An additional 8 civilians sustained injuries severe enough to require medical attention. Guido Marchionda was the tail gunner aboard My Darling on the mission to Leipzig. It was his last. The collision between the Alderman and Lacquer ships unfolded directly in front of him. The ship flying behind us collided with another aeroplane, and they both blew up. I knew the boys, for they slept in the same barracks I did. I really felt bad, for I knew them very well and associated with them. The planes were burning like paper and broke in 100 pieces. I didn't see any chutes come out. I got a terrible feeling after that. I really sweated this mission out. Thank God I finished. The 303rd's remaining bombers dropped a mix of general-purpose and incendiary bombs, as well as leaflets, through the clouds at Leipzig. They returned to Molesworth just more than 9 hours after taking off. Not a single aircraft sustained damage of any sort. It should have been the perfect last mission for Alderman. I was in a pub in Northampton with Ray Miller, our ball turret gunner, and George Parker, our radio operator, when we found out that Mel was killed, said Duslier. Early in the evening, some other flyers from our squadron came into the pub. We immediately noted the somber looks on their faces. It was readily apparent that there was bad news. Naturally, we wondered what and who. They approached us, and one of them said, "Alderman got it today." Duslier and his companions were staggered. They had given little consideration to the notion that Alderman might not live through his last mission. Mel had always been very friendly, and made it a point to spend time with us enlisted men. Moreover, he was a great co-pilot. He and our pilot, G.N. Smitty Smith, brought us home from some very rough missions. And then he was gone. We left the pub and caught a ride home, without saying much. It was days before the family members of Second Lieutenant Howard George Weinberg, the bombardier aboard Lacquer's Green Hill Belle, learned anything at all about the mission. They were at their home in Mount Vernon, New York, more than 3,000 miles west of where Duslier, Miller, and Parker rode silently back to the base at Molesworth. At that moment, Weinberg's parents were likely going through their Friday afternoon routine. However, it was probable that they, like millions of parents across the globe, had sometime during the day said at least one prayer for their son's safe return. Lois Brown was Weinberg's younger sister. I was 11 at the time of his death, the baby of the family. My next brother was 7 years older than I, my sister 10 years older, and Howie 12. Of all of them, it was Howie I adored. Howie was sweet, funny, gorgeous, sentimental, slender, 6 foot 5½ inches tall, athletic, popular, a charmer with the girls, the perfect son, the perfect brother. When he was home, our house was barely big enough to hold him. There was always noise, the radio turned up loud, music playing, his big friends dropping by. When I had to be dragged off to bed at night, the house would still be ringing with jollity, my lullaby. We were blessed with parents who not only loved each other and were each other's best friends, but who loved us, and were our best friends as well. They were happy, we were happy. It was truly a magical household. When I went to the movies, I thought those happy families up there on the screen were like my family, and not the other way around. Before we were prepared for it, war came to our house. Howie left Columbia University to join up. He wrote, "Dad, I enlisted today. I want to finish the job you started in 1917. Imagine. My sister accelerated at college, spending even her summers there, to finish in 3 years. My other brother was sent to a naval prep school. Dad arranged that, hoping he would go from there to Annapolis, which would draw out the time before he might have to serve overseas. I was alone. No more lullabies. For the next couple of years, we lived in a sort of limbo, waiting for the war to come to its climax. As young as I was, I knew as well as anybody what might happen to Howie. And then the telegram arrived bringing the terrible news. Our lives had changed forever. Our family never recovered from losing Howie. I can't imagine how my parents dealt with it. They never talked about Howie's death in my presence. My sister escaped her grief by getting married and moving as far away as she could from home. My remaining brother completely dissociated himself from the family. I don't even know where he lives today. Mother remarked to me once that he was as much a victim of the war as Howie. I imagine now she meant he was struggling with a penetrating guilt that Howie was the one taken, not he. The tragedy that ripped the soul of the Weinberg family was repeated 16 more times across the country because of the mid-air collision that day. The mishap killed a total of 17 young flyers. And those deaths represented only an infinitesimal fraction of the 26,000 men that were lost by the 8th Air Force alone. World War was a label too innocuous and devoid of feeling to describe how the fighting hacked humanity apart. And then he fell down dead. By April 1945, the Strategic Air Campaign was essentially superfluous. There remained very few militarily relevant targets that merited the massive concentration of men, machines, and material that made up a typical bombing mission. In fact, on April 5th, the day prior to Alderman's death, USS TAF declared that all remaining targets were to be considered tactical in nature. Indeed, the war was going to be won, regardless of whether or not the Allies ever put another aircraft into the sky. That fact notwithstanding, many more missions were flown. The United States flew heavy bomber missions on all but 6 of the first 25 days of April. Nearly 50,000 tons of bombs were dropped on a Nazi state that was already all but defeated. The 303rd participated in nearly all of the final missions, and the effort against the Friedrichstadt marshalling yards at Dresden, Germany, on April 17, 1945, was its third to last. The 303rd launched 42 bombers that day, with a mix of general-purpose and incendiary bombs, as well as leaflets. The weather was not good. There was an overcast layer at 21,000 feet, and haze restricted visibility below that. More than 200 P-51s patrolled the 303rd's route, and the Luftwaffe failed to make much of a showing. Still, 3 Me-262s were sighted, and one of them made a pass through the 303rd's low squadron from the rear, without scoring any hits. While the German Air Force failed to impress the 303rd that day, the anti-aircraft gunners did not. Major combat damage was sustained by 12 aircraft, nearly a third of the bombers the group put airborne. 8 other aircraft were also hit and sustained less damage. Although the war was nearly over, it was still only nearly over. In fact, 2 aircraft were shot down. The anti-aircraft fire was especially heavy over Brooks, Czechoslovakia, about 50 miles south of Dresden. It was just north of there that Sack Time, piloted by Blaine E. Thomas, was hit. The ship, by 8th Air Force standards, was a virtual Methuselah. It had flown 110 missions without a single abort. Nevertheless, an 88mm shell punched through the charmed ship's left wing. Fortunately, it failed to detonate. Still, the fuel tank was holed so badly that it failed to seal, and aviation gasoline streamed not only into the atmosphere, but into the fuselage as well. The crew opened the bomb bay doors to draw the highly inflammable fuel out of the aircraft. Max Bartholomew was Thomas's co-pilot. The target was obscured by clouds, so the lead plane took us back to the IP, and again we had intense flak, which hit our number 2 exhaust system, knocking out the turbo. We feathered the number 2 engine and tried to stay under the squadron. I checked the number 1 engine visually and thought I saw flames in the hole the 88mm shell made, so I had the engineer, Staff Sergeant Harry Haynes, in the top turret look at it. At the same time, Bartholomew ordered the radio operator, Walter Smith, to get the ball turret gunner, Louis Contreras, out of his fishbowl. Bartholomew and Thomas conferred and agreed that they would probably have to abandon the hard-worn bomber. Still, they stayed with the formation as it made another run against the target. This time, Bartholomew recalled, at the target there was a squadron of B-24s below us. Not wanting to drop bombs through the B-24 formation, the 303rd's formation leader, William Eisenhart, hauled the group back toward the initial point to set up for a third run at the target. Sack Time was afire at that point. Both CO2 bottles on the number 2 engine were discharged with no effect. Despite that, Thomas and the crew stuck with the rest of the formation until bombs were released on the third attempt at the target. At this time, Bartholomew recalled, the tail gunner, Sergeant Melvin Carlson, got on the intercom and said the flames were going by the tail. Blaine Thomas and I decided it was time to get out and gave the order to bail out and turned on the bell and hit the buttons to destroy the IFF. Bartholomew's exit was not a smooth one. Our autopilot evidently had received damage, as we had trouble getting the plane to fly level so we could bail out, which caused us to spend some extra time rolling in rudder trim. I checked the nose to see if everyone got out, and then sat down to go out the nose door and saw my shoes, so I fastened them under my right leg harness. I evidently passed out from lack of oxygen and fell out. When I came to, I was looking at a couple of plowed fields and a fence line, and pulled the ripcord on the parachute. Bartholomew hit the ground hard and passed out. When he regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded by German troops. He had landed just a short distance from where they were encamped. He recovered his wits slowly to discover that his parachute had disappeared, as had his shoes and his .45 caliber pistol. Worse, both his legs were broken. He spent the remaining 3 weeks of the war as a POW. He was one of the lucky ones. Edward Essinger was the crew's toglier and managed to safely escape the burning sack time. He came down at Hausbrücke, about 10 miles southwest of Dresden. Horst Bayer, a young man living with his parents, recalled seeing 3 parachutes exit the stricken B-17. One of the men came down over Hausbrücke and landed at Hohe Esse, a restaurant. I ran to where the pilot was lying with his parachute. He was wearing a brown flight suit and nothing on his head. Hugo Schreiber and the peasant Roch reached the site before me. The teacher Haufe, who lived in the Sant section of town, came after me. He tried to mistreat the pilot. Essinger was actually a toglier, but Hugo Schreiber stopped him. But Hugo Schreiber could not stop everyone in town from abusing Essinger. Bayer's account continued. Gradually, other residents assembled. One woman addressed the flyer in English, to which he replied that he spoke German. The air defense guards Otto and Hockenbruckner from Hausbrücke seemed to have been among the last to come. The latter struck the defenseless man in the back of the neck, which immediately swelled up greatly. The 2 guards forced Essinger to look for his .45 caliber pistol while they followed him. It was a fool's errand, as he had thrown it away as he descended in his parachute. It was likely miles away. Bayer described what happened next. Otto stood behind him with his own pistol at the ready. At the moment when the flyer grabbed his swollen neck, he was fired on with 1 shot at close range by Otto. He looked at the sky, blood came from his mouth, and then he fell down dead. The 2 policemen of Hausbrücke, who now arrived, were unable to prevent the killing of the pilot. He was laid in a bower, wooded garden. The carpenter Kohl made him a casket and took him to the cemetery in Tuttendorf, where he was buried near the cemetery wall. Essinger was not the only crewman from sack time who was murdered by the Germans. The tail gunner, Melvin Carlson, was also killed. Louis Contreras, the ball turret gunner, was beaten and sustained a number of broken ribs and other contusions. He survived the war as a POW, as did the remainder of the crew. Crewmen of the other 303rd bomber shot down that day, Earthquake Magoon, suffered a similarly tragic fate. The ship, piloted by Thomas Koller, was hit by an 88mm shell, and its right wing caught fire immediately. Flames streamed over the top of the big bomber. The aircraft staggered momentarily in a puff of smoke before it exploded and fell away. Although no parachutes were observed, the entire crew managed to escape safely. 6 of the 8 crewmen were captured and finished the war as POWs. However, 2 of the men, Thomas Koller, the pilot, and Theodore Smith, the tail gunner, were not so fortunate. They were hanged from a tree, murdered, after being caught by Schutzstaffel, or SS troops, and a band of civilians. They are working me to death. Hilda Kaiser still lived in Munich with her parents as the war drew to a close. Believe me, we were ready for the war to end. Nothing was moving in Germany. There was no food or fuel or anything. We were close to starving. Kaiser's observations validated the sacrifices that the men of the 303rd, as part of the strategic air war, had made. Munich was fortunate as it was surrendered rather than contested in a destructive and bloody battle. The city was doubly fortunate as it was given over to American forces rather than the Soviets. The Soviets murdered, raped, and robbed wherever they went in Germany. Kaiser recalled the first Americans she encountered. "There were 2 soldiers, and they walked down the street toward us. Something seemed wrong, and I wasn't sure what the matter was. Then it became clear that they had been drinking. They were so drunk that they could barely stand. But they were not brutal or vindictive. The Americans treated us very fairly." Although the Americans dominated the daytime skies over Europe toward the end of the war, doing so was still dangerous and far from easy. The targets were distant, and consequently the days were long, much longer than at the beginning of the group's combat career. A mission to Berlin or beyond could take twice as long as the short, pioneering channel hops the group made to northern France during late 1942. Arthur Schanefeld was a co-pilot with the 360th Bomb Squadron. His letters to his fiancée captured the sheer exhaustion of the men who were finishing the air war. Having only flown his first mission on February 24th, he had completed 12 less than a month later. On March 23rd, he wrote, "Every day is rough, but still it's that much more done and that much closer to getting home. I'll be so darn old and worn out when I get home, you may not want me." Schanefeld flew 20 missions by April 1st, and his fatigue is the main theme in his letter of that date. "Sorry I haven't written lately, but if you've been reading the papers, you know where I've been, and how tired I am when I sit down at night. They are working me to death, but as long as I get back, I love it and shall continue. Just getting back in one piece and breathing air is the main thing. Haven't the time to say more. I must hit the sack because it's rest I really need and must get. May get home soon if I keep going like I have. Hope I do get home quick, as I'm tired of this life." That thread of tiredness, with a touch of poor hygiene, continued on April 16th. Schanefeld had flown 3 more missions since his letter of April 11th. "Is it the 16th or 15th? It was Easter Sunday? I didn't know it was Sunday until I got down this evening. Isn't that awful? All I do is fly, eat, and sleep, it seems, but I can rest when I finish. I'm thankful as long as I always come back. I'm wearing a raunchy hat 3 fellows have worn through combat now, so it is definitely lucky. I have to take a new crew up tomorrow, and I'm sweating it out, to be truthful. I'm sure we'll get along okay. At least I certainly hope so. Water is scarce over here, but you can manage a shower every 3 or 4 days if you are lucky. In spite of all I can do, it will take me at least 4 months to get clean again. To top it all off, I have contracted athlete's foot somewhere here, and that isn't good. I'm really a nervous wreck." On April 18th, he wrote, "I've been so dead tired, scared, or whatever you want to call it, that nights I would write you and not remember what I wrote." Schanefeld flew his last mission, his 24th, 2 days later, on April 20th. He had flown them all within a 56-day period. Worn out and dirty, but safe and whole, Schanefeld was finished with combat. And 1 9-hour mission later, on April 25th, 1945, so was the 303rd. The target was the Skoda Armament Works at Pilsen, Czechoslovakia, against which the group sortied 42 B-17s. An indication of the U.S. AAF's dominance over Europe was the fact that radio broadcasts warned workers to stay clear of the Skoda complex. Consequently, the Germans knew when and where the American bombers were coming. That fact notwithstanding, it didn't appear that they took advantage of the information. The Luftwaffe was nowhere to be seen, and anti-aircraft fire was sporadic and inaccurate. However, that changed when the target was obscured by low clouds and the 303rd aborted its initial run. As the formation spun around for another attack, the flak increased greatly in intensity and accuracy. Indeed, 24 of the 303rd's bombers sustained major damage. One of them landed at a captured airfield at Würzburg, Germany, while another dropped into a base in Belgium. So many of the bombers landed back at Molesworth in various states of extremis, gear up, no flaps, no brakes, etc., that the end of the runway resembled an aircraft junkyard. The group lost 1 aircraft. Immediately after releasing its bombs, the B-17, piloted by Warren Mauger, took at least 2 direct hits, one in the right inboard engine and the other in the lower fuselage. It didn't matter at that instant to the men aboard the ship that Germany was essentially defeated and that the mission was the 303rd's last. They were in a life-and-death struggle no different than if they had been caught at the height of the great air battles of 1943 or 1944. Mauger was blown out of his seat by the impact, and the ball turret gunner, Francis Kelly, was killed instantly. This was supposed to be Kelly's last mission, number 35. It was also to be his last because, although it was unknown at the time, it was the 303rd's last. Sadly, it was his last mission because it was the last day of his life. Flames engulfed the number 3 engine, and the aircraft fell sharply to the right before dropping nose down in a spin. Mauger regained his seat and righted the ship to some degree before a fire erupted around him, and he ordered the crew to bail out. His hands and face burned. Mauger climbed down toward the forward escape hatch, which had already been jettisoned. The aircraft exploded as he knelt to leap clear. Knocked unconscious, he recovered his wits only just barely in time to pull his parachute's ripcord. Although he spotted only one other parachute, he and 4 other men managed to escape the pieces that had been their bomber, while 3 of their crewmates perished. Those 3 men represented the 303rd's last sacrifice in the fight against the Nazi state. Mauger was the only one of the 5 survivors who managed to evade capture during the closing 2 weeks of the war. Wearing his burned uniform trousers and an old overcoat given to him by a Czech farmer immediately upon his coming to the ground, he steadily worked his way west. The combination worked well to disguise him, as evidenced by an encounter just a few hours later. Ahead of me sat a German soldier with his girlfriend. I strolled by them practically unnoticed. His encounters at this late stage in the war were interesting, and he found the Czech people to be generally very friendly and accommodating, although German forces were practically ubiquitous. In fact, while digging a sleeping spot into an inviting haystack, he found that an exhausted and dead-to-the-world German soldier had already claimed the space. One example of Czech kindness occurred a few days after he had been shot down. At about noon, I came to a mountain stream, and just beyond the bridge I could see a small town. After crossing the bridge, I rapped on the door of one of the houses. A young lad, about 12 years of age, answered the door and let me in the house. It appeared he was the only one home. He offered me some sour milk soup. He told me he was a member of the Hitler Youth and showed me his uniform. He said that it was all but mandatory to belong. Somehow I believed him, and left feeling that he would not notify anyone of my being there. Indeed, Mauger remained unmolested following his visit with the boy. Still, he had several brushes with German troops during the next few days. While passing through one town, he was chased but managed to escape through several yards and onto a terrace. I had no sooner stretched out on the ground when another German soldier came strolling up a small path toward my hiding place. It was too late to run. I had to do something fast. I put on the act of a man completely stoned. I got up, staggered around, and fell down a couple times. He smiled while watching this, and then turned and strolled up and over the hill. Ultimately, Mauger was taken in for the last several days of his sojourn by a small Russian family that had been relocated to a village to perform farm labor. He was struck by their kindness and steadfast devotion to his safety through several more misadventures as the Americans advanced eastward and the Germans repositioned in the face of that advance. The next morning, it must have been Sunday, for André had with him his wife and son. She had brought a nice lunch and a washcloth, soap, and a towel. We walked to a small brook where I cleaned up. After this, we settled back to a fine picnic lunch. André's wife and son never took their eyes off me. I must have presented a curious sight to them. His hosts kept Mauger in a haystack during his stay. Buried in its dry warmth, he experienced a perspective of the fighting that his comrades back in Molesworth could only imagine. The artillery bursts were now getting so close that the ground shook. I could hear the distant sound of the cannon, the whine through the air, and the explosion when the missile landed. I also heard something else now, machine gun fire. Sometime after midnight, the machine gun fire on both sides became intense. You could distinguish the American fire by its low pitch and slower rate than that of the Germans. The artillery on both sides were now firing. Toward morning, I could hear many voices of German soldiers. I heard another sound, one I could not reconcile with the once mighty German army. Teams of horses were moving the biggest share of German equipment for this retreat. Evidently, the bombing of oil refineries had taken its toll. Mauger remained undiscovered as the German army fled the advancing Americans. It was another day before his Russian host seized him from his hiding place and, with great excitement, led him toward the nearby village. There were 3 tanks and 2 jeeps. The tanks fired their machine guns into the distance. I approached the last jeep and was about to identify myself when I took a second look at the helmets these soldiers were wearing. They had netting over them, and their shape was hard to distinguish. Then a GI spotted me and tossed me 2 packages of Camel cigarettes. Mauger was safe. Aside from exchanging gestures and words of gratitude with his Russian friends, he left them with his wristwatch, which had earlier been much admired. What a small price to pay for his great service. The end of the war in Europe, VE Day, came on May 8, 1945. Ball turret gunner Frank Boyle remembered hearing the news. At the time, I was a phase check instructor on B-29 guns at Buckingham Army Airfield in Fort Myers, Florida. We got the news just before dinner. Our first reaction was that it was a ruse to sucker punch us again with another Battle of the Bulge type of attack. Those of us who had fought them were convinced that the Germans would not surrender without a last-ditch massive air attack on our bases in England and France. But despite Boyle's suspicions, Germany was well and truly beaten, and he had played a role in administering that beating. The 303rd hadn't flown a mission for nearly 2 weeks on the day that Germany surrendered. The killing and dying were over. There was a parade at Molesworth, a ceremony and celebrations, but it would take time, a lifetime for some, before the men reconciled themselves to the war and what it had meant and done to them. Because, regardless of what job or task they performed, combat or support, the war surely had imprinted them. They would never, could never, be the same. Epilogue. Almost immediately following the cessation of hostilities, beginning at the end of May 1945, the 303rd was sent to Case's Air Base, Casablanca, French Morocco, where it operated under the direction of the Air Transport Command to return servicemen and equipment back to the States. As it developed, the unit was unneeded in this capacity and was inactivated on July 25th. Most of its veterans had already left for home, and those that remained soon followed. The group was reactivated during 1947, but was soon put back into cadre status without ever being made operational. It was activated once more for a brief period from 1951 to 1954, before being shuttered again. Various organizations have been assigned the 303rd designation since that time, but any claims to the original group's lineage are nothing more than contrived. RAF Molesworth is still extant and active 7 decades after the end of the war. It is one of only 2 former 8th Air Force bases that U.S. forces still operate. It is no longer an air base, as the runways, ramp, and most of the wartime structures have been plowed up or demolished. However, the main hangar and 2 small hangars remain in service in various capacities. Although there have been many units based at Molesworth since World War II, the current tenant is the gracelessly named Joint Intelligence Operations Center Europe Analytic Center. It is operated by the Defense Intelligence Agency and staffed by servicemen from the United States and its European allies. Regardless of what happened to the 303rd or to Molesworth, they both became part of the nearly 9,000 men who served with the bomb group from 1942 to 1945. Most of those men came of age during their wartime service, and those that survived went home to create new lives, new careers, and new families. And as they turned their energies to things other than war, they transformed the United States into the greatest nation on earth. Their legacy, and that of all the World War II generation, is ubiquitous. The post-war stories that follow of various 303rd men are representative examples. Frank Boyle entered the radio business several years after the war. He eventually went to work with Eastman Radio in Detroit in 1956 and retired as chairman in 1985. Today, at 90, he still operates his own consulting business and brokers the acquisition and sale of radio stations. His service with the 303rd is never far from his mind. I still have the same nightmare, the fear of opening the ball turret door at 7,000 feet and dropping my body into it, closing and locking the door, then turning on all the operating machines, oxygen, heated suit, microphone cord, camera switch, and automatic computing site, and testing two 50 caliber guns over the channel. George Buskey, whose chest and abdomen had nearly been torn away by enemy fighters on the mission to Bremen aboard the Jersey Bounce Jr. on December 20th, 1943, returned home to upstate New York after the war. Against all expectations, he had a long career in the lumber business and had children and grandchildren before passing away in 2003, 60 years after being so terribly wounded. Medal of Honor winner Forrest Fossler was discharged from the USAAF in October 1944, before many 303rd veterans, who would complete full tours, had even arrived at Molesworth. He later went on to serve 30 years with the Veterans Administration. He went west in 1992, at age 68. Eddie Deerfield went to school after the war and earned a B.S. in journalism from Northwestern University. He was also commissioned as a second lieutenant in the Army Reserve and was recalled to active duty during the Korean War. In Korea, he commanded a psychological warfare detachment that transmitted radio broadcasts to the enemy. He later worked as a reporter and byline columnist for the Chicago Daily Times and was news editor at WGN-TV. Deerfield next served as a Foreign Service diplomat with the U.S. Information Agency for more than 20 years, retiring in 1988 as a counselor in the U.S. Senior Foreign Service. He had earlier retired from the Army Reserve in 1983 as a lieutenant colonel. He currently resides in Palm Harbor, Florida. Deerfield's pilot, Bob Cogswell, was killed while flying B-29s during the Korean War. He was part of a raid on the Namsi airfield on October 23, 1951. His aircraft was attacked by MiG-15s and caught fire immediately after dropping its bombs. It was last seen headed for the Yellow Sea, under control. When the war ended, Richard Dick Johnson moved to the little fishing town of Deal, Maryland, east of Washington, D.C. He started a contracting business and remodeled homes, while also working for the city of Annapolis. He bought a Piper PA-12 Super Cruiser in 1968 and still owns it. Johnson wrote the author recently, "I don't take it out very often anymore, since the terror attacks of September 11, 2001. I am now required, because my airplane is only 18 miles from Air Force One, to file a flight plan every time I want to fly." Johnson is 92 at the time of this writing. John Ford, one of the 303rd's first old hands, went to work for the Ford Company immediately after the war and was part of the magnificent American automobile heydays of the 1950s and 1960s. He worked in a number of different disciplines and rose to become the manager of industrial engineering at the massive Wixom assembly plant in Michigan, the factory that produced the Lincoln Line. He retired from Ford after 32 years of employment. He also served as a reservist in the Army's Quartermaster Corps and retired as a major after 6 years of active service and 34 years of reserve service. He currently lives in Springfield, Missouri. Mel Schulstad stayed on active duty and transitioned to the Air Force upon its formation as a separate service in 1947. He enjoyed a very successful career and retired as a colonel in 1965. Following his retirement, he was very active in promoting professionalism in counseling for alcoholics. A recovering alcoholic himself, Schulstad was the founding president of the National Association of Alcoholism and Drug Addiction Counselors, and was beloved and respected for his compassion and empathy. He had celebrated nearly 50 years of sobriety at the time of his death in 2012. Schulstad was a tremendous advocate of the 303rd, and although he was reluctant to highlight his own heroics, he engaged audiences for hours with the achievements of his comrades. Van White, who had washed Jimmy Doolittle's aircraft so carefully in Kansas City before the war, was caught up in the great jobs upheaval as men returned from the war. He worked off and on with the Santa Fe Railroad in Winslow, Arizona for several years before taking a job selling safes. After working out of his car for several years, he started the Albuquerque Safe Company. White had fallen in love with Albuquerque when the 303rd had been based at Alamogordo in 1942. Through tremendous hard work, he and his business prospered, and he retired in 1988. White still lives in Albuquerque and is a tremendous booster of the city and the surrounding area. Charles Spencer's heroic actions during the January 26, 1943 mission to Bremen cost him his ears, nose, and much of his face, as well as parts of his fingers, hands, toes, and feet, victims to frostbite following a vicious air battle. He also lost an eye and much of his remaining eyesight. Spencer subsequently underwent 36 separate plastic surgeries in the States. With the support of his wife, he attended seminary. Soon after graduation, he began a ministry to the men of the Kansas State Soldiers' Home at Fort Dodge. He stayed for 30 years. Despite his injuries and the loss of a son in a plane crash, he maintained his faith in God. He passed away in 1998, leaving his wife of 56 years, Jean. Recon, the 427th Squadron's loyal terrier bitch, was killed by a jeep during the group's short stay at Casablanca. The 303rd Hells Angels, Notable Facts and Achievements. Combat crewmen from 1942 to 1945, 5,292. Total casualties, killed and wounded, 1,748. Total killed in action, KIA, 841. Total prisoners of war, POWs, 764. Total B-17 losses, 210. First 8th Air Force bomb group to fly 200 missions, July 9, 1944, to Châteaudun Airfield, France. First 8th Air Force bomb group to fly 300 missions from England to Bonn-Hangelar Airfield, Cologne, Brion, and Oexkirchen. Total combat missions flown, 364, most in 8th Air Force. Total combat sorties flown. A combat sortie is one aircraft flying one combat mission, 10,721. Second highest in 8th Air Force, of more than 40 bomb groups. Total tons of bombs dropped, 26,346. Second highest in 8th Air Force, of more than 40 bomb groups. Total manning, including support organizations from 1942 to 1945, 8,960. Total aircraft recovered in neutral countries, 3, all to Switzerland. First 8th Air Force crewman to be awarded the Medal of Honor, Jack Mathis. One of 4 bomb groups in 1st 8th Air Force mission against Germany, January 27, 1943. Target, Wilhelmshaven. 1st 8th Air Force bomber to complete 25 missions, Hells Angels. 1st 8th Air Force bomber to complete 50 and 75 missions, Knockout Dropper. 1st 8th Air Force pilot to complete 25 missions, Earl Baldwin. This concludes the reading of Hells Angels, the true story of the 303rd Bomb Group in World War II, by J. A. Stout. Copyright 2015 by J. A. Stout. This book was read by Robertson Dean. This unabridged audiobook was recorded by arrangement with the Berkeley Publishing Group, a member of Penguin Group USA, LLC, a Penguin Random House company, and was produced in 2015 by Blackstone Audio, Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio, Inc. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.